We're like a bit coughing from the donuts of yesterday, but welcome back to the tomato stream for this Monday? Question mark? Should be. Yeah, Monday, because tomorrow's Tuesday and tomorrow's gonna be the Blue Archive like other stuff. But yeah, we're gonna be doing new event. We're gonna read through the story, nice and quick. Probably not gonna put too much effort, hopefully, but maybe we're gonna end up speaking the lines, kind of fall into that trap every single time we've done these event stories. But first off, intellectual outfit and Blaze Altar outfit. We're gonna need more Prime, that's for sure, for the next update. But anyways, does Intellectia have a new module yet? Or was that like the next update? Oh yeah, she has. Okay, so she has the. Here's the better Intellectia module. By the way. For reasons, Tim. Totally not the the regular thing. Just steal max HP, deal 200 arts per second, right? Right? With this one, recovers 3.5% max HP per second while the damage over time effect is active. It's like, what? Also steals more HP and does more arts damage per second. It's like this is just a straight up better module, which is why we didn't upgrade this module that much. Wild. We'll upgrade this like later, but that's a good thing to note for later. Is there any other modules that they released? Oh right, the one for Rosa. This one's actually pretty good too. It just makes the faction buff better, essentially. Alongside that, we're also going to do one 10 pull on TT. Just a single 10 pull. And whether we get it or not, this will advance our pulls towards what's her name, Zima, later. Let me get to that better. But anyways, 3, 2, 1, bang. Regular gold? Regular gold, okay.
Sup, everyone?
Who's our regular gold?
Londinium citizen
Rock.
self-salvation.
Okay, we will not pursue that one too much. The main thing is, like, we do need to save most of these pulls for the next banner. What do we have currently? We have like this is pretty much 60 now, so 60, 70, 80, 90. Or pretty much 100 when you add the free plus 10. So more or less 100 pulls. And then you get like maybe 20 pulls for from singles or whatever. A bit less than 20, like 14. I'll still like another 10 pull-ish. We're definitely not gonna reach 200 by dusk. That doesn't matter too much. And then what is after We have Vector Breakthrough after, and then we should have like the... Double check that actually. Blah 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 blah. So a rerun of U event, and then we have the big event that we're probably gonna get the PC client maybe on. That is the expectation. Oh, and then we have Crossing, that's right. We have Balone, which we're probably skipping, to be honest. Stronghold Protocol Alliance 2. Necras rerun, and then we get the Zima event. We got like maybe... maybe like a month to like save a couple of pulls for the Zima altar. Because we also have to be prepared for the event that comes after Zima altar, which is, you know, the half anniversary, the second half anniversary. So quite a couple of things. Alright, it's a weekly reset. We can do that too. Anything else we should remember that it's a weekly reset for? Let's do this real quickly. We should have the sanity pots to recover anyways for story stages. Let you know, if you do your story stages first, or if you do your story stages first, then you won't have to spend the sanity to do them later. Yum. Our Twitch chat disconnected. From Restream. Not like from... we haven't disconnected from Twitch chat, or from Twitch in general. The Restream is being weird again. Fun. Open this up, there's a good chance this will reconnect the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it disconnects chat like that sometimes.
Konnichiwa, Doctor. 訓練に行きませんか?
I guess really tempted. One more 10 pull. Just for the road. Okay, regular gold. Give us minim. Okay, that's all we're doing. Now we're guaranteed on a plus 20 on pity for later. Not exactly counting. What is song jumping to? By the way, Beagleaven is back. Give us a 3, this up us a 15. We'll get another 3 on the rerun. So this is gonna be another 10 pull anyways, in total. We'll probably have like 120 pulls total. Before counting like the single pulls and whatnot on the CN event. I think the upside is that at the very least TT is a standard, so technically we can still pull her randomly anyways. We're probably not going to put too much effort into the reading here. Lucas Arcera, singer of epics, the gentlest hero of Agamemnon, hung her harp upon the branches of the laurel tree, body made from the tallest firs of top Mount Himnoi, its strings made from the bravest burdened beasts that roam the Agnes plains. I played, all things in the land of heroes sang together, riding upon the winds in freedom. Now, Karasera, things are harped by the laurels. The outlanders have come from afar, said Karasera, clutching her knife tightly. They trample our lands, set fire to our homes, and let the rivers cease their peaceful flow. And they command all things to sing for them. Lone wrenches my heart. My harp sings only the tales of the heroes. Karasperia? Karasperia. While there's no specific mention in the records, historians generally agree that Padishah Malam's most favored Athenius out of the three great nomadic cities that Sargon built for Minos. Codian Minoan engineers took pains to preserve its signature feature as the mountain-rimmed garden when it was moved to a nomadic platform. Today, you will see the same mountains and rivers as Karasera once did, upon entering Athenius through the mountain pass that Padishah Malam made a point to preserve. This is a route that I highly recommend to my readers. Oh, shut up! Just look at where your stupid book has led us. This big, heavy piece of stupid crap we have to carry? Just the two of us? Meow? Take it easy. Calm down, no hitting. Felt like I wasn't tired enough after walking for days on end. You're the one to talk, girl. Why'd you decide on a whim to travel separately from the group? I would be lying in the Athenian flower fields and drinking floral liquor by now. It wasn't for you. It wasn't on a whim. I told you, my father used to tell stories about a place called Minos on the other side of the Agnes River. Stories that left a deep impression on me. I told you it was an invaluable opportunity for diplomacy with Minos. I wanted to go to Athenius via Karaserias, roll around and experience history. Didn't have to experience history with this thing. It's gotta be, what, over 50 kilos? What, with just the two of us to carry it? Are you trying to experience the Yenni's idiom where you bear a bundle of logs to beg forgiveness? A bundle of thorns? Yenni's wouldn't appreciate you rewriting their idioms. Not the point. Have you got anything in that skull of yours besides history books? Alright, no hitting. Doesn't comfortable letting someone else handle it. This is the most valuable item in the Vajavandabad Museum's collection. An important relic to both Sargon and Minos. Came all this way. Give it back to the Minoans. A new era of friendship between the two nations. So you haven't forgotten your mission? Yay! Clap clap. You are lost! You are late! And you have missed your appointment with the esteemed nomos of Athenius! That's still hard to say. Medjehtiqedti Nasitum Mashaya? Well, the rest of this mission should be in the city by now. Normal route. I'm sure Benui will explain to us as to nomos. Benui? That noble who thinks his cat smells like roses? Are you just acting dumb, or are you actually that dumb? You see that look on his face when you learned he was gonna be your assistant in the mission? It's like you stole these carts of pure gold from him. No. Benui's a very nice man. Taking on such an important mission so soon after I became the curator of the Vajanabad Museum made me... Anyway, Benui helped a lot in this journey. Fine, suit yourself. It's tagging along as a tourist. Going before we collapse from exhaustion. Yes, see? We're almost there. Look. Wow. I've read a lot about Athenius, but to actually find myself here... See fields of flowers, royal liquor, and flower cakes! We're saved! Minos, the land of 1,000 polis, separated from Sargon by a river. Here's Athenius, the first polis. The mountain-rimmed garden. The city that TT has only ever known through historical records reveals itself. He lays eyes on a scene very different from the sands of Sargon. White walls, green fields, rivers weaving their way through mountains. Great temples unabashedly announce themselves on the mountaintops and beside the rivers. Heroic epics are the main route that nourishes Minos, and these temples are the mushrooms that grow afterwards. No wonder this land has birthed so many famous plays, those philosophers' stories and legends which not even the sands could bury. Okay, why are you pushing me? I haven't even caught my breath yet. For days, TD has been placating her beast aristocrat companion, trying to wear a mask of calm for this journey. Now, though, she is even more eager than Neo to get into this city. Can you see the ferry crossing down there? We're not truly in the sea until we cross over. Hurry now. Could I help? The river's freezing. I see the ice floating on it, but all you have is an oar. Oh my god, it's an undescript masked gentleman with a big weapon. Just sit tight, Ithakos. Sorry, Ithakos. My luggage is not heavy. I can walk on my own. Let me ferry you for a little bit. There's little else I can do for you. In 2 years since you experienced divine revelation, since our meeting. You taught us the knowledge you brought from the cities, built a village in the marsh that the Sargonians wouldn't bother with, farming the paddy fields and fending off the cold. Lived together. We were family. For the past 2 years, I've been trying to figure out why divine revelation led me here. I understand. Sargonians will appear on the riverbanks nearby. I can reach the place quickly by following this river out of the marshes. I see. Oh god, he said it! He said a line! He said a line! He said a line! Do you believe that gorillas can defeat the Sargonians? No, we've been losing for a century? Nod. I haven't received any divine revelations, and I can't tell the future. Can't even leave with you. But I will promise what I can. I'll protect our village, our houses, our farms and flower beds. Perhaps we can go to Athenius, where you came from, once you're victorious. I'll still be a ferryman, ferrying you to your workplace at the temple on the other side of the city, as the sun shines upon the Delphi Canal. I've been imagining this scene ever since you described it to me. You listening, Ithakos? Minos is in for a cold winter this year, brother. Rose furiously. Flashbang. Well, the ferryman shakes his head. What was his response to Ithakos? For many years, he still could not remember. There you are, Master Xanthos. You're 10 minutes late. I've never been late before, Lycaon. This is the first time. You're very, androgynous looking, to be honest. And I saw your chiton by the shore. I thought you might have dropped it yesterday when you left. Or a thief might have stolen it only to decide it was too old and ragged to keep. Or could I have imagined that you had gone for a morning swim? Oh, out of habit, I folded and stowed your chiton. Can't reproach me for it, or you had not informed me of your schedule. It is I who should reproach you, for the doctor has warned you to be careful. Thank you, Lycaon. Over the years, I have taught you how to fight and ferry. You have handled my daily needs wholeheartedly. I am not reproaching you. I simply have to leave early today. Tardiness weighs heavily on my mind. You're changing the topic again. Wait, are you going to the cemetery to visit? Ithakos, my friend. He was only your age when we bid farewell. I never saw him again. I should say some words of comfort, but I find them beyond my ability. You should stay within your abilities. Rarely your place to go beyond them. The fruit farmers and workers of the First Temple have been in conflict over boat assignments for days. They're asking the dockmaster, me, to arbitrate. This is what we should be putting our minds to. Let's go to the main crossing. It will be a busy day. One moment, Master Xanthos. The Yasinomos requests your presence at this secondary crossing today. Prepare the boats that are broken down. No one in Athenius uses the word priority more than Lydia. What else did she say? Nothing. Is the Sargonian mission due to arrive today? I think so. Should I be grateful or angry that Lydia still remembers me? She should pull all the teeth out of my oars, or simply throw me in jail, so that I can never get the chance to meet the Sargonian envoys coming to visit their old stomping grounds.
Excuse me, can we get a ride across? Too many people at the other crossings. We'll be late.
Old people, you look nice.
You said your ambassador has been delayed by certain circumstances.
I mean no offense. I mean no offense. That is precisely the case. I beg your understanding, Astinomos. Mino and vistas are beautiful. While Her Excellency is young and curious, he is bound to commit some youthful indiscretions. I say again, as Deputy Chief of the Mission, and as the manifesto titles of a ancient and exalted Sargonian House of Enchi. Equally empowered to act on the Empire's behalf.
Of course, I have the utmost confidence in you. Kyrios Benoi. Kyrios.
Was it Kyrios? Was it the accent?
Kyrios.
Do the Athenians intend to hold the ceremony then?
What ceremony?
Exchange ceremony. Two nations formally established diplomatic relations at the beginning of this year. As part of our cultural exchange, we are repatriating our relics of Caracera, the founding hero of Minos, to Athenius. Exchange, we will receive the technical legacy the Sargonians left behind during the construction of Athenius, Arenia, and Lacedaemon. Surely you have not forgotten, honored Astinomos.
Of course not, Your Excellency. We stand down the Astinomos office, instead of elsewhere, because of the non-aggression pact that was signed following the last major battle between our two nations in the Minoan borderlands. Sorry, I have been rather overworked lately. I'm sure you saw the vast construction sites and passionate craftsmen you passed by the Agora by the river when you entered the city.
Yes.
The building of the first temple. 1 in 5 Athenians are involved in the project.
The first temple?
As you said yourself, Caracera is the founding hero of Minos. Perhaps you heard of her deeds. At the very beginning, she led refugees from scattered tribes out of war and plague, and brought them to a garden encircled by mountains. Those who followed Caracera built the first temple of Minos here, and thus began the bloodline of heroes. After that came Athenius and the land of 1,000 Polis. That first temple was lost to the fires of war. Now it is being rebuilt by the people of Athenius themselves. I'm sure the significance is not lost on you. And to obtain the stone needed to rebuild the temple, however, we've kept Athenius by Mount Himnoi for an entire week. And it's apple season. Fresh apples need to be ferried out through the crossings, while unripe fruits need plenty of sunlight. And the quality of the apples will be compromised if the city does not move to an area with more sunlight soon. I'm sure you saw the fruit farmers gathered at the crossing.
Yes, I did.
The people need to commemorate their heroes. Farmers need to ensure that the harvest is not ruined. You understand that an Astynomus does not have that much power in the Minoan administrative system. I need the priest's approval for everything. I confess that I am rather overwhelmed right now.
Perhaps looking for excuses is eating up too much of your time.
Your Excellency misunderstands. I'm of the younger generation myself. At a time when all the central powers are actively seeking change, I believe smaller nations like ours must keep up with the times. The exchange of Caracera's relics for the data from the 3 Polis has been at least 6 months in the making. It is an honor to play a small part in facilitating the new friendship between Sargon and Minos after years of conflict.
We'll see about that.
I suggest you and your mission take some time to see the city. The insights are spectacular, and I'm sure you'll find it well worth your time. Perhaps you could even visit the site of the first temple's rebuilding. For all it is Caracera's relics that you are returning. Maybe this was ordained by fate. Minoans love drama and philosophy. We enjoy the rigor of preparation and logical deduction, but we also hope for pleasant surprises. As for the exchange, we will hold a formal ceremony in a couple of days. By Minoan tradition, ceremonial occasions begin with a play directed by the priests, imploring the heroes to bless the occasion and ensure that everything goes smoothly. The Athenians created the post of Asino almost 2 years ago to reduce the burden on the priests and simplify procedures. Therefore, I've already assigned someone to begin preparations. My trusty aide and Grammateus here will make comprehensive arrangements for you during your stay. Think about if you have any issues. Nicodemus!
Hello?
Here. Nicodemus, nobody aminos. The blind megaphone at your service during working hours.
I have no use for some pretty boy. I mean, it's been a long journey and I'm tired. I will wait at the hotel until the arrangements for the exchange ceremony are made. As for visiting the first temple rebuilding site, I will leave the opportunity to Her Excellency the Ambassador. He is a musologist, full of energy. I'm sure she'll be very interested.
I see. I'll have Hecademos speak to Ambassador Medjehtiqedti directly.
I look forward to what pleasant surprise you have to offer, Asinomos.
But I hope you don't learn you're stalling for time.
Or hiding some ulterior motive.
I could say the same to you, Eukaryotes Benui. Look out the window. The morning mist in the Delphi Canal is just beginning to dissipate. This peace was needed to win. I hope we can all be honest with each other. Also, what a shame I didn't have the opportunity to see Kyria Mashaya today. Young and promising, yet mercurial. What is she like? Boat. Meow. Oh, Pearlies. You've only just put one foot in the boat. Look at you. It's tipping. The boat, it's supposed to do that. Didn't you say you signed up for the yacht club when you studied in Max DC? I was too busy with my studies. Most of my time was spent either in the restoration room or at archaeological sites. I only ended up going there twice.
Oh, you're from Colombia. So you're from Colombia? But I thought by your garb that you were Xanthos. But
she's
about sick. A rare occurrence.
I'm not. My legs are just tired from all the walking and buckled a little.
What do we do? Take the luggage onto the boat. Go and get something. Go into the cabin. The waves are not strong today and the boat should sail steady. Should sail steady. The Delphi Canal treats those with good intentions kindly. We'll go to the main crossing once we've left her. To see what that Sargonian ambassador. Can't let the Asinomos' heads up go to waste, can we?
I'll come with you, Master Xanthos. I must keep an eye on you.
Bring the passenger's luggage first.
They weren't listening to me. You're missing the point. They've got a vendetta against you. It's not too late to switch your nationality to Colombian. Don't. Please be careful. This is very important. Hey, you. Forget it. Let's get on the boat.
It's really heavy. What is it?
It's figurines from Rankwood that we were planning to sell here. We've even got the ones from the latest hit, Lady Upon.
But there are no cinemas in Athenius.
And that's the point. You want to sell shoes? You do it in a country where everybody is barefoot. Did you say the Delphi Canal would treat those with good intention kindly, Master Freeman?
No. The source of the Delphi River is on Mount Himnoi, flowing through the plains between the Minoan Mountains, past the former sites of Athenius and Coronia, from before they became nomadic cities. Helped our warriors fend up the iron hoof of the Sargonian raiders. It has been turned into a canal now, but continues to nurture singers and debaters and the culture of Minos. Yes, the Delphi Canal.
That's the other guy? That's the guy.
Yes, the Delphi Canal would treat those with intention kindly, except Sargonians.
Perhaps there are Sargonians who understand and live Minoan culture.
The last Sargonian who introduced herself with those words was the sister of the Shah Ansha, Mala, Queen of the Far Shore. She burned every Minoan city but the three Poleis to the ground, closed the temples, banned the plays, imported Sargonians, and assimilated Minoan culture in every way possible. He brought the darkest age upon our country. He showed her understanding and love by bleeding the heroic blood of the Minoans dry. Ambassador from far away, another shameless noble who seeks to be the next queen of the far shore by trampling Minos underfoot.
Listen. Hey, is it ticking again? Bleh. Help!
Never mind all that. Have an apple. It'll settle your stomach.
You had gone to get an apple. Thanks.
Keep your eyes closed and don't look at the water. You'll feel better that way.
I'll be fine. I don't want to see it. Leaning against the side of the boat, TD forces her eyes open. The sun is hanging high above, the morning mist of the Delphi Canal in autumn has completely dissipated, and the last cold touch of the wind brushes against her cheeks. I know the blade of vengeance and the decapitation of the conqueror are core themes of Minoan drama, but I've seen more thought-provoking expressions as well. I will see each and every one clearly with my own eyes. I came to Athenius to...
To what?
Look there. Even though I feel like I'm gonna throw up all my internal organs, I still... This river in the city. They're so beautiful. I think I'll love this place.
I am honored to hear you say as much. We're here. I wish you a joyful and safe trip in Minos.
Dang, we actually did a tutorial first before we get the first stage. It's like a first in a while.
I like how a lot of things he didn't pull the gold character from our 2 gold balls.
They have spears. Welcome to Athenius. The city welcomes one and all, no matter where you hail from. No one loved the theater and can often be found reenacting heroic epics in the streets. Their passion may run a little hot, but you're always welcome to join in the fun. I have to join in too.
Understood.
That person is carrying a really heavy jug of water. I don't know what to do. I seem to need more SP to cast my skill too. Maybe you're too reserved? Since you're still a stranger to street theater, well, we'll try filling these flower fountains with water and immerse yourself in the fragrance. Do heels activate the waterways and reveal the fountain pools? What a splendid design. Let me try. When the water level is over half the pool's capacity, excess water will flow into adjacent pools with lower water levels. Alongside, you can also have the apprentice priests fill up the fountain pools. But they're busy enough as is, so if you wish for their help, you'll have to be smart about it. Uh-oh!
Wavering faith of yours.
Once all connected fountain pools are full, adjacent tiles will be affected by flower fragrance. And some of these tiles will be immersed in the street plays, and the status lasts for a short while even after leaving the affected tiles. What? Enemies in this immersed state will have reduced hit rate and movement speed, and some enemies will suffer extra special effects. Meanwhile, operators in immersed state will gain increased SP recovery, so be sure to enjoy Minoan perfumes and epics together.
Dang, that enemy does a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie.
What wonderful I shall witness your end.
How satisfying. Ah, is that a stone pillar? Is that stone pillar capital really flying? Oh, I can see you're fully immersed in Athenius' fragrances. Once the meter in the lower left of an operator is full, illusions will appear and only immersed operators can attack them. Don't worry, they're just mirages. River not and you shall be safe from harm. Uh-oh.
Can only be attacked by and is prioritized by merc operators. Disappears after taking a certain number of attacks. Bruh.
That's it. Don't be pleased. Come to your senses. Oh, heroes, stand together with us for the paramount power of faith. Target location reached. Hero fall.
Dang, what a lot of enemies.
I will not be gone with the wind. Mission accomplished.
Okay, they don't count as part of the enemy counter.
Look
That's
that way.
nice. They count. Are they able to leak then, or are they just distract makers? Real question. Disappears after takes turn. Does not count towards the defeated enemy's counter. Is that taking turn on attack when you attack by prioritized by merc operators. Directly spawns side of merc operators' attack range. So it's more like a distraction than anything else. Seems like. Wait, does that mean we need actual healers? Or can bards still heal? Guess we'll test that out. Everybody, actually use the one. Actually, let's go S1 on these two.
ね、わかりました。
Oh wow, you have a big nose. I've been dreaming about the gorillas again, Cassandra. And you have big horns. This is the third time you've come to Endymion Temple to ask for a dream reading, Megas. The dream of that night 7 years ago. Yes. We hid in the forest in that dark night. Zygonians surrounded the wood, hunting for us. We could not pick a sound, let alone risk a light. We had to disassemble our weapons in pitch darkness. Screws, springs, iridium components. I tied the parts of my art unit to my clothes and shoes, disguised as accessories. The fear had me so cold that I did not notice when an iridium component had cut my palm open. I thought the wet stuff was sweat. When the sun arose, we walked past the Sargonians, disguised as lumberjacks from a nearby village, a dozen in total. We dead if they saw through our disguise. They sized us up. For a moment there, I thought the game was up. In my panic, I tripped over a tree root and plunged into the mud, face first. Odin laughed and rapped on my shoulder with the hilt of his sword, disdainfully. But I was happy. I just knew we were safe. Keep dreaming about it. What do you think? You want to know if it is a divine revelation? Last year, I saw with my own eyes how the hero spoke their will through you won the Agora. You are the speaker of the heroes of Minos, the only priest in Athenius who can tell a divine revelation from a normal dream. God's will that I take up arms again, then I will, no matter how much I fear. Please sit down. Your legs are trembling and your face is pale. The heroes of Minos will not force their children back into a nightmare when they have already seen far too much of the horrors of war. You mean, I think you have misinterpreted the revelation. Wisdom and courage shine upon you and your friends in place of the twin moons who close our eyes and live at you in the morn, just as you woke up from the dream to greet the beautiful Athenian dawn. The virtues of this hero should be praised, but the pain that has lingered for 7 years has blinded you to the beautiful fruit that is ripened on the branches of fate. What is the hero's blessing upon you? A blessing? On an ordinary Minoan like me? Our gods and heroes are once ordinary Minoans. Thank you, Cassandra. I'm beginning to understand. Oh, you tiny. I've come to relieve you, Cassandra. It's already time. So many visitors to the temple today. You have so much on your plate. Not just with visitors to Endymion Temple, also acting on behalf of the head priest of Carestera's first temple in administrative duties, while the position remains vacant. There's no need to worry about me, Folia. It is my calling to interpret revelation and speak on behalf of the gods. So you should know better than I do that
The man's dream was mundane, not a divine revelation. To use more Colombian words. He may have post-traumatic stress disorder. I know. Well, why didn't you tell him? Divine revelation should be an honor for any Minoan, but there are only shame and fear in his eyes. He wants to receive guidance from the gods, but he fears that the nightmare is truly a revelation that he cannot refuse. He believes in my interpretation more than he believes in himself, then I have a responsibility to make his life a little easier, if nothing else. I'll prepare some herbal tea with a soothing effect for him, and ask a doctor to follow up. You have the afternoon off, don't you? You just stop spending it on the temple and focus on yourself. Thank you, Folia. You take so much weight off my shoulders. I'm so very sorry, Hecademos. I dozed off as soon as I reached the hotel. I didn't realize I would make you wait for a full 3 hours. Oh, there's no need to worry. Kirya Mashaya. The waiting is part of the job for Yasinomos' Grammateus. You still look weak. Are you sure you want to visit the first temple right now? You can rest a little longer. Yes, I'm sure. If anything will bring me back to full strength right now, it's Sarah's first temple. I understand the original site of the temple was where Sarah, founding hero of Minos, first received divine revelation in the mountains. The first temple that she built there became the genesis of Minos. When Sargon invaded Minos, they rebuilt the 3 great poleis as nomadic cities. Sarah's war-torn first temple remained where it was. Now, after a century, the Atenians are rebuilding this temple, giving you the opportunity to see the historical building in its original form. This is incredibly exciting. You are surprisingly well versed in Minoan history, and surprisingly honest. Unfortunately, the original plans of the first temple have been lost, and thus cannot be perfectly recreated. However, there's quite a bit of a classical tradition in the way that they're building the temple. What do you mean? To revive the Minoan spirit, we must emulate the heroes who built Athenius and build the temple of our own accord. Before the referendum took place, these words by the original proponent moved everyone's hearts, and the vote on rebuilding the temple passed almost unanimously. No engineering blueprint, no staffing, Garcea's first temple shall be built through the passion of the Minoan people, and the veneration of the heroes that flows in their veins. Wow! A living temple of Minoan with spontaneousness that has driven so much of our artistic achievement? Thank you. I hope it's completed soon. Building in the classical style? Interesting. The proponent of the rebuilding must be an ambitious hero beloved by the people. How can I describe that forte, lady? Is he talking taking so much time to think? Did you ask a question you shouldn't have? Even if I did, I'm sure Hecademos won't mind. He looks so nice after all. Maybe he's choosing his words carefully. Minoan love of poetry. Give me 3 seconds, Kirya Mashaya. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Alright! You've thought of the answer? Nope, it's now 5 o'clock and my shift is over. I'll answer your question tomorrow, when I'm back at work, and enjoy your visit. But we aren't even at the first temple yet. Let's see those scaffolds. The street is a stone's throw from the main entrance to the temple. I'm sure you can find your own way. Wait, now if you'll excuse me, I have a drinking engagement with a friend. He'll kill me if I'm late. Goodbye! Even though I was worried that the Estinomos Grammateus would just take me around to see the mundane tourist sites, leave me with nothing to talk about when we get back. We've got a way of smoothing things over for people. You know that? If you ask me, I think the deferential-looking Liberia kid just enjoyed a 3-hour break. Well, no need to complain. There's plenty of time. Let's check out the surrounding area. This is the land of heroes, after all. Maybe we'll walk out the door straight into a heroic epic. I knew it! You came looking for adventure. Rats, I came to you when I left the Grand Bazaar because I wanted to sugar mommy with money. That's interesting. Interesting, man. Little did I know you were such a troublemaker. Hey, wait for me! Oh. Got you. Keep your distance.
That's no way to treat your old preschool classmate. I remember you were much more passionate back when we participated in debate competitions at Theros Temple. Right down already, loudmouth. Looks like you know that I couldn't debate you. Don't worry, if you lose, I'll send you defeat through a megaphone and standard hexameter. Besides, you're the one who gave me that nickname, Blaring Megaphone. In return, I called you Eloquent Rock, Blaring Megaphone. So glad that two great Athenian debaters are here. We're saved. Come with me. The apple farmers are making a scene in the temple, saying that the construction workers are delaying the quarrying to ruin this year's harvest by keeping the apples from sunlight. What about Palace? The people may have chosen to build the temple of their own accord, but she was the initial proponent. Why don't you ask her to resolve your disputes? Palace has been crazy busy lately. No one's seen her since last night. Maybe someone else needed her. When people heard about it, they were all excited to emulate the heroes in the building the temple, doing as much or as little work as anyone had time for. Who could have thought that things would get so chaotic, even delaying the city has moved to sunnier times? Please, find a solution through debate, or at least find us a loser. I guess the two of us in a room naturally drives people to think of a debate. That's why I said keep your distance, keep quiet. Oh, was I supposed to know? Because you're smart doesn't mean you should skip the explanation and go straight to the conclusion. Actually, no, that's not right. I did come to debate you. Everything works out. I'm busy. Always the same excuse after all these years. How in terror did you win the debate championship in such a bland tongue? Thank you. You won't muddle your way out of this. Years you've been running before you can finish the word debate. Don't forget that there's still competition we haven't settled. Go on, what are you arguing for? The fruit farmers or the temple workers? You've known me long enough to know that I don't lie. I'm going to the new Arknights clinic to get medicine. Can you move? What? Arknights medicine? Didn't he pick up some last Wednesday? Is it getting worse? We'll find out. Hey, don't go! The fruit farmers and our guys are about to come to blows! Who's gonna solve our problem? We can't just pull some random soul off the street. Look at me, so many people here in the temple. Looks like the Athenians are really excited to rebuild it. I feel like joining in myself. Excuse me, sir. Are you looking for someone to help? Oh, that it shows in the combat. Okay. Sure. Let us be.
気をつけて。あなたたちの終幕に挽回を。
Yeah, they definitely does not like heal it with the bar healing, which is kind of to be expected.
迷っている暇はありませんわよ。お、敵発見。それでも慰めを求めますの。
Actually, I do that.
誤差ありません。任せてください。
The thing is, Uika does have like a healer at times, so like it technically does work. But it's just really, really slow. Put some cover. Overall, not bad. We do have to make a lot more use of like the water though. Enemies. Want to heal it faster. Wait, did you count as attacking it? That's actually amazing. Okay, Uka does actually is kind of fog. And where did these go? Just fire around like randomly. That's so funny. Are you moving or not? No! Are you moving or not? No! Oh, what a passionate debate. I can feel the heroic blood in their voices. Oh, but they're not actually saying anything. They're just yelling at the top of their lungs. Don't even know what they're saying. The dispute over Theseus' rat had been brewing between the fruit farmers and temple builders for ages. Embarrassing, really, to make a random tourist off the street to try to solve our dispute. Heck, even I couldn't tell half of what they're saying. Oh. You said you wanted to know what they're saying. Stop looking for trouble, TT. This random tourist off the street has an idea. Hey, don't just wander in there. Things can get rough. The crass rep in the Michelin arguing on behalf of the fruit farmers are not budging in the slightest. Their faces are red with anger. They fail to notice a pair of pointy black ears poking out from beneath the stone table. The tiny feline girl leaps out and grabs their hands with a grin, bringing them together in a handshake. Caught off guard, the two reps lose their balance and topple onto the stone table, staring at the jolly intruder. Say, who brought this girl to the temple? This is no place for children. See, you're so unreasonable, even an outlander is embarrassed. You're a disgrace to Athenius. Stop adding fuel to this fire. Listen, girl, this is no one business. We don't need some foreigner telling us how to make up. Who said anything about making up? The only way to solve our problems is to face it directly. How long do you think the peace would last, even if you made up here now? Besides, what Minos do as Minoans do. There are epics and fantastical stories of Minos are full of age and wisdom. You don't need me to tell you how to solve your problems. They say the mere mention of heresies, the greatest Minoan warrior, sent enemies fleeing in terror. But he never raised a hand against his fellow Minoans. When insulting him, he would challenge them to arm wrestling. With a contest of strength, eh? Sounds good. Spare the sore throat. I'm not done yet. There's another legend about a silent hero who was once a bold and passionate youth surrounded by flowers and adoration. As fate would have it, he learned a forbidden secret, knowledge that no one should possess, so he kept silent for 30 years. Wait, we know the legend of heresies. Who is this silent hero? Did you just make him up on the spot? Oh, it's a Minoan tale that my father used to tell me. It's rather obscure, but it's a really good parable. Anyway, I suppose that you follow in the footsteps of ancient Minoans, and so this was an arm wrestling match. But with one extra condition. You only get to talk if you win, no matter how pissed you might be. Never heard of that rule before. You pour the words, or a wheel in. Enough talk, let's do it! Alright, the inaugural first temple arm wrestling tournament is on. Ready, set, go! Well. The militiaman looked lean, but he's got skill, and he takes round one when the big guy loses focus for a second. You! Get it? Loser doesn't get to talk. The new apples can't get out with all the stone piled up the crossing. Orchards all in the mountain shadow, and the apples that haven't ripened yet won't get any sun. Well, harvest going to the dumps at this rate? 1-0. Round 2. Hey, all those muscles ain't for nothing. Looks like calling marble is good exercise. We can't move the stone until the apples are out of the way. Besides, the building of the first temple was inspired by the Minoan heroes. Who's going to take responsibility if the work's delayed? You? 1-1. Next! Apple harvesting and hauling stone. Let me see. No one's sure if I know much, but things will get less interesting when they start getting tired. Okay, why do they stop? They've realized the arm wrestling isn't about determining a victor, but giving them an opportunity to hear each other out. When you're angry, your ears stop working, and even simple things become complicated, much less long-standing disputes. You're more thoughtful than you look. How do you resolve the core problem now that you've gotten emotion out of the way? Looks like a draw. Young lady. Call me TT. It's not like we screwed the fruit farmers on purpose, TT. We've got a lot of hands in rebuilding, but the only quarry is stone when they please, where they please. I brought 15 tons of marble down the mountain by myself yesterday, and it's still far from enough. Look, we understand, but the apples don't care. Increasing quarrying efficiency while getting enough sun for the apples. Why don't we meet in the middle then? What do you mean? Just remove the peak that's blocking the sunlight. That's some middle. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It is intriguing though. Out of personal curiosity, I studied the urban planning and natural environment of Athenius on my way here.
The peak that's in the way of the sunlight is only a secondary peak, with soft soil at the top and a large marble layer underneath. It would make an efficient quarry. You mean we can get sunlight to the orchards by leveling the peak without having to change the city's route? Is that even possible? The fruit farmers must join the quarriers. Adding more hands is the quickest way to increase efficiency. We will also need to get the craftsmen scattered across the mountains together. If you can carry 15 tons of marble a day all by yourself, leveling the peak is not impossible. Building the temple is the collective decision of the citizens of Athenius. We certainly won't complain if we can solve the sunlight problem at the same time. I'll go talk to the farmers. Problem solved. Well, thanks to you, TT. I'll mention it. It looks amazing, even in its incomplete state. Now, I'm even more curious about the one running this project. Well, speaking of which, we still have a problem. What is it? The original proponent of the first temple project, Palace, went missing last night. Huh? Oh, joy was for both of us. But now eternal peace is yours alone. The breeze in the mountains of Heria and the rivers of Agnes Plain shall shine in your eyes no more. Neither shall my heart know the tranquility of night and the leisure of day again. In 7 years, Ethikos, Ethikos, hold a friend. It's all over your places the cyclamen flowers before the white grave marker. Its blooms are light and gentle, but several white petals still fall upon the ground. You're late. I'm simply passing through, on my way to a bed and pizza ranch with a view. You can find all the excuses you want. You know you can't let it go. Neither can I. Once visited the Endymion temple in your 5 years at Athenius. The first and last time you came was when you brought Ethikos' body. Bloody Chitin. I think it's Chitin, actually. I don't need the guidance of the heroes. But you continue to dream the same dream. Blame yourself for sending Ethikos across the river to the battle where he died. The river runs only in my dreams now. Since the Argonians built a dam upstream, brought the melting snow from Helios peaks to my homeland, I brought him. Gus was one of the few true friends that I had. One who was never concerned with who I am or what I can do. Family was tormented by the fires of war, and his father lived most of his life as a broken man. But he would not accept the same fate. His eyes were bright and eager when he received divine revelation. Whatever the outcome, he found a friend and a brother in you. Did he ever visit you in your dreams, telling you not to mourn him anymore? It's your place to interpret dreams, and mine to mourn and remember. Soothe my rage in my own way. The war is over. Arknights has signed a non-aggression pact with us, and this visit by the Argonian mission is a symbol of our new relationship. I know that, but you made a point to put me in my place. First, as you know, most in Athenian history elected by popular vote, empowered to handle diplomatic matters and certain public issues independent of the council and the priests. Caused you a fair share of trouble, hasn't she? The Endymion temple has not been affected yet. Some French clerics in the rows of the temples are being marginalized. Besides, Karaseira's first temple is near completion. It should be a ceremonial play organized by the priest to call the spirit of Karaseira into the temple and grant Minos her protection. Now, the play is being organized by the Asinomos' office, and the Asinomos purported to assent when I discussed this matter with her a few days ago, but she was evasive when it came to the program we choose. For her, the priests and their ceremonies are just props to promote known tourism. Your insistence on using canonized classical drama will only be seen as an act of aggression by the priesthood. I understand that reform is inevitable, but some things will not and cannot change. Atia's little power plays in the administrative side are none of my business. But I won't stand idly by if the Argonian visitors have ill intent. I'm no hero, just an ordinary infected. And I don't need the guidance of divine revelation. But I still dream. If I tell you that I dreamt of a river running red with blood, as Ethikos did 9 years ago, how would you interpret it? Xanthos! Excuse me, I have work to do at the crossing. An apprentice waiting for me. Huh. You're really too kind, Lee. Not only did you solve our dispute with the fruit of farmers, but you're also helping us look for Pappas. It's nothing. Besides, I want to meet the one who came up with the temple project face to face. This palace was last seen at the crossing? Yes. She was seen at the docks, drinking water in the direction of the distant Mountain Noi. She's helped us so many things since the rebuilding of the temple began, although she doesn't hold any position in the Temple of Athenius, and we assigned her from the Endymion Temple as the one in charge of her responsibilities that are above board. Alice was the one who took care of everything behind the scenes, from the division of labor to procurement to smoothing things over with the right people. I see. It's certainly concerning that someone so reliable would go missing all of a sudden. Oh, well, it's not the first time. I was about to ask, what does she look like? Small 40 lady. It always seems like she's half asleep. She wears a little flower in her head. A little flower? The kind with 2 leaves and petals are red. You can't see the wrinkles? Yes. How do you know? Does it look like that? Casson turns directly to Didi, pointing to see a small red flower swaying gently in the pile of apples. Yes, it does, but that's one of the apple farmer's crates, isn't it? What's the flower doing there? Wait, there's something inside. Duck! And she's asleep. As though the crate had just woken up, seeing ripe apples pouring across the docks, falling into clear waters of the Delphi Canal. Forte slides out from the bed of fruit, rubbing her eyes at the sudden influx of bright sunlight. Oh, Pallas? Guys! No need for the boat! We found Pallas! This is Pallas, the people's hero? One and reliable supervisor of the rebuilding plan? He's not quite what I imagined. Titi approaches the young woman on the ground curiously. He examines the horns for signs of a battle and determine her weapon's construction, whether it's able to support unique originating arts. He even has the urge to reach for the mysterious little flower to see if it is a boon from the Minoan arrows. But Titi senses nothing unusual except the sweet scented apples. The young woman seems to have woken up. Titi leans in to hear what she is muttering. About Noi, the western peak, Lovelit, let the sunlight, tell the farmers and workers what's missing. Yes, apple cider. Scared. Looking to solve the sunlight problem, I came to the same conclusion I did. Think about rebuilding the temple even in her sleep. Who says a hero has to be big and brawny? Could I forget that I'm in Minos, not Sargon? Flashbang! Who are you? We meet at last, Pallas. First proponent of the building of Kersaria's first temple. I'm Medjehtiqedti Nasadu Mashaya, ambassador from Sargon. My friends call me Titi.
素晴らしい作戦でしたわ。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。Only like whole things there. Do these guys do anything else? It becomes really a friend time. Wait. So if they miss because of the hit rate debuff, they just change the melee mode. That's super funny. That's also really funny that this is silenceable. Of all things. Imagine using a Lapland altar and you silence the water drug enemies and you can't fill the water things fast enough. The work isn't the farmers to calm down by having them arm wrestle as our Percy's dead. You are a clever one, Titi. But you already found the solution last night. You just fell asleep in a pile of apples due to exhaustion. Came about the apple cider, you were planning to treat the workers and the farmers and get them to work together after they got a little tipsy, weren't you? Correct. But it's being put to good use to treat an honored guest. No better medicine for body sickness, if you're still feeling it. Yamas. Yamas. Oh, so sweet. This is good. Please, tell me honestly, you know me the same idea. Was it perhaps inappropriate for me to interfere with the rebuilding of the first temple? Because you're the Sargonian ambassador? Because Sargon was. Let's answer this question, Titi. Do you think the Wakemean King's conquest of Minos was necessary? No. You really distracted the Sargonians from internal strife? The Empire needs to solve its own issues. Blaming it on innocent neighbors is a sign of incompetence. Although I probably wouldn't be so frank. Back in Sargon. Fine words. Have another drink. Yamas! I didn't think a woman so carefree and whimsical would be so pointed when discussing history. As long as your answer comes from the heart and not concerned for your own safety, I think we'll become very good friends. Priestess Palace. Is this how you dress a friend? And then, just Palace. I believe one must not forget oneself no matter where one goes. Pepe, a friend of mine back in Sargon, since my train of thought is all over the place and I have no common sense. But that's another matter entirely. Oh, looks like the Sargon Padishahs made a wise choice in picking you to lead the mission. Don't worry, the workers and farmers are very fond of you. We know a bad egg when we see one, and we don't hate all Sargonians. Besides, at a time like this, simply participating in the rebuilding of the first temple is hardly crossing any lines, as long as it helps solve problems. What do you mean? Look at the pillars, the reliefs, and decorations inside the temple. Most of the details aren't finished. The amphitheater outside, there's no slope with the audience seats, so anyone behind the third row can't see what's going on in the center. And the Crusader statue that's supposed to be in the middle of the theater, it's still being polished by its perfectionist sculptor. That's a huge hats problem. No detail way of words, it's not like we're writing poetry. Everyone knows that our progress has been way behind schedule. Have another drink. Oppa! Now, look, there's no hard and fast deadline. Things will get done eventually, even if the pursuit of perfection keeps delaying things, but a lot of people will be affected if the delays continue. The orchard harvests. Yes, arm wrestling with cider might not solve things next time. Speaking of cider, you're going through it quickly. I want another cup. Please, I do have a question though. What is it? You help the craftsmen solve their problems when they are relying on you, but you don't look concerned at all, even though you're supposed to be the project supervisor. No, I wasn't after the supervisor. Ah, say what now? The old tradition only calls for a priest, in this case Cassandra, to go ahead. There is no supervisor for the project itself. Not a job for an idle drunk like me. However, you look like a reasonable gal and you catch on quick. Another swell. What do you say? Distracted? No, nothing. You went through a whole bottle already. You sure can hold your drink. My brew's pretty strong, you know? Is something not right? You say the cider would help my bone sickness? Well, they seem to get dizzier and dizzier. Hey, booze dizziness, water dizziness, right? Drink until you pass out and everything will be fine when you wake up the next morning, including a bit of bone sickness. Wait, I'm sorry, mother, father. I've been infected with auropathy. Your line of work would never let infected take over. Now, I'm free to do what I want, right? I can't stay at home any longer. I'll move out as soon as I can. Don't worry about me. I will take care of myself now. And I don't need to trouble my family for anything. But if it's alright, could you leave my flower garden where it is? If they're just plants, or they won't taint them. Please, let me say goodbye. It's been a long time It's been a long time since I came back to Athenius, but I've read the way. The public garden west of the Agora, I should be in that place. There's Cassandra. You'd think a member of the Athenian Council would meet privately with the Rose Islander, not public place. It looks like you've been away for so long that you've forgotten how things work here. Lydia, it was you who wanted to see me? I heard you're the Astronomos of Athenius now. I'd want to catch up with you sometime, but setting up the Rhodes Island branch office took so much time. I know, you've done a lot of things for the infected in the 2 months that you've been back in Athenius. You could hardly have found the time to come home. I don't plan on going home, Lydia. Don't worry, you wouldn't run to those vain relatives, even if you went back to the estate. What is it? 2 years ago, the Yathopoulou family declared bankruptcy and quit the herb business. Remaining family members have since moved out of Athenius. I see. Looks like you really don't care anymore. There isn't much worth remembering about this place, other than my garden. Your mother used to bring you to play with me in the garden. You came to our house after she passed away. I taught you about puns and the fragrances, the usual interest, but you planted the blue boronias with me together, like the ones here. You've really forgotten. Wait, don't tell me. This public garden? This is the flower bed where you studied and planted medicinal herbs. Your parents sold the land to the Athenian government to pay off their debts. Soon after I became Messinomus. You think they would protect it? Honor the request of as the daughter they exiled? Ain't Lydia? Love you. Visiting the infected, contacting the healing priests, and even reaching out to Cassandra to make sure that the Federation of the traditional terrorism by the infected would not get in the way of the treatment. Handling procedure used to be your great weakness. Now you've learned to circumvent the parts of state administration with power structures yet unclear and go over the head of the new Astynomos. I see. Come to reminisce about old times. You want to prevent me from talking to the priests, to take the authority to establish and maintain the infected medical system from the Athenian Council and give it to the Astynomos. You picked up on that fast. Wouldn't be the first time Rhodes Island has dealt with a power-hungry official. What Rhodes Island does in an unofficial capacity is none of my business. Be it making business or distributing medicine, you're already doing it without communication with the Astynomos. But you know that changes are coming to Minos. Be it the rebuilding of the First Temple, the visit of the Sargonian mission, or the establishment of a neuropathy treatment system. Legend of the Minoan heroes are in our blood, but the same traditions also brought about convoluted governance, innovative systems, and backward thinking. You know that better than anyone else. I want to say... burp. I want to say you can do whatever you want as long as our neuropathy treatment system is established. And my parents get what they need. But you're the only one in the family I still care about. You're my sister, and I don't want to put you to put yourself in danger. Looks like our dear ambassador actually did go strolling off to visit the temple construction site. Well, as well, I suppose she'll be a fine distraction while I dig into this Astynomos' background. Is the ceremony really delayed, or is she intentionally stalling? He shows us any disrespect. Make the preparations. We're going to the Astynomos' office. Oh. Hi. What? Who's this girl? Guards! Beg your pardon, Yalek-sensei. This is my traveling companion. We hail from Coronia and Lacedaemon, invited to attend the ceremony as guests. He is passionate about Sargonian culture and insisted on catching a glimpse of the ambassador upon hearing that the mission was lodging here. I couldn't stop her. The ambassador? You have sharp eyes. You were invited to attend, though? I haven't heard anything from the Astynomos. I understand the venue of exchange ceremony is not confirmed. I shouldn't have babbled then. Perhaps Lydia intended to be surprised. I am Periandros, priest of Coronia. I learned out the diplomatic mission to Athenia 6 months ago. 6 months? Long ago? Yes, the climate of Sargon is very different from that of Minos. Lydia asked me to procure Sargonian-made goods from Coronia in order to make you and the rest of the delegation feel at home. I hope you are enjoying your accommodations. Ah, so this is your handiwork. Lydia has devoted tremendous time and effort to ensuring the ceremony's success. Unfortunately, some of the fabric meant for the costumes at the play have yet to make their way to Herea Sandra, resulting in a significant delay. Did she mention anything? The Astynomos did mention that plays are part of every important occasion. But who is this Herea Cassandra? Well, this matter was entirely managed by the Astynomos' office. It all makes sense now. I almost misunderstood what she meant. No wonder she left specific instructions not to use additional fabric for classical plays. I'm so grateful for the heads up. The cotton used for this event is a hybrid of Sargonian and Minoan species. They make up a smooth and strong cloth that signifies a lasting peace between our two nations. Why Lydia insisted on waiting. I see. Oh, this is the reason she delayed the ceremony. Maid? I'm so sorry about that. I really apologize for the trouble. I hope you will not take Lydia's best intention the wrong way. Very well. It would be impolite to rush her. If she is taking the ceremony so seriously, thank you for bringing this to my attention. You're too kind. Please make yourselves at home for a few days while preparations for the ceremony continue. We really want her as a character. Don't look at me like that. I came with you when you made 3 rounds of the food stalls in the morning. And they should come with me here. Much of what you said was actually true.
The Sarkonian delegation has entered the city, and Nasina almost invited us to attend the ceremony, but she didn't tell us anything about her arrangements. Choice do I have but to figure this out on my own? Yes, saw his concerns for her, didn't I? The merchants of Corenia would not be famous throughout Terra if profit were the only thing on their minds. No, it's not polite to say that out loud. Destined to end. Me too.
気をつけて。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。私たちの勝利に。それでも慰めを求
Yeah, they're
め
never gonna
ま
get
す
close to that. I think because Saiko-chan is funny. The what? The what now? Cannot be blocked. Movement speed gradually increases. Movement speed gradually decreases instead when erased. The what now?
手伝うね。歌うね。
誤差ありません。失礼します。
こっちこっち。
Man, they start running out. Jesus. Guess there is like a pulley kid that's like making it slightly better off there.
手伝うね。手伝うね。今助けるね。
Simple enough as
た
it
や
is.
すいことです。
失敗。
Connection. Wow, they really do slow down. Jeez.
手伝うね。訓練通りにやるだけ。
Say no issues with the respiratory tract or vocal cords. The crystals in the lung have not spread. Meaning that when you came to Rhode Island office a few days ago and started blaming our medics, it wasn't because your condition prevented you from speaking. Looks like I didn't have to come personally. You've done a lot for the infected of Athenius. Rhode Island's medicine is far more effective than what we had before. We appreciate what you've done. I won't take up any more of your time. A checkup alone isn't enough. We know policies are relatively lenient when it comes to the infected, with the exception of certain occupations like the priesthood. The everyday lives of the infected are usually not significantly affected. Many people still believe that orpathy saps them in her spirit, though. Quite many patients are indifferent about treatment, even trying to hide their conditions. How many fingers am I holding up? 4. Thank you for the concern, Medjehtiqedti. But my condition is mild. The illness has not affected my vision. Sorry, we should do a different voice for that one. Thank you for the concern, Medjehtiqedti. My condition is mild. The illness has not affected my vision. There you go. And why did you visit the Rhode Island office 4 times in the past few weeks? Well, you're no great liar. Besides, I saw a Rhode Island monitoring base on Santos, your mentor. Have you been obtaining medicine on his behalf? Yes. He forgets his appointments because he has so many things on his plate. It's only reasonable that I should pick up his medicine for him. Yeah, but you did not register his name with the office, which means there are no records of him having contacted Arknights. He saved my life, helped me the Lord of the Water in the art of combat. He's been a good mentor to me. I didn't want people to know. To know that he couldn't be a hero. Letting the Arknights clinic may color how others view you in Santos, but it will not change the path that you chose for yourselves. I'm not Cassandra, and soothing the heart is my thing, but I know that both of you need proper treatment. I'll move the two of you up in priority list and follow up closely on your conditions. You can prepare yourselves for a lot of begging. You're more tenacious than you look. I wouldn't have to be if I could buy your cooperation for a few grains of corn like the foul piece pertaining your bow. Sorry. Where is Xanthos anyway? The reason our points were indeed his, then he suffered significant fluctuations in internal ruthenium levels during this time. He needs rest, as I said. I told him, but... Don't tell me you went to the crossing again.
I'm busy preparing boats for the fruit farmers and craftsmen. Make it quick, Hecademos.
Oh, why isn't Lycaon around help? I never thought he would let you out of his sight.
Took a day off. Home visit by a Rhodes Island doctor.
Oh, is it? Has he picked up at work? Is he so sick he can't even walk?
If you came to communicate the Asina with a suggestion, you were all wasting your time. Tell her I'll deal with the problem of the crossing. There's no need for her to worry.
Actually, she sent me to inform me that the problem has been resolved.
Solved? Alice acted quickly this time.
No, it wasn't her who came up with the solution.
Who was it then? Cassandra calm the people down, or the Yasin almost pull another one of her little tricks?
Neither. It was the Sargonian ambassador who resolved the dispute between the craftsmen and the fruit farmers. A small feline with dark skin and black ears.
A black-eared feline. That Colombian I ferried at the secondary crossing that one. He was the Sargonian ambassador.
Ancient Minoans saw the beauty of marble and sculpted legends and epics with hammers and chisels. In the Carasperia, walked through the Warden Plague, wearing out 30 pairs of shoes before she arrived from Mountain Moon Garden. Were you carrying 30 pairs of shoes? We do not know. At the sight of the first temple, she saw a boulder split and received a revelation from the gods. Her gentle and wise visage reflected the Athenian morning sun. She protected the refugees who followed her and drove the outlanders out with her sword. In her heart sings slowly the tales of the heroes. You're familiar with the Carasperia? I love it. I've read it so many times I could practically recite it from memory. Carasperia gave me my first impression of the heroes of Minos. A hero must be a paragon of justice and kindness. A hero must face fate bravely when it comes and carry their own burden. You're exaggerating when you said you could recite it. But reading words printed on my page doesn't compare to the experience of standing in front of Caraspeira's statue. Even if the sculptor exaggerated Caraspeira's miracles, even if those were not her original arts, perhaps it's this artistic license that makes it feel so alive. I can easily picture it standing on this fertile soil a century or 10 later. Are you perhaps thinking you'd be willing to wait a decade or more for Caraspeira's first temple to be completed to the standard of this statue? Not quite. I want to see as much as I can before the exchange is done and I have to leave Minos. So, Caraspeira's statue is complete and the amphitheater has proper steps now? I think in large part to your suggestion. Fruit farmers have been working even harder than the craftsmen in the quarries in order to get the sunlight to the orchards as soon as possible. The element for the temple is being used in the amphitheater first. I read about it in the books, but the Minoan love theater is really something. Heroes come from the people, and the people aspire to become heroes, even if only in drama. Have you identified the inspiration for this statue? Yes, here in the Outlander, Chapter 11 of the Carasperia was adapted into a famous classical drama that is often used in temple ceremonies honoring the heroes. But I've visited a few theaters in my time here, and I haven't seen it on the program anywhere. Are plays meant for religious ceremonies banned in normal theaters? No, Carasperia in the Outlander is part of the standard classical repertoire. It has not been staged for a century, however, even in the temples. A century? Really? Yes, it was banned during the Sargonian occupation. The play setting dates back to before the establishment of Minos as a nation, and Outlanders refer to those not of the ancient Agamemnon kingdom in general. When the Sargonian Padishahs banned the play, the Outlander executed by Carasperia took on a certain meaning. The ban is no more, but to play the Outlander in the play means playing a Sargonian, and no Athenian would be willing to do that. What a shame. Perhaps the Minoans' plays are more than just entertainment and art. Be it the banning of performances or the banning of the theaters, their heroism intent in the history and legend depicted by the plays is not so easily forgotten. Even if no one performs it, and the music accompanying the play can no longer be heard in the streets, any Athenian can still recite its most famous scenes. That's enough. Oh. What is it? The first temple was destroyed by a war, Carasperia and the Outlander was banned. There's no denying that Sargon has brought great pain to Minos. Padishah's order to return the Minoan relic is not so much compensation as political posturing. The role as a Sargonian ambassador is just to escort the relic to its destination.
I'm not from an influential family, nor do I have a distinguished career. There isn't much I can do. But I'm still the curator of the Vaja Vandabad Museum. Knowledge will not betray me. I feel like I'm bringing as an associate with Casteria, and has great significance between us. It should not be a mere political bargaining chip. He looks up the statue of Casteria with her harp, beautiful and awe-inspiring. She seems to hear the harp sing a song that only the heroes are meant to hear, and sees the familiar stories and legends flash before her eyes. The amphitheater is barely finished, the scaffolds and harps have yet to be taken away. In them, however, TT feels something special. Something that belongs only to Minos, written in epics, carved into marble by the stonemason, something that was endured and still stands tall, even after a century of oppression. I want to hold the exchange ceremony here. Really? That's an interesting idea, but no matters concerning Cassandria's first temple must be discussed with the temple priests. Cassandra, what brings you today? Forgive me for interrupting. There is something that I must discuss with Palace in private, Your Excellency.
ドクターの指揮、素晴らしかったですね。
Me three. The sequel to Me Too. Top and bottom. The middle lane is probably good. There's probably gonna be runners trying to circle the middle lane for speed. We're gonna need a lot of healing. What we're getting. Alas, all of our healing is kind of loaded onto a single bard that can't even heal it, like, efficiently. The first time you've shown since that young acolyte of yours collided last week. It's not easy imagining ending one temple and building the first temple at the same time. Fully is just worried that I'm overworked. He knows we've been friends since our preschool days. And all the harder to accept that I brought you trouble as soon as I got back, I guess. Else, I knew we were both in trouble when you showed up at a demon temple to have your dream interpreted as an ordinary node instead of using the priest's passage 6 months ago. In most cases, divine revelation can be classified into certain common categories, whether it came from the form of the dream or a sudden vision. You know, we learn it by heart at school, but ordinary priests without special talents could guide those who receive revelations. But the vision that you brought was not found in any classical tale. I had no doubt that it was a powerful revelation, which made me very uneasy. Right, we'll find a way. Of course, the priest said, you might have been able to find help. I didn't hide my condition, continue to be the legendary goddess of victory on the border. I want to complicate things, even if another has taken up the title. Besides, the heroes came a long way to call me back. I had to be honest with myself. It looks like Rhodes Island has treated you well. Of course, did I ever tell you that I founded a Minoan League on Rhodes Island? Why are there so many Minoans left home with treatment? Well, there are plenty. Although Arato and Vulcan are the only true Minoans in the League, the others are in it because they have a spiritual fascination with our country. I'll introduce them when we have the chance. They're all full of heroic spirit with a great passion for poetry, art, and brewing. We founded a drinking league. That's one way to put it. It's not quite the same as having you around, though. You may not hold your drink particularly well, but no one in our here brewed better than me. I remember how you tied up your sleeves and pounded the grapes like a seasoned winemaker at the Intercollegiate Conference. It looked amazing. I see you have a craving. Tap into the formula I gave you. I lost it when I went to Arknights. I finally escaped my torment when my Sarkaz bodyguard gave me the recipe for the sacred brew of Kazda. I never worried you would have trouble making friends. First the Sarkaz bodyguard, now the Sargonian ambassador. You heard about the fruit farmers and the craftsmen? Chidi can be trusted. I don't doubt Kiria Mashaya's cleverness or friendly outlook towards our country, but her position remains sensitive. If I didn't stop you, or would you have put her in charge of the play that we already discussed, in addition to the venue of the exchange ceremony? Is it that you trust her too much, or... You're frowning again, Cassandra. I just let myself get a little lazy, having been away from the priesthood for so long. You would never have become a legend in the Borderlands if you were the type to shirk responsibility. I don't mind you taking charge of the building project on your behalf. I just think it's a shame. You're better dealing with people and the craftsmen trust you. I thought you had made the proposal to the people so they would return to the heroic tradition and remember the heroic spirit. I did. And that's exactly why it doesn't matter who's in charge. People venerate the heroes, but they've gradually forgotten that Minoan prosperity was not only built by a few heroes. The heroes came from the people, from all walks of life. You could always read my mind. I know what you're trying to say. With the rebuilding of the temple entering its final stage, it's more important than ever to have a supervisor. I think we'll have one soon. What is it? I saw that you're headed to the Temple Square. What do you think of this Asinomos, who has quietly been at odds with us from the beginning and has tried to take the play out of the priest's hands and is going there for? And at last, Your Excellency Ambassador Mashaya. And who might you be? I'm the Asinomos of Athenius, called Lydia. I'm overseeing this relic exchange between our two nations. Oh, I'm so sorry, Asinomos. I should have visited you first thing when I got to Athenius. I didn't think. You came to Athenius by the ancient route, following Caraceria's footsteps, didn't you? There's no need to apologize to no one for your love of our epics and culture. If anything, I should be thanking you for resolving the dispute between the fruit farmers and craftsmen. Rebuilding of the first temple could not have proceeded so smoothly without you. I simply did my part. I believe you're in Benui. I take it the venue and the details of the exchange ceremony have not been confirmed. Correct. Rather than do it behind closed doors in a private room, what do you think of holding the ceremony beneath the statue of Caracera, to be witnessed by her and all of Athenius? To hold the exchange ceremony at the first temple square? Yes. You are aware that I brought the most precious treasure of the Vajanbanabad Museum to be exchanged for the techno data that the Sargonis have behind in the construction of the three poleis. It's the treasure from Vandavad, like there. That's what catches us every time. It's a part of my heroic Minoan stories. It's linked to Caraceria herself. There could be a statue in the square was an odd and inspiring experience. A brave visage and the relic that I carry complement each other. I understand the exchange ceremony is supposed to begin with a classical play, in accordance with the Minoan tradition. What better place to do it than the first temple is being an amphitheater? Would that be a problem? Oh, Cassandra from Endymion Temple reminded me, and use of the first temple should be discussed with her. Cassandra. Estate Nomus's office's responsibility laid the burden on the busy priest by handling trivial matters. I'll communicate with her. I was concerned about the lack of proper supervision in the rebuilding process because of the emulation of ancient methods, which has resulted in significant delays. I thought it might not be the most dignified of venues. I don't mind. However, all our problems could be solved if you are officially made the supervisor of the rebuilding project. Say what now? The rebuilding of the temple is entering its final stages. We've reached the point where decisiveness and efficiency are more important than careful planning. I'm sure you already have a fair idea of what's going on, having befriended the craftsmen and solved the issues. Besides, I understand that you received an audience education in musology in Columbia, including studies in architecture. Putting the finishing touches in the temple and readying for opening shouldn't be too much difficulty. I mean, it's true that I designed to supervise the expansion of my museum, but it's not nearly as big as the temple. Besides, is it really appropriate for a Sargonian ambassador to supervise the rebuilding of the first temple? Your request that the exchange ceremony take place in the first temple is ample proof of your understanding of the relic and Minoan culture. I'm in full support of your proposal, and I'm sure the ever-considered Cassandra won't object. But I didn't expect the ambassador to be such a polite and unwilling lady. Oriandros. From Corinia, Helena Trade Merchants, Your Excellency Ambassador Mashaya of Zargon. I'm here as Corinia's representative of the exchange ceremony at the Asinomos' request. I happened to overhear your conversation and couldn't help but stop to listen. May I ask a question? Would you participate in the rebuilding of the first temple if your status were not a concern? Of course! It would be a great honor to participate in the restoration of such a wonderful example of Minoan architecture, not to mention the knowledge that could be gained. I'd be delighted just to hew one piece of marble for it. In that case, why trouble yourself unnecessarily? Trouble myself? What? I have a little suggestion that might solve our present problem. Yet, the two of you are in full agreement, but for this little issue of Ambassador Mashaya's status. It's a sensitive issue, and Ambassador Mashaya's concerns are certainly well-founded. On the other hand, the Asinomos here is seeking a capable supervisor who has the support of the people in order to keep the temple project on track. What better way to resolve this than Minos' most ancient process? You mean a vote? A referendum held on the first temple square. Let the citizens of Athenius are participating in the rebuilding decide whether to accept Ambassador Mashaya's supervision or not. Combat? No combat. Oh, okay. Grumble, grumble. Jeez, really the Sargonian ambassador. Travesty! The theater of Caracea's first temple was not built to host a diplomatic farce.
Sargonian said she brought a relic in exchange for technical data from the 3 Poleus. I knew that cargo didn't feel like movie figurines. Shape, the weight, and its relevance to Curastera. Could be the goal! It's useful and Minoan treasure to buy Minoan trust! But not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, now combat.
What's
a good spot?
来るよ、敵。あなたたちの終幕に挽回を。時間は待ってくれませんわ。それでも慰めを求めますの？
位置につきました。
ドクター、今助けるね。
And then we put
任せてください。
here.
任せて。
Oh, we have flyers. Crushing statue area lands when passing over a fountain, absorbing water and preventing it from being healed. Oh!
たやすいことです。
Hey, stop that. No water for you.
手伝うね。焦っちゃダメだよ。
Really wish the water would I really wish that these guys would be
任せてくだ
a
さい。
bit further away. Like, maybe this one closer. Oh, that's fine. Change it up. Not really anything.
ドクター、すぐにドクター、ドクター、サキちゃんもみんなも私が守るから。やってみる。人形はかりそめの命を宿す。ドクター、今助けるね。
It is a pretty good way to, like, generate fever though. Not
失礼します。
gonna lie. Oh, there's lots of enemies.
ドクターと私、きっと今同じ作戦を描いています。
Is it cheesy to use a offensive recovery and to, like, avoid the SP recovery limits? Who knows? Also, you're a very cute looking NPC. The great Casaria, gentle and brave, not even the night can hide your splendor. You brought us a wise duo to solve our troubles and help us rebuild your temple. The insects sing the song of your harp, your laurels woven into the shape of victory in the moonlight. Oh, sorry, it's not the moonlight that shines upon you, but the spotlight that we installed last week. Don't drink too much. Worried about remember? You don't want to hurt your hand grieving your ostracon. Of course I remember. I'm beautiful for TT. I always fell when I was working on the statues by myself in the temple. Would be drinking here right now if TT didn't save me for their arts. You don't believe me? Let me show you. I jumped at the statues, dashed the trails on the floor, and then... Oh! It's alright, weapons fire the shadows swords. Drinking for take girl, helping her save yourself. Actually, the lookout's probably, TT again. Look out! Let it go once they start saying that she's unharmed, straightening her hair while patting her horns in her pouch. See? Those ribbons saved my ass, just like that. Oh, TT, what are you doing here? Let's get a drink. A palace told me about a girl in the moving crew who is small but strong. She loves drinking and has a tendency to stumble. But I didn't expect to see you stumble a dozen times in just 3 days, can't ya? Thanks, TT. She doesn't hold her drink any better than the average Minoan, which is to say she's supposed to drink in moderation, but she has a drunken soul. You swing, TT. Why are you like that nervous? Not in your face, but we've all figured out that your tail doesn't lie. Who's the guy near the scaffolds wearing a leaf-shaped ring on his great tail? Ah, sir, him from the pink girl. He's only motivated when working with big, muscular dudes. Nobody believes him when he says he's just lazy. Boy, with the Lafayette hosting in the corner, not talking to anyone. Left area, from the sculpting crew. He always stays out of the sun. I've only talked to her a few times, but I know she's obsessive about her work. That's more than most of us know about her. Most of the craftsmen barely know she exists. We know about the others, TT, but to me, you're one of us. Thanks, Manos. Shouldn't you be comforting your friend? Looks nervous. Accompanying people to your job, Cassandra of Endymion Temple. But What TT needs now is not the reassurance of a friend, but the support of the Minoans participating in the temple project. Lady Mashaya has been reciting her speech silently before those two craftsmen struck up in conversation with her. She subconsciously clutches her tail whenever she trips over a word. Twice she accidentally grabbed her little pen instead, much to its annoyance. You've been observing her carefully. I think you like her. This alone is not enough to prove that she is worthy of trust. I just didn't want to surrender my own judgment to prejudice. It didn't take you long to decide that she was the best choice to supervise the project, and I trust your judgment. Tonight, there'll be no shadow of confusion in those reflected in Karasaria's eyes. When has made the decisions, they do not need the words of the heroes to guide their way. I have some personal matters to attend to. Excuse me? Going? Yes, you almost might take the absence of the supervising priest from the voting as a form of protest. Oh, my Ostracon is already in the box. Besides, the lady has no need for such blatant excuses. If she wants to pick a bone with the priesthood. If the exchange ceremony takes place at the first temple, then the ceremonial play to honor the heroes. But Lydia again, at least get her to defer to the priest when it comes to choosing the play. But that's all for another day. Let's hope tonight's vote goes smoothly. Oh. Based on my experiences these past few days, when we solved the issue of the stone, I believe the structure is essentially complete and ready to welcome visitors. We'll be ready to open in a few days once we put on the finishing touches and complete the inspections according to plan. There shouldn't be too much work to do to set up the exchange ceremony on the square. We just need to clear some room for the ceremony itself and have a separate area for logistics. If you need to change anything with the rest of the building, it'll be ready to open once construction is complete. I will create an actionable proposal based on my knowledge and experience overseeing construction projects. Elected, we will work together to complete the wonder that is Karasaria's first temple. Oh, such a lovely sight. It seems as Kitty and Mashaya has made a lot of friends in a short time. It would undoubtedly be a massive boon to the friendship between our two countries, not to mention the temple project, if she's elected. What do you want? I'm not sure what you mean. You do attend the ceremony with your invitation. A son of a Corinius merchant just happened to pass by, and I'm talking to the Sargonian ambassador, and casually drops a solution to the problem at hand that leads to tonight's vote. Or was this all Karasaria's will? No, why not? Legend dictates that many Minoan who has received the hero's blessing must visit a temple the following day to declare it before a priest. But you will not seek Yara Cassandra no matter what, no matter how close the Astronomos' office is to anything beyond the temple. Will you? Will you? Pressing the line, Hieras Periadanos. You know as well as I do that the election of Kiria Mashaya will be more than just a feathered in diplomat's cap. Your foremost concern will be Minos itself, as it is for me. Take your demands. You can spend all the words you want, but I will not assent before seeing the terms and conditions of the deal. Have patience, honored Astronomos. Reputation is the most important thing in business, and I will bring my business to you personally once the dust is settled. Not that time yet. In accordance with the tradition, please etch yay or nay onto the Ostracon you are holding. Then place it into the box face down. You'll tally the results once everyone has cast their Ostraka. Ostraka sounds better actually. If more than half the votes are in favor, TT, Kiria Mashaya will help you named supervisor of the temple project until the exchange ceremony is completed. Begin. Crowd walks up one by one to place her Ostraka. There is some distance between the box and the center of the square, where TT is standing, but she can see the smiling faces of the friends she has made these past few days. Not that TT has their gaze in it. You cannot see the words in their Ostraka, but she knows what vote they cast. Who would have thought that she would be in charge of the construction of the Minoan temple? It would have been a tremendous honor, even in Padishah Mahla's time. How should she repay the kindness the Athenians have shown her? Huh. What a joke. A voice interrupts TT's thoughts and causes the square to fall silent. Is this the year 1100? I thought maybe we were at the turn of the millennium and the Sargonians had come back to rule us. The war is over, Megas. For you, maybe. For me, the hated Sargonians continue to hound me in my darkest dreams. I wish I were as forgetful as you. Our heroes tell me in my dreams that I must not forget.
Did a priest interpret that for you?
No. But these recurring dreams are the heroes' voice. I alone know their will. I'll never smile and work alongside a Sargonian. I'll not stand for it, no matter what good things you may say the Sargonian has done.
Titi watches the Minoan pass in front of her without so much as casting a glance her way. He tosses his Ostracon. His Ostracon as he passes by the box. Sidewall and falls into the ground, rolling a few times before settling face up. The Ostracon is blank. The Ostracon is blank. She realizes his hatred of Sargonians is such that he would not dignify his vote by participating. Yeah, but that's how votes usually end with a thing that... You know, you gotta vote. If you have the ability to vote, you should vote, you know? That's a thing that you should do. Her cheeks burn as though she has been slapped in the face, but she trembles as she feels a chill run up her spine. Everything seems to go distant. It is as though there's a thick screen separating her and the others, and all the sounds around her. In her daze, she seems to perceive Pala stepping up, and the craftsman casting concerned glances at her. He wants to say that she is fine, she is alright, that she is preferred for such treatment, as not avoid peace sent by the erstwhile invaders and oppressors. Besides, it's not as though the Minoan has done anything to her. He simply said he did not want to work with her. This is fine. No one can be loved by everyone, after all. She wants a smile, that famous bright, carefree smile of Medjehtiqedti, Nasutu Shires, just charms many visitors to a museum. But she cannot find the words or her smile. The words of the Minoan who tossed the Ostracon go in her mind. It recalls the Freeman who questioned her the day she arrived in Tenius. The time he spent with the temple craftsman meant something. They still trust her. But the countless Minoan strangers out there, she's not Titi, the greatest lover of Minoan legend. He's a Sargonian. A bit of racism, you know? Everyone's gone. Lights are out. How long are you planning to keep yourself curled up here? Before I go, the craftsman worried sick about you. What are you gonna do? Tell them to go on holiday while you fix the temple overnight with your hands and ribbons? Make things square, will it? I've been circling your feet and winking at you for ages. Never occurred to you until you looked down. Never noticed that something wasn't quite right. Noticed that a whole deputy excusing yourself from the wedding ceremony and distancing yourself from the whole thing. Sorry himself. He knows the words ulterior motives written all over that Asinomos. No, you couldn't resist jumping to the grave that's been dug just for you. Look where it's gotten you. Oh, really? You're crying over that? I can't even tell you how many times I've seen it in the City of Gold, where licking boots and stepping on faces is as much as part of the everyday life as eating and shitting. Besides, I doubt you're crying for the people who used you. I told you when you got the Padishah's assignment that this wasn't going to be a pleasant vacation. The scars in history that run deep, the Minoans who are still recovering from that pain, your position as the ambassador of Sargon, also have to remind you that it is not just an exchange of relics that you have to deal with. The proud creature tries to clutch a glimpse of the young feline's face, in a rare show of concern, but her head is bowed too low for it to see. He sighs and pokes Titi's head with its head, cuddling on her and gestures for her to pet it. Or you make one happy. In your words. I give you special permission to choke my tail, fluff the hair on my back, or wipe your tears on either. Actually, I take back the last one. I hate getting wet. Why did I even pick a trouble-making little thing like you? Now I'm on consolation duty. Yeah, I'm so fragile. You wouldn't have picked me when you left the Grand Bazaar, would you? Just this one time to lift your mood. Don't you dare get carried away. Thanks, Mio. Feeling better? Yes, some people voted for me. They trust me and have hopes for me. And has called me one of them. Well, don't always get along, even the same family. I'm in a country that was deeply hurt by Sargon in the past. Not a hero of legend, I can't miraculously solve everything with a song, a poem, or a speech. What I can do is to get Cursera's first temple completed as soon as possible, and return to Monoans to Cursera, the things that belong to Minas. Really shines upon Cursera's complexion. Wearing a laurel wreath with her hand on her heart, she gazes at the infinite distance. She descends into the marble statue, breathing the same silent moonlight as Cursera. She closes her eyes and makes a wish.
素晴らしい作戦でしたわ。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
E4. It is another one. These stages are very often there's a one blue box so far. And so Karasera, sing of epics, the gentlest hero of Agamemnon, hung their harp upon the branches of the laurel tree. Body made from the tallest fir that top Mount Himnoi, its strings made from the bravest burden beast that roam the Agnes plains. And it played, all things in the land of heroes sang together, riding upon the winds in freedom. No wonder you came up with the idea of holding the exchange ceremony on the temple square when you saw the complete statue of Karasera. You bought Karasera's true harp, the one that used to be displayed in the first temple of old Athenius. Yes, legend has it that Karasera was inspired to carve a massive harp from mountain rocks and firs after hearing the mountains tell their stories beneath Mount Himnoi. It's a blessed harp that only sang on important occasions, but when played by a great hero like Karasera, offering a song that touches the people's hearts. The first temple was destroyed when the Star Guardians invaded old Athenius. Grieving the tragedy, the harp sang no more, and afterwards went missing, until Medjehtiqedti found it in his collection. I don't know how it ended up in Sargon. Perhaps the Sargonian soldier looted it from old Athenius and sold it to the Padishah's ancestor. Don't think anyone alive. Athenius has ever seen the original harp. The only people who would know anything about the harp are a few priests well versed with ancient texts, or vendors like Cassandra who directly communicate with the heroes. Does it still make a sound? Yes. From infecting the strings. A little aged, but still in plain condition. I see. Perhaps the sounds of the harp was simply a metaphor, as is often the case in Minoan stories. Where are the firemen? Pay these outrageous rents by the canal and get fresh fins. All good to hear, Keeper. Finally! No delays, we won't be ready for the diplomatic delegation. Should I have not good for you? Hey, why is the boat docked so far today? People will be falling into the water trying to unload stuff. Bring the boat closer, please. As close to the kitchen as you can. Okay. Thank you. You're the one delivering today, by the way. It's usually Xanthos who does it. I apologize. Master Xanthos had business. Well, it's no problem. Long as the food gets here and the kitchen can get to work. You've been with Xanthos for a few years, haven't you? You said there's reasons for planning it this way, and not concerned at all. Sorry, Palace. You're in the temple has their hands full today. I simply can't free up anyone from the moving crew. I wanted the harp to the first temple ahead of time to see how it fits Karasera's statue. I should have had someone big and strong to help with carrying the harp, though. It's just two of us. Sarah was not particularly tall according to historical records. It was a particular note of the contrast when she stood next to her harp. Maybe I could even do it myself. It's heavy. This box full of lead or something. Well, we enter Athenius by the ancient route, which is pretty rough. We couldn't risk any damage to the relic. The museum staff prepared packaging that's fireproof, waterproof, shockproof, and impact-proof, which unfortunately added a ton of weight to it. On the other hand, it wouldn't get a scratch on it, even if an earthquake suddenly took a whole house down onto it. I can see it took great care of your museum and collection. I went to Columbia to study museology, and because I was curious about everything, and ended up working in a museum when I went back to Sargon. My father died young, and my father is a far cry from his past glory. My family is a far cry from his past glory. Honestly, I'm not sure why the Padishah picked me to lead the diplomatic mission. But it's my job now, and I want to do it right. Did I ever tell you that you... What's happened? You okay, TT? Don't worry, the harp's unharmed. I was asking about you! Well, speaking of earthquakes, it's a good thing the relic is well protected. What's all the commotion downstairs? It looks like a boat rammed straight into the hotel kitchen. It's over. It's all over. What kind of vermin are you? We'll say some 5 meters away on a windy day like this. You know your boat will go even faster than Hermes the messenger. Lock to the boat as close to the kitchen as possible. I mean, inside the kitchen. Make way, make way. Police officers are already dispersing onlookers. Don't go down like this. I need to see what happened. A little Achaeon. You'll uphold justice, won't you, Grammateus? I just wanted the boat bringing the gears to be close to the kitchen, but this kid rammed it right into the place. I'm sorry, I don't know how to operate a boat. What do you think you're fooling? You've been studying with Xanthos at the crossing every day for years. Theoretical knowledge does not equal practical skill. Why you? Enough! I can decide this man never passed a single chariot racing test back in preschool. Doesn't explain how you didn't see this huge stop sign, does it? The boat ran right through the fence. Let's see. His oripathy spread to his perceptual system. Where did Elena a home visit the other day? Jan, why do you look like you think I'm going to die soon? Oh, no. Don't say that, even if it's true. Give me Grammateus, I know the refuse to be classmates, but you're an official, and my kitchen has suffered significant damage. Here, it says waivers? I'll pay for the damage, take what you need. Who's telling you to pay for me? If you're doing a proper job that you left preschool, I know Xanthos takes care of your room and board, but I doubt you have much money saved. Don't worry about it, I'll spend your money on treatment. Don't forget you still owe me a debate. Fine, really. I cough. Make an attack? Doctor! I need a doctor over here. It's just the smoke you had hit. Go get someone to fight the fire. Go, Mateus! The fire is getting stronger. Looks like the boat hit the kitchen stove. What's with all the smoke? I need to get out. Get away from the smoke. But the harp. The harp's well protected. The office is already organizing people to fight the fire, which should be under control soon. Besides, as they're too narrow, the harp would get in the way of other people evacuating. Besides... Are you alright, Palace? You're right. We need to leave. If we come back when the smoke's gone. Let's go. Yeah, you know someone's gonna take the harp. A fire? Oh no! My luggage is still in my room. Don't worry, the fire's in the first floor kitchen and it's not going to spread to the students upstairs. Just wait for them to put out the fire and the smoke to disperse. I'm crowding in clear the area around the floor. There are still people coming down from upstairs. No, it's time to go inside. Oh, Xanthos is going in to steal the harp. 100%. Are you feeling better, Palace? I'm fine. I just inhale some smoke. We should be good to go back to the room in 10 minutes. I'll be take the harp to the first temple, if anything else happens. Thanks. Oh, sorry, it's so crowded here. Hey, Palace, that guy look familiar to you? Oh, yeah. The crossing was when we grabbed the boat in the kitchen. You see, he looks pretty smart, but I guess he's as dumb as it gets when it comes to piloting a boat. Where was Xanthos? She is the one usually delivers the goods. Maybe. I'll let him to let an experienced apprentice get into trouble on his own. Oh, I remember now. It was Xanthos, the freedman who ran into me just now. Xanthos? Oh, why are you here? Yeah, the friend had come to the hotel. We let an experienced apprentice steal the boat and cause an accident. Wait a second. Bad feeling about this. That's why. Misstep.
出発しましょうか。
あなたたちの終幕に挽歌を。
Actually, yes.
迷っている暇はありませんわよ。人形はかりそめの命を宿す。
You will cover over here.
位置につきました。任せてください。
手伝うね。焦っちゃダメだ
You
よ。
will cover.
人形はかりそめの命を宿す。失敗できない。
That's a lot of water.
たやすいことです。失礼します。
準備。焦っちゃダメだよ。
I actually can't deal with fast and aim deviates randomly when I'm running. What? What do you mean by aim deviates randomly when I'm excuse?
人形はかりそめの命を宿す。手伝うね。今助けるね。
Really like that top one. Eureka.
任せてください。
Ow! What an attack he is.
たやすいことです。
ドクター、何も考えなければ。それでも
Don't know what that
慰
is.
めを求めますね。
One hidden thing about the that normal that S1 is it technically spreads out the it spreads out the notes in like a cone. The room of the Sargonian best. This is the relic that was stolen a century ago. Until Minoan appears, the massive wooden box, he starts the motor on his serrated oar, repurposing the tool that he uses to cross the river to pick the lock open. That is definitely not a way to pick the lock open, that's more like just breaking it. He carefully lifts the cover of the box, the instrument of Carasaria, which should have come home long ago, is safely packaged in the dust cover. Carasaria's harp must not be used as a bargaining chip by the Sargonian hypocrites. We should away in this pretentious, suffocating box. The harp down, Xanthos. The people praise you for proposing the building of the first temple as soon as you return to Athenia's palace. I voted in favor myself. Yeah? But you should not have coded up to the Sargonians. Instructed your apprentice around the hotel kitchen to cause a fire, and you thinking to steal an artifact of great diplomatic significance to our two countries. It's an ill-advised act. The streets outside the hotel are packed with people, and you can't possibly escape with a harp. You're jumping the window? This is the 4th floor! We're directly above the kitchen. What that ram the kitchen wasn't just a distraction, it's his escape. I had this planned. Don't take too much time. How about you give me a ride? Wisdom. Fire isn't control Grammateus. It's the hotel's bosses. I'll report to the essentially to Nomus' office per official procedures. So as we're down to the kitchen, I have already settled up with the innkeeper. I see. I'll station somewhere here to make sure no one's trying to take advantage of the chaos. For instance, what is it? Look up! Nicodemus looks up. A pair of 40 horns, pitch black under the sunlight like twin moons, flies over the head of the crowd, their owner landing upon a haystack on the accident boat, or leaping off the boat and fleeing along the river. A few seconds later, a white figure leaps from the window off the end of the silver chain, black felines landing is softened by silver cloth ribbons surrounding her. Is that the ferryman? Is that the ferryman? The Sargonian ambassador? What's that huge thing Xanthos is carrying on his back? Don't tell me! You alright, officer? Someone is trying to take advantage of the chaos. Understood. Go in the sea and pound that boat. Send someone to follow Kitty and Mashaya and bring Xanthos into custody. When the harvest is done, we'll need your help getting back in the helps and crates. No problem. You guys helped load the stone of the temple after all. Out of the way! Excuse me. Whoa, whoa! Xanthos? What's the hurry? Medjehtiqedti after him? Kate, Thanos, make way! Is this a race? Where's the finish line? Go, GT, go! You can't lose to Xanthos when he has so much stuff on his back, right? No, I can't. Careful with the apples. A little bit of a sport, you know? The Sargonian is persistent, but this is as far as you go. Xanthos! The river is just ahead. Harp is out of its waterproof packaging. The water will ruin it. I don't need a Sargonian to remind me. Not putting your people have ruined countless Minoan treasures. Xanthos! Wait, what's that sound? There's a boat on the pier? It is carefully planned. It wasn't an impulsive act. No, don't go! Arch-controlled ribbons fly toward the package on Xanthos' shoulder. Forte instinctively jumps back, placing the harp at the stern of the ship. The ribbons wind themselves around his arm, helping Titi jump onto the boat. Xanthos! It's swaying beneath my feet. We need to clear the air between us. Let's talk about this on dry land, shall we? I have nothing to say to a Sargonian.
Need to apologize then. The two keep their eyes fixed on each other, one at the bow and the other at the stern. Thus clutches the oar and starts to smolder, while TT begins to glow with the light of our Arknight arts. Ribbons fly from her clothes, grabbing the harp and pulling it towards the bow. Xanthos cuts the ribbons, only to find that TT has closed this into the harp. He runs to the bow, causing the boat to violently, throwing TT off bounds and interrupting her arts. Both of them reach out desperately. This cover on the relic is removed, revealing the legendary lost harp in all its glory. Where no one has heard the story of Karasera and our harp, precious few have seen it with their own eyes. It remains proud and glorious despite the passage of 1,000 years, when it falls on the metallic leaves decorating its pedestal, surrounding it with a gentle glow. The pair fighting of the harp has no time to admire, as they watch the harp's trajectory change less than a second before it hits the ground. Medjehtiqedti had never thought of herself as lucky. The glory of her noble house had long faded away by her father's generation. Her father was obsessed with literature, while her mother, still clinging to old aristocratic habits, had little interest in spending time with her daughter. She spent most of her free time in her father's library, alone. Knowledge she learned there was basic, shallow, but it nevertheless expanded her horizons and instilled in her a strong sense of curiosity for everything. That was why she saved money to pay for her own studies in museology in Columbia. She was excited, nervous, and Medjehtiqedti appointed her to be the ambassador to Sargon. On one hand, she was drawn to the wonders of known culture and the stories of heroes. On the other hand, she was keenly aware of the challenges that the burden of history presented. The joy that she gained from working with the temple craftsmen, the last visage of the fantasy and daydream in her mind would be shattered with the falling harp in less than a second. Xanthos was not so arrogant as to think that his plan to take the harp back from the Sargonians was flawless. He might go to jail or have an orpathy attack while carrying out the plan, but not care that he was risking his life on something that would seem ridiculous to most. To him, the only place where he could find peace was the battle on the border where the Arknights went 5 years ago. There was no point in asking the meaning of anything that has happened since. The figure of fate is even more cruel than in the heroic legends. Xanthos thought of many ends for himself, but never this one. The precious harp is about to hit the ground, and nothing Xanthos can do about it. Be angry, sad, fearful, or simply laugh at his own helplessness. The emotions that fate has impounded have returned to his empty chest. Tell him an own warrior sees everything flash before his eyes. The breeze of the Delphic Canal brushes against Xanthos' back. He had never felt so cold, but it helped but tremble. You can see the Sargonian woman's face, deathly pale. He knows that his own face is the same. So you're wondering how we got into this position. We arrested Xanthos, the ferryman, and his apprentices like Kian on charges of robbery, Your Excellency. I sincerely apologize for the damages you suffered. It's not my place to ask, but can the damage item be? Thank you for concern, officer. The item that was damaged was a personal effect and not particularly valuable. It was Xanthos, the ferryman who ferried me across the river when I first came to Athenius. It's simply a minor misunderstanding. You can send the onlookers on their way. Yes, Your Excellency. If you don't intend to pursue this matter any further, then we will take the two suspects and proceed in accordance to the law. You too. Thank Kyria Mashaya for her magnanimity. Wouldn't know how to steer a boat. Proteus second demos can testify to that. Could have gotten off easily. Why put yourself in this situation with me, Lycaon? You instructed me to provide a tracking the boat because you know I'm a poor liar, Mr. Xanthos. I knew you about your plan took action to help you, and I must accept responsibility with you. Besides, I do not think that what you did was unreasonable. A personal effect? As if the officer believed that. You saw your courtesy as a way out, so she wouldn't have to prosecute her own people. Relic is at the center of the first cultural exchange between Sargon and Minos since the establishment of diplomatic relations was stolen and damaged during its retrieval. It'd be more than enough to start a war if we were in Lithuania or Syracuse. I take the harp. The damage is minor, only a crack on the pedestal. It can be easily repaired by filling and painting off the crack. Under normal circumstances, I would have kept them untouched, but these are what we call extenuating. I can fix it so nothing looks out of place for the exchange ceremony in a few days. Maybe descended from Sargonian nobility, you've inherited none of your ancestors' political acumen. The no ones are entirely at fault here. There's a perfect chance to punish the offender severely, establish Sargon's authority and prestige, and I know you're proud of your family's military exploits in Minos, Medjehtiqedti, and to you this is like revisiting old stomping grounds, in a sense. Times have changed. Medjehtiqedti appointed us to visit Minos with Karaseria's harp, not to show off a Sargonian glory, but to repair the relationship between our two nations. As emissaries of Sargon, our priority is to carry out the exchange ceremony successfully. Our own obsessions and interests. Am I wrong?
完全勝利。ねえ、せっかくだから打ち上げ行こうよ。
Probably story next. Oh no, we went to 5. Ooh, okay, now we actually have multiple lanes, technically. Well, that's kind of dangerous to us, but you know what? We'll try it anyways. Oh, cat sleep. Medjehtiqedti. As if it wasn't enough that you went off by yourself first thing in the morning, and you're slamming doors and disturbing my nap. Have you repaired the harp? Or have you been enjoying anything so much that you forgot about your job? No use trying to repair the harp. And get me up so soon, you can't fix a tiny crack like that. What are you doing in all of those classes you took in Columbia? I'm just filling in the crack and painting it over isn't hard. Not just the harp that was damaged. It was also your fragile bleeding heart. It was also Sargon's reputation. What? Karasaria's harp. Karasaria's harp was one of the best preserved relics I've ever seen. Wooden instruments are highly sensitive. The slightest blemish on the body could change its sound. That's why we were very careful during the appraisal process and avoided any destructive tests. I've heard a million times in the museum. The ornaments, string materials, and lacquer are typical of Minoan style. The historical records indicate that it very likely belonged to Karasaria herself. Something didn't feel right when I was repairing it last night. The wood chips that fell from the crack indicate the material is mountain fairs, the kind that ancient Minoans often use, when it was off with a cross-section texture. Since other heroes are made from ancient trees, they'll have some pretty deep texture. No, it didn't look like the natural texture of wood. It was reminiscent of a certain moisture retention technique developed in Sargon. I read about it in the old books about instrument making. Plants are rich in moisture, while the climate in Sargon is generally dry. Wood imported from Minos had to be specially treated to prevent them from cracking due to the dryness. The cross-section I saw showed signs of such treatment. You mean this is not Karasaria's original harp, but a replica made by the Sargonians using Minoan wood? You're sure you're not overthinking it? I didn't want to believe it, but I just took the wood chips to a lab. Testing revealed the resins of Sargonian resin dating back to about 100 years ago. Dating back about 100 years. Oof. Perfect. It was virtually impossible to tell that was a replica without destructive testing. I doubt Pedesha here knew anything. I had to tell the Asinomos, we can't give the Minoans a fake harp under the eyes of the Karasaria statue. The exchange ceremony must be stopped. Ambassador Medjehtiqedti mission was to carry out the exchange ceremony. Then we offend me. We made an oath to the Padishah before we set out. How can you continue to call yourself the ambassador of Sargon if you fail to achieve the engineering data when constructing the three Poleis? Yes, I am my duties as ambassador. As an archaeologist, however, I can't overlook such a mistake, yes, much less intentionally participate in a lie. And that's why I say you have no political acumen. You know yourself as a museum curator, not a diplomatic envoy. Important thing about the relic exchange told me is not the relic, but the exchange. Who cares if the harp is a replica? It still makes a sound. You want to offer up a fake harp in the ceremony? Absolutely not. And what's of your bright idea, Medjehtiqedti? That the authentic harp in the ceremony right around without your authentic harp in the ceremony right around the corner. Now the minute Hamait, you told Medjehtiqedti that you love the legend of Minos and want to see the true heroism with your own eyes. Your mouth is very open, like a very cartoonish anger. The idea of heroism, clinging to your obsessions and bringing shame to your country, the very first cultural exchange between Sargon and Minos, with the establishment of diplomatic relations. You and your useless father are one and the same. You ruined your family, turned the name Nasutu Mashayo into a high society joke. In his obsession with literature, he abandoned his duties, even his duty to his daughter, forcing her to chase the shadows of heroes in books, failing to find any heroism in her father. This has nothing to do with him. I only love Minoan stories because his emissaries of Sargon are priorities to carry out the exchange ceremony successfully, with our own obsessions and interests. Your words, verbatim. I'll find a way. For the ceremony, no matter what it takes, I can't let a fake, obstinate fool. Very well. You can mediate while I act on your behalf and carry out the duty that Sargonian ambassador is supposed to perform. It's not as if it changes anything. The Asinomos and the guests, you're nothing more than a curious girl ready to volunteer for the temple project while I negotiate with the Asinomos. I am, for all intents and purposes, the true ambassador of Sargon. Hello.
Maybe you don't remember me, but I visited this ranch quite a lot lately. Meta, Melita knows me. It's something in the feds that let me through. It was not my intention to interrupt your nap. Perhaps you will enjoy this grass, the dew is still fresh on it. I also brought some berries. Well, I'm out of bribes. In that case, would you like a dream interpretation? Kirios, maybe Kiria? Kirios, or Kai, or maybe Kaiya? Cauliflower is a girl. But it's too sweet for her, and the grass isn't filling enough. You care to draw her attention? You tiny. If you find a burden beast has a fever and not even its favorite food can coax the move, just scoop some water with a leaf and spray it on its horn to cool it down. Cool it down. You really know about your burden beast, Melita. Didn't know there were so many tricks to getting a burden beast to move. Of course, they're not like bed beasts, which are used to taking commands. I heard it needs 100 tricks to coax about burden beasts and do what you need them to do. It's not this understanding. It's this understanding that builds a bond between burden beast and a herder. And am I right, Cauliflower? Maybe it's time. No one more way to get burden beast to move than other herders. Thanks for getting Cauliflower to move, Melita. No problem. The priestess of Endymion Temple is casing us with a temp presence. Means that this place is blessed by the heroes. It couldn't be happier. As long as it doesn't cause any trouble for you. Of course not. All you have to do is admire the sights and look at the fence. A little while back, I was concerned that a hole could slip through the cracks in the fences. Days later, you fill the gaps with strong threads. I'm just doing my part. It was very kind indeed. I won't disturb Derby anymore. I have a few hooves to trim. Cassandra leans towards the filled fence, where delicate threads stand in irregular intervals, gleaming in the sun. He plucks one of the threads, hearing nothing except the breeze blow over the pasture. West it wouldn't make a sound, not even bright beast working to it did. There isn't much time. When will you say again? I know what you're here for. Karios and Whitney. As I said, the relationship between our two nations is the highest priority. While incident would not be allowed to affect it. A little incident. The Xanthos came to Athenius 5 years ago. I'm working as a ferryman and manager of the crossing. You took an apprentice, Lycaon, a former preschool student. They are accused of attempting to steal from the room of a bastard Medjehtiqedti. They are being held in custody, pending trial in accordance with law. The law, since the ambassador elected not to press charges. In justification to comfort the kindred people by naive girl moonlighting as a supervisor, the rebuilding of the first temple, at the decision of the honored ambassador of Sargon. Why is the voice so low now? Ambassador of Sargon. No. I see your view differs from Kiria Mashaya's. I will, of course, take full responsibility for this matter as Nomos. However, I would ask that the two of you come to an agreement as to how. You know what I mean, Asinomos. My view is that of the Sargonian delegation. In this tragedy, all that the instruction of the harp would never have happened if the exchange on me was not repeatedly delayed. I have reason to suspect that you have intentions of promoting the relationship between our two nations. So you have intentionally delayed the ceremony, and everything that took place did so on your orders. The petition of Asinomos was newly created following the administrative reform of Athenius, and you were rewarded with a role because of your contribution to said reforms. If something goes wrong with the first cultural exchange between our two nations into the establishment of diplomatic relations, then I can congratulate you on being the young Asinomos who the people of Athenius will never forget. The exchange ceremony is certainly my most important task. I admit it was negligent for not arriving the scene promptly due to our busy schedule. In case, how would you define this incident, this theft and destruction of the harp? The brutal, barbaric, ignorant, baseless hatred of the perpetrators. Robbie when destructing this temple of friendship between Sargon and Minos was the most despicable act. In my 30 years of overseeing culture in Minnat Hamayit, Sargon has received many letters from Minos requesting the return of the cultural artifacts that were removed during the occupation. And the plunderers of Minos' natural treasure be severely punished if Minoans truly value it so much. They will be tried according to Minoan law. As far as the punishment is concerned, though, I have no intention of leaving the impression that Sargon is trying to bully the people of Venus. We are emissaries of peace, after all. This is the most sensitive time, however. Just because Sargon and Minos signed up to truce 5 years ago doesn't mean that all is peaceful and well. The Padishahs are used to solving problems with force of arms. I would give them a reason to get angry if I were you. Xanthos and Lycaon has conspired to steal the national treasure and sabotage the exchange ceremony. And their actions are tantamount to treason. They will be put on death row immediately. Thank you, Asinomos. I look forward to exchange ceremony in a few days.
Get in. What's going on? It's not known to transfer prisoners so suddenly, or officially sentenced. And yes, following orders. Move quietly and behave yourselves. Maybe there'll be a chance for clemency. I really believe this guardian ambassador would protect the ones who tried to steal the heart. Okay, what she said to the officer would have been the easiest to make the accusations while everyone was watching, but she didn't do it. You never tell what someone is thinking. So official assessment of the damage put pressure on the Eskimos and peace officers. There are many things that the Sargonian delegate can do. A throw, hey. Getting the royal treatment. Which regrettably, Heian, destroying Hotel Kitchen, nothing compared to the charges we now face. All the more reason we to take what's ours back from the bandits. The harp was because Kira's hero sings only for the historic stories of heroes. It will not and must not sing for a false peace. I know your past, Mr. Xanthos. I have experienced war for myself, but I expect your decision. I respect your decision. You risk everything by yourself, having known about your plan. You saved my life 2 years ago. It was your classmate from preschool, Demos, who carried you down from the archery range after you were injured by an origin shard. I just took in a former student who wasn't willing to continue the priesthood. That's all. In fact, I could never become a priest. It's divine work, meaning with the heroes and getting the way for the people. I couldn't do it. As for Academos, all he wants is someone to debate him. Don't fool yourself like Aeon. It will only make the pain worse when you finally have to face it. Master Xanthos? Friend bought technology from like cities when he came to my homeland after receiving divine revelation. But the village in the barren swamps with us. The village and the people in the village respect him a lot, but he always had a darker look on his face late at night. I lied to myself and tried to convince him that the river in his dreams was red with blood. It was red because of iron that the river brought from upstream. The revelation was supposed to bring him to us. But he didn't believe it. He was prepared to go to war from the beginning, killing myself. If young people these days are foolish enough to fight the Sargonians to the death because of a dream like that. And the two of you are here because you stole things from the Sargonians. The harp of Karaseira belongs to the Minoans. Even less worth it. But surely belongs to the Minoans these days, after the Sargonians invaded 100 years ago. What a weird join of combat after that. Yes. Hey, this. Mamma mia, that's a lot of water. Actually,
Bossa, ありません。
やるしかない。
呼びましたか？任せてください。
And then we put you over here.
時間は待ってくれませんわ。
Is that is that has 3 horse heads on it? There's 3 people on it that's like posing?
あなたたちの終幕に挽回。
Okay, interesting. Oh no, that's more than 3. This is now.
Doctor, サキちゃんもみんなも私が守るから。失礼します。
So it can carry people essentially. Is what we're getting from that.
呼びましたか？
ドクター、サキちゃんもみんなも私が守るから。
任せてください。
Very interesting.
任せてください。
Hey, you're the one who invited me. Say something. Let's do the banquet celebrating the completion of the first temple for you, you know? You were a big part of getting the work across the finish line the day before the exchange ceremony. Tradition calls for a full day's celebration. The craftsmen began drinking, saying poetry in broad daylight. Not all of them hold the drink well, as the peace officers will have their hands full tonight. Can't give them moving crew, right?
He's really taken to you after you helped her a few times. Yeah, it's been like a dream coming to Athenius. Right, you are. First day in Athenius, you saw the dispute between the reformers and craftsmen. Then you became the supervisor of the final phase of the temple rebuilding project. And you chased Xanthos over multiple blocks after the harp was stolen. More interesting than just escorting her, isn't it? Yeah, but my job was to ensure that the exchange ceremony goes smoothly. And promote the friendship between the two nations. What's the matter, TT? This isn't like you. Alice, the harp of Cuirassier you brought. It's a replica. What? I would never have known if the harp wasn't damaged during my scuffle with Xanthos. No, my deputy Bedwi wants to fulfill the Padishah's mission by handing over the fake harp in the exchange ceremony, but I know that's not right. The ceremony is tomorrow. Do you have a solution? There's no way good way to do this. Need a miracle? I read through every relevant book I could borrow from the Bibliotheca of Athenius. I learned the harp of Cuirassier was lost to war a long time ago, and it hasn't been seen since. It's likely that the Sargonian craftsman who made this replica had only seen the blueprints, not the harp itself. Could the true harp still be in Minos? Or it was destroyed by the fires of war long ago? Sorry, there's no need for you to apologize. What do you plan to do if the true harp is nowhere to be found? I can't publicly announce my capacity as the Sargonian ambassador when we brought a fake harp. It's more likely to lead to conflict than to reveal the truth. A very reasonable concern. And so, I'll have to stop the ceremony in my personal capacity. What do you mean? I'm getting rid of the fake harp before the ceremony can start. You can't go in. Look, I know a special visitor's permit is required to visit and deliver supplies. I just forgot. And you can't come to me this once. My old classmate went in a couple days ago all of a sudden. His family asked me to bring him some stuff. Alright, to tell you the truth, he is pretty sick. The Athenian jail has a doctor in basic medicine, but it's not as effective as the Rhode Island stuff. You're gonna attack while in custody if he doesn't get proper treatment. So save your breath. No use. Alright, I didn't have to do this. Here my pass. Academos, Grammateus to the Asinomos. I'm authorized to enter detention facilities, even bring in suspects for questioning. The door, this in order. We'll file the necessary paperwork later. Want to see the thieves who came in a few days ago? Okay, it's not a... Never mind. Yes. Can't. What? Why not? You are authorized to see prisoners out of the jail. The two you're looking for aren't here anymore. Oh, are they transferred? That is unusual. That is unusual. Is Kyriathopoulos or breathing treatment system been implemented already? Or are they transferred? Don't bother, Hecademos. I know who they are to you, but not even Grammateus to the Astynomos is authorized to see enemies on death row. Death row? Sorry, Kyriathopoulos. Yes, Lydia, I mean, does the Astynomos really not have the time? I heard that Xanthos and his apprentice were arrested for theft. Done my patients and in a key stage of treatment, as the Rose Island Clinic already reported. Xanthos' blood raging crystal density is particularly high, which could potentially lead to an acute attack of arthropathy. I would like to deliver medicine to them. Look, I don't understand any of the medical jargon you're throwing around. We are all grateful to you to return to Athenius, bringing back medical knowledge that you learned abroad and establishing our arthropathy clinic, but I shouldn't talk too much. Your god doctor, and the Astynomos' sister. You really should keep your distance from her for a few days at least, if only for the sake of your relationship. Why? The official line says that crime was theft, but the Sargonian ambassador came here a few days ago and said that the thing that was stolen wasn't the ambassador's personal item, but an important relic for the exchange ceremony. He put a lot of pressure on Lydia, and they're probably going to be publicly charged with treason once the ceremony is over. Treason? But according to Minoan law, unless the judge used the Astynomos faces cannot be solved through legal procedures. She wants a new modern Minos, and she is willing to give everything for it. Why we're willing to work for her. Perhaps you're not aware, but she gave up her family inheritance, even chasing her other family out of Athenius after taking office. She gave up her inheritance? I thought the business failed. This exchange of relics is an important part of her administration. There must be no mistake, at least not on the surface, even if it means sacrificing 2 lives. Like their own sin after all. I'm sorry. Gotta get back to work. But is Lydia... Well, she wouldn't meet with me. And I doubt I can convince her, even if we did meet. But Xanthos and Lycaon need to be tried fairly. I can't let Lydia make a mistake like this. What do I do? Sorry, I was lost in thought.
Karea and the Polo? Polo? We've been staring out the window, as Nomos. Apologies, Yara Cassandra. Why not let Karea and the Polo in? I had to discuss the establishment of an orthopathy treatment system with her enemy. Oh, I thought you wanted to get extra help to plead the case from the two infected who were arrested a few days ago. You know that Raymond Santos quite well. I believe you're the one who found him in the top of the crossing. These officers will deal with this theft, and they're rusty to worry about it. I'm afraid I don't have the luxury. If this incident affects the trust between us and Sargon, then this incident will become more than civil theft. What? It's my own business. It has nothing to do with the priestess of the Endymion Temple. Back on topic, Kiara Cassandra. Opening play for tomorrow's exchange ceremony has been decided. It's to be King Perseus, a popular classic across Terra. All the priests need to do is attend. There'll be no need for complicated rituals. A few weeks ago, I came to discuss the priest-directed ceremonial play with the completion of Caracera's first temple. I've seen you at the Nomos' office since. I apologize. My schedule's a busy one, I certainly remember. The exchange all ceremony also requires something to play, and we can kill two foul beasts with one stone this way. We need not bother the priest, however. Excuse me. The rebuilding of Caracera's first temple is a symbol of the people's spirit. Now that it's complete, tradition calls for a proper ceremony to invite the heroes to enter the temple and give them their blessings. The council is not trying to usurp your administrative power. The exchange ceremony just follow within your responsibility. However, Minoan drama began as a ritualistic performance. Every single detail is carefully arranged, from the props of the program to the performance. It's not enough to simply put on as popular play. Immortal legend, and just the heroic relic. I don't think that I am completely ignorant of the traditional ceremony, or that I'm one of those radicals who call for every tradition to be abolished. But even if you have your choice of the program and control over the troop, there's still something missing from the traditional ritual that you want, isn't there? The Sargonian mission brought Caracera's harp. Oh, you do recognize the relic's ritual significance. What do you mean? I'm neither an archaeologist nor a historian. As Nomos, however, I understand every priest who sits in the council, including you. You are the head priestess of Endymion Temple, and endowed with the divine gift of speaking on behalf of the heroes. Your knowledge of heroic epics puts most scholars to shame. Yet you showed no interest about the harp of Caracera that the Sargonian mission brought with them, and even asked to see it. I don't know why exactly, but I can tell that the harp the Sargonian mission brought was not the heroic relic that you knew. A ceremonial play could not have been performed to begin with. No, I have nothing against the council, Kiara, Cassandra. If you present a legitimate heroic relic for the ceremony, I'd be more than happy to give the choice of play back to you. For the past century, however, the temples have mostly used crude replicas in the place of true relics for these ceremonies. I don't need to tell you what the link between us and the heroes is weakening. As the modern state, Minas can no longer rely on the ancient legends to unite our people's spirit. Don't worry, however, the temples of priests will continue to exist. You could continue to contribute to historical research and tourism.
素晴らしい作戦でしたわ。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
On to 6. What are these enemies? Wooden burn beast of Ilion cannot be blocked. Carries up to 5 passengers. Movement speed reduced for each additional passenger. Oh. So you have the first on the front, and then you have the 5 extra people coming online. The carries. That's actually pretty funny. We might have to charter phone. Two lanes separated, but we can cover both lanes technically. We can technically cover both lanes. It's getting late past. We should split up and make our own preparations. Are you really sure of this, TT? Yes, ever since Benno learned the harp was a fake, he's had it under guard by our retinue. He's not letting me get anywhere near it. Definitely going to post more guards tonight so nothing unexpected happens, but it'll be a different story tomorrow when the exchange ceremony takes place. He'll have to leave it exposed and Florida, which is where we'll find our chance. Right, what comes next? Next,
The Argonian government will probably give a formal apology about the whole affair, so while sending in more diplomats to discuss things with the Yasinomos in private. On the outside, it will look like a Sargonian mission taking a Minoan national treasure and fleeing, but the people in charge of both nations will know that all they lost was a fake. Oh, my question is about TT. I want to know what will happen to you. Me? I'll take the fake carpet Mio and leave the other agent out. Go back to Minna Hamait. Bershak K's guards will definitely chase me across this entire city. If I really do get caught, then it doesn't matter if it's by Benmi or Pershaheri. Either one would most likely eliminate any inconvenient evidence, then push the blame onto Minas. I'll have to keep running, only then would Sargon's left nobles not dare to look too deeply into this burglary without authorization. What I will carry away with me is not just a fake harp, but the truth as well. TT, don't try to talk me out of it. I'm all for better ideas, believe me. I don't really want to carry a big heavy harp around town either. Go home, Palace. Let me be alone for a while. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Oh, fine. He leans against the back of the seat in the plaza and looks up. The sky is always perfectly clear in Minos, a great boon to the stargazers. It is heavenly advantage that caused the ancient Minoans to associate the heroes with the position of the stars. When she was young, TT's father would look up at the stars and tell her the stories of these heroes. You can find the history books. As for those from no source, perhaps they were simply cooked up by their underachieving bookworm of a father. Though illness took him from this land prematurely, TT still remembers clearly every story he told her. Within those tales of Minos, will she find one of the exiled hero carrying a fake harp? Countless stars sparkle silently across the dark sky. TT does not find her answer. It's late. I clocked out a long time ago. Whatever it is, it can wait until my shift tomorrow. It is Matthias. Sandra. Give me. I know you're resting at the moment. May I ask why you deigned to visit me in the middle of the night? I wish to know if the Yasinomos has told you anything regarding the theft involving Master Xanthos and his apprentice. I had called upon the Yasinomos' office earlier to discuss the ceremony and play with her. When I mentioned the case from a few days ago, she became evasive. The Yasinomos most likely has her own concerns. It's the exchange ceremony tomorrow, after all. We have to deal with the entire process, but also the Sargonian delegation. Therein lies my worries. If the delegation were to ask for the case to be re-examined in the name of bilateral trust, as the Yasinomos in charge of diplomacy, Lydia could hardly refuse. Though she was a little tense while we were talking, and her side desk had piles of unknown law codices and investigation reports. Most likely is already having her hand twisted by the envoy. This means the charges against Xanthos and apprentice will only become more severe and not for your schoolmates or Pat in your crisis point, I do not believe there would be a visible tail behind your sofa's armrest. Oh, we finally meet Lena Thapolo, head of the Rose Island branch office. Yes, Cassandra. Xanthos like Lycaon are her patients. We simply wish to give them the medicine while they are jailed, so she came to me for help. Came to you for help? If this were any ordinary jailing, she should have no difficulty in saying this to convicts if she so wished. It seems my conjectures are not too far from the mark. Lydia really is going to punish those too heavily to satisfy Sargon's demands. We have most likely already been moved to death row. I never thought Cassandra, the interpreter of Endymion Temple, would be so skilled reasoning. But no, Hecatemos, not even Yasinomos Grammateus can visit prisoners in death row. Unless you are entertaining some very dangerous ideas, such as a jailbreak. I can't tell if Lycaon is the master dying in prison from a neuropathy attack. I might have done wrong, but the punishment is too severe. You're not visiting me tonight, Cassandra, and do you not know about the sentencing on this case? I ask you to help us keep things discreet. When all the heroes are up in the sky watching us, they would not sit idly by while something so ridiculous to happen. Are you doing this to save lives as well, Elena? I am. I want to save my patients and save my sister. I understand she has her ambitions to save as Yasinomos, but she has burdens to bear too, and she cannot keep making mistakes. The eyes of the people will be on the exchange ceremony tomorrow. I've already obtained the prison blueprints through personal connections, and I have her out. As long as we get them out, even if it's just a jab inhibitor into them, it will be worth it. Alright, it's not enough. I need someone to buy you time at both Yasinomos' office and the prison. Go find Lydia. As for the prison, well, I can help you. Prison break! Prison break! Yes, you said that nothing truly belongs to Minoans. How can that be? The burden beastly hurt. Have you seen them before? The scarves and veils draped over their heads we used to control what they see. Are they not a Sargonian invention? I'll figure out from this symbology of those scarves. Those are actually try to give me something like they are a subtle reference to the scarves the Sargonians forced us to wear during the occupation. What difference is there between ridicule and praise? Are they both not marks that they have left on Minoan culture? I fail to see how you can conflate the two. Still being stubborn, are you? And let us speak on the gun beneath our feet. More than 100 years ago, Minos spread its roots streaking deep up this paradise of rivers, but now Shamala, queen of the far shore, gathered the engineers of Sargon and Minos, alongside countless laborers. The Palais is atop steel tracks. Athenius is far, far away from his former resting place. That is obvious sophistry. If the Sargonians had not come, we would have eventually moved our cities into the nomadic place ourselves, just the inevitable march of technology. Yes, well said! Have you spent time with Theros Temple, boy? However, there is one point you have overlooked. The very language we are using in this debate right now is mixed. The old tongue of Minos was eroded away during the occupation. The modern Minoan language the priests worked so hard to assemble. How many words do you think were taken from the nation you so hate?
You! Enough! Enough! You do not understand the men's meaning, Lycaon. There is no removing the scars of war. A truce does not mean anything in the past. We can no longer fight for the Minos in our hearts. War no longer exists.
You, what the helmets? You're actually somewhat interesting.
Judging by your rage, you could not have experienced the occupation yourself. Your words reveal a deep understanding of the period.
I cannot waste Merchant's time guessing at the history of strangers. I'm just a tramp who doesn't care if he dies in the streets or in prison. No one's had a decent son, but he was stolen away by his dreams. One morning, 9 years ago, he ran out of his room, taking me out of my hangover, claiming he had dreamed of a river and that he should set off. River running rid of blood. I did not have to visit the priests of Endymion Temple to understand its meaning. That boy was not trying to get away from me, then he was thirsting for battle. He forgot what our ancestors had experienced, and forgot why his father is a useless, drunken gambler.
Divine revelation. A river red with blood. You are Ithacos' father?
Meow. Meow meow. Where are you back so late? I think you're busy fleeing from justice. You're fleeing from justice? You might actually have to flee from justice, Mia. Wait, what? You spent all the time walking but to come up with this brilliant plan? You want me to suffer alongside you? Don't take the heavy card far away. Place all the wrongs on one person's theft. It's the best way to resolve this I can think of. It's certainly not the best way, but it's definitely the most Medjehtiqedti way. Huh? 3 weeks ago, when the delegation left Sargon, you said you wanted to experience the ruckus Garcia took when going to the Athenas for the first time. They followed the ancient route, even though it was a massive pain. You could see Bainui's guards talking shit about you, but you didn't want to make a scene. You were worried about they wouldn't treat your relic right. They took that big heavy harp with you by yourself. And there was that time a few months ago in Mayit. You were helping that Pepe girl have a bind. You went and poured an entire jug of wine all over yourself. You both know you spent a long time grumbling to me about it afterwards, saying stuff like how curator salaries enough for all that dry cleaning. But you didn't blame Pepe. After all, you believe this is what friends should do for each other. If all your best ideas keep ending up with you taking on the burden yourself, then you should just quit already. What's so funny, huh? Nothing. It's just that after hearing your words, are you more convinced I'm doing the right thing? Like how Xanthos and Lycaon did not wish for a relic that is rightfully Minos' to be used as a diplomatic bargaining chip. They stole it, bearing all the consequences. And when I understand the true intents, but I believe their deeds are worthy of being recorded in Tales of the Heroes. Wait, no, I'm just a copycat. I don't dare assume I understand what makes someone a hero, but I want to write my own tale. Even if I can't be considered a real hero, even the protagonists of the story can only run away. Never expected to come to such realization, Kiria Mashire. Sandra? Jeez, Cassandra, you can really get around. Do you not blame Xanthos and his apprentice who attempted to steal the harp? If it were not for their meddling, your cultural exchange would have gone smoothly, even if what you have is but a fake. Can I blame them? I have a feeling then you will try to seize the initiative to pressure the Asinomos into handing down an unjust sentence. But it's those two who reveal the truth. If I can shift the focus of the issue onto myself I'm stealing the fake, and free both Xanthos and Lycaon, then it'll be all worth it. Wait, how do you know the harp is of the Sargonian delegation is brought as a replica? Please come with me, Kiria Mashire.
After this combat, we will charge our phone. Excuse? Unaffected by immerse status, dodges fatal art damage for your non-immersed units. Oh. 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 Let's feel funny. Let's feel awkward.
私たちの勝利に参加を。時間は待ってくれませんわ。ドクター、人形はかりそめの命を宿す。失敗できない。手伝うね。歌うね。それでも慰めを求めますね。
Let's.
ボス、ありません。
We can slowly chip away at this elite enemy.
任せてください。
And you can help cover this area.
たやすいことです。
ドクター、すぐドクター、歌うね。
Draws absorbs HP from Fountain, something heroic ideal when complete. Oh! You just become heroic. Oh! Fate say knight, what?
失礼します。
Running!
準備。
任せてください。
焦っちゃダメだよ。ここの敵、そんなに怖くない。ドクター、歌うね。
Anyways.
任せてください。
Got another running.
たやすいことです。
We might have to swap to S3. Okay, after. Actually, no, we'll just try that. We'll just try it now. Give us a moment. We need to change our thing too. Also, it's active. Okay. Hello. Okay. We're going to look at our phone so we can charge it for later. We really need a new charging wire for our phone. It is not for one of our phones, like not the iPhone. The iPhone charges pretty fine, but our other phone is charging extremely poorly. You really sure about leaving the village? I'll be off at first light tomorrow. The fields have already been replowed, plenty of seasoned grain, and the storehouse has also been fixed. As for the ferrying, I've taught a few of the young ones. Don't worry. I'm worried about you, Santos. You've never left the marsh before, and you want to run off to the distance, also find a stranger. Ithacos is my brother. He's helped us all out before. In an entire year, he's already headed back to Athenius. That's where he was from. Hence, anything he agreed to do, he will do. The war is over, he will return. Promise me. You ever considered if
He's already. He went off. Fit the Sargonians.
And I shall avenge him. I shall avenge the Monoans.
Hey, don't get so worked up. You got the wrong guy. I'm really not your thickles or whatever it was.
The one getting worked up is you, friend. I immediately recognized the armor you wear. Belonged to Ithacos, my brother. Before you left, every family in our village donated leather and iron for it. It was the one who made that set of armor presentable. Forged him his weapon.
Forgive me. I've been battling for so long now. Big battles, small ones. It's been a long time since I had some proper sleep on my minds.
Yeah, there's still some calming herbal tea. Can you tell me who you got this armor from?
Another guerrilla friend. Ran to a skirmish, he took an arrow, and before he died, he gave it to me. But his name wasn't Ithacos. You see all these marking the armor? It must have passed through a lot of hands to get that many. You might not know this, but we guerrillas aren't like the Sargonian army. We're not well supplied. Everyone gathers up weapons, armor, food, which get given out depending on the mission's priority. I can tell you that following guerrillas unit number, and that'll get you where you need to be. Alright, let me give you the armor back first.
Keep it. It's still of use to you. Just tell me the way enough is enough, friend.
If you insist, but are you sure you don't want to search the mountains? These mountains are our stomping grounds, where we battle the Sargonians.
I'll join you.
You ever seen a battlefield before?
Before all this, I only ever held oars and farm tools. We have no other choice, do we?
Sorry, I don't really remember the smiling long-haired forte you mentioned. As for these boots, I got given them when I joined the guerrillas. According to the friend who gave them to me, they belonged to a middle-aged guy who was missing a chunk out of his left horn.
There's a hole in them.
Sorry, they're a little small for me, and I haven't had the time to mend them. The Sargonians have been chasing us the entire time, and showed up to support us in the nick of time.
Down.
Huh?
I'll help you mend them.
Damn, it really is just Yitro from D&D. From my D&D games. A ferryman, Rosa boat. Has all the crafting skills, was off armor. Saika, you've got big hands, but they're nimble. How long have you been one of us?
4 months. Came here to find someone at first. Keep the boots. Fighting, marching, hiding, organizing. Bleed, you die, or you whip your sword and jump into the next battle. Days like these are long ones. Where's the man who gave you these boots? Just point me the way.
I knew this little letter carved in the corner of the shield meant something. Your saying it was short for Ithacos and you carved it? You spent half a year wandering the battlefield, staying with pretty much every one of our bands just to find this guy?
Seems you don't have much you can tell me either.
Right, Santos. Also, I don't plan to give the shield back to you. Look at just how many blade marks are there on it. These black marks, Sargonian arts can really make a dent in it. You need to keep it. Let me protect more of our friends. Maybe you can keep me alive long enough to go home one day.
If that is the case, then I couldn't be happier. Let the name Ithacos stay by your side. Let our blood, our eyes, be witness to our victory.
This is where you part, my friend.
Just point me the way. It is all I ask. I tried chaining hands. Ithacos is left-handed, which I kept in mind when I made this art unit for him.
I knew it. I knew something felt off about the power levels. It's already been a whole year, isn't those?
Time flies, as swift as melted the river.
You're already the most famous guerrilla in the mountains. You fought the most fights, walked the most battlefields, everybody sings of your heroism. You're really gonna keep searching for your brother?
We have no reason to stop. I like how you will not turn and leave the battlefield.
Ah, you're right.
Your accent. You're from Macadamon?
I sure am. Well, more specifically, my hometown is on the route the nomadic city follows. That's the River Valley, absolutely beautiful in spring.
I've just told you about my hometown. Medjehtiqedti and I founded together. Tell me more about yours. We have been losing this war for over 100 years. I don't know how it will end. We should remember each other's hometowns. We should remember each other.
I'd be more than happy to, my friend.
I continue my search tomorrow. This might be the way, friend. Damn, nice look. Oh, I must say, except for the indignity of being tied to this tree, Minoan.
Like I said, answer my question.
Ithacos, it's always about Ithacos. Fine, I'll speak. I had enough. 2 years ago, my troops met a Minoan guerrillas near there. They're escorting some wounded. Remember the ensign, match the union you mentioned? We wiped them out. That Ithacos keep talking about should have been one of them. You happy now? You seriously set up an ambush for the sake of a battle 2 years ago, so you could capture me and have your revenge. You're mad, Minoan. Absolute lunatic.
You might not believe me, but this is all just a coincidence. Today I was not thinking of fighting Ithacos, killing his enemies. This battle is no different to the ones of the past year. No, the past century. You invade land that doesn't belong to you, Sargonian. We have no choice but to defend our home. I have simply become accustomed to asking people when I meet, have you seen Ithacos? We've seen the smiling, long-haired Forte. He's from Athenius, but he has a South Country accent. The thing truly does mean that I am, as you say, mad. I have found his armor, his boots, his shield, his arts unit, everything he left behind in this wooded mountain I have found. I found him. I've never once thought you invaders would remember the name of every Minoan you met. The Padishahs hardly care about what every line in your books of merit actually means, do they? Said, Ithacos. Remember this name. It is our passion, our love, and your crime, your punishment. Now, tell me. Where was that battle exactly? Which of these furs was watered with the blood of Minos?
Xanthos looks up and sees countless Minoan firs standing tall. The wind blows and the entire forest rustles. These lands, these woods, they remember many things, but they do not speak. His brother, his friend, and the youth who followed his revelation left home. He died here, somewhere, everywhere. Countless Ithacoses had not left even bones for the sake of the land beneath their feet. Xanthos lifts the giant oar in his hand. After an entire year, it has forgotten the river's burble. Now, all that can wet it is the blood of his enemy. You avenge Ithacos?
No. This is about to smash the head of the Sargonian line weapon, and my friend stopped me, while the bugles cried out.
You never told me the campaign you experienced was
the final battle before Minos and Sargon signed a ceasefire. Minos, which had lost for 100 years, had finally won. This friend of mine desperately held back my hand. He had a broken leg, yet he could still bring such strength to bear to ring me in. I turned and saw his face full of tears and his eyes full of fear, not towards the Sargonians, but towards me. I knew what he was so afraid of. He was afraid I would destroy this hard-won peace. He was afraid I would bring about new conflict, that would extend this cruel war. He was afraid he would become like Ithacos, forever unable to return home. My pent-up rage and grief had nowhere to go. All I could do was watch that Sargonian officer kneel on the ground, numbly listening to the bugles, the same numbness I felt. It was that moment I knew the war will rage on in our bodies. It had begun, and it could never end. You are right. The Minos in my heart no longer exists. He died in the battlefield many years ago, all alongside the Ithacoses. I will not allow the enemy to defile our land again, not even if they had built this city.
Not even if they had built this city. Even the textbooks say that nowadays.
What do you mean?
Ithacos went to your village so full of passion, unlike me. It must have taught you many building techniques.
Indeed, he renovated nearly every important building in the village.
His techniques were passed down from his ancestors. During the occupation, my own grandfather pressed into service by the Sargonians to build the nomadic cities, thanks to his mastery of engineering. But the mobility layer of this Athenius might just be his handiwork. Forgive me, I was far too rude to you earlier. I do not bow your head for that, boy. I am not the engineer who built the nomadic cities. I do not have proof of how much our ancestors toiled building Athenius. All that data was taken away by the Sargonians. The Sargonians wanted the Minoan engineers' data, but why? And engineers know to always have something more than just jargon and modification blueprints. He had to keep the track of the quantities of building materials while coordinating transport and construction teams, but he was a meticulous planner of manpower and remembered the names of every worker. They're not Sargonian workers, but the names of those from Minos, and where they came from, and how the Sargonians forced them to do their bidding. Minoan workers? As I recall, current ancient thinking is that Padishah Mala did not use any Minoan workers for heavy labor while the three poleis were being built. You mean to say
History is not written by us, not even our final victory. But there is evidence of wrongdoing. There's evidence of wrongdoing. Evidence that should be shared with the public. Do you remember where these energy notes are? How should I know? That's the Sargonians. But those Sargonians are probably dead by now. Ask the Sargonians. The construction of the three Polaris. No! What is it, Master? The Sargonian mission is not using the exchange to obtain technical data, but rather the nostalgia-tailing proof of the Sargonian sins.
Oh, and it's story time. So story, then probably 2 more stages and epilogue. This is the true hop of Carathea. Priestess of Endymion reaches out her hand to brush away a corner of the fence, running around the bird and peace pasture, pulling out a few overgrown blades of grass, revealing a harp built into the fence itself. The simple instrument has nearly become one with the pasture. Far away, the bird and beast leisurely munch on the radishes the priestess has brought along, humming in satisfaction. Its coloration is darkened. The paint on the base is mottled, and while the decorative elements are still there, the surfaces of bird and beast bite and hoof polishing marks. The whole thing looks like an ornament in the corner of the field. I shouldn't question you, but this I find rather hard to believe. I, a specialist in the field, and no doubt have a repertoire of techniques and intended to confirm it. You may examine it in detail. If you say so. The wood used for the harp's body is indefinitely from the firs that grow near the side of old Athenius. As for the design, it's simpler than the one I brought. The strings are far too new, though. These are metal strings, only popularized in the last few years. The original strings snapped a long time ago. I replaced them recently. I had also tried using traditional beast gut strings, but no matter the type, the result was always the same. Legend has it that the day old Athenius fell, Chrysaor's harp fell silent, never to sound again. Until beast gut, once a month I would come by here, try and play it, but I could never make it sing again. Wherever you put it, the harp Chrysaor used. Assuming what you say is true, the Sargonians aren't occupying Minos anymore, but keep it hidden in the field. Why, when I suggested holding the ceremony at the first temple, no. For that, when the Asinomus agreed to conduct the exchange for this relic, you, a priestess, you must have known. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? A harp that doesn't sing is merely a beautiful piece of wood. It can be a fence in the field or a toy for the burden piece. What it cannot be is the centerpiece around which to gather everyone together for a ceremony celebrating the completion of a temple. This makes no sense. Even the fake we brought plays notes that move the soul, which is why it is merely a fake. As for the harp before us, if you don't believe me, try it yourself. Try it for yourself. You may touch it. No need for reverence. I understand your hesitation. If you can make it sing, if you can create a miracle, then you may consider it the harp you brought along and use it to complete your trade. I make you this promise as the current keeper of the harp. Sorry, but I've got one more question. Why me? Sure, I need the real harp, but the first temple also needs it. Name a priestess of Endymion Temple, Gitia Mashaya. We are the Hierophants of Revelation. For the people, we interpret dreams, decipher visions, and divine the future. Sometimes we will offer some comforts of our own accord. Most times we will be passive, deferring to the established facts and heroic wills. Words flow from my lips, but they are beyond my control. Like other things appearing before my eyes are not necessarily a pleasure to see. You might call coincidence fate, but when the true fate approaches, all our witticisms and modifications lose their meaning. I have the power to allow the sun to shine, or to flow, to dictate all from high to low. You carry the harp of Chrysaora, artifact though it may be, and has appeared in Athenius. This can only be an omen, and the events of the past few days stand as proof. But what is most important is your character. It is because it is you, and not your fellow countrymen, that I expect your spirit to resonate with the harp. Try singing your heroic odes to it. Sing it, give your heart to it, and speak to it. Then perhaps you really will be able to make it sing, and bring about a miracle. He's finally gone. All that mysterious claptrap. Peace. What? Ready to play already? You really believe her? Is the priestess of Minos, and Pallas' friend. I doubt she'd lie to me about this. Also, if we really can bring the real harp to the ceremony at the first temple, it'll sure beat me all over Terra with a fake harp strapped to my back. It doesn't really matter if this is the true fate the priests speak of, or if it's some kind of test for the Minoan people, but I have to give it a try. How are you gonna do all that?
All that give your heart to it, bring about a miracle baloney. What's your methodology here? Let's start by playing it. Holy shit, that sounds terrible. Not good. No matter what I try, it only makes these dull sounds. Isn't the harp structure damaged? Well, this kind of handheld harp doesn't have a sound box. The issue's probably elsewhere. I've already tried adjusting the tension of the strings, but no effect. It'll be a problem with some delicate internal component, but I don't have tools to take it apart, inspect it, and reassemble it right now. What a pain in the ass. I'm thinking we go back to stealing the fake harp. Worst comes to worst, I'll help you steal it. Stealing it doesn't mean having trapeze around Terra. Well, we can still do that if you want. We could go to see Pepe Girl for some funding. The real harp is right in front of me. The choice now would be like running away. You can call it tactical relocation if you prefer. Ever since I was little, those are the tales my father told me. They never ran away. Our voice union never ran away. Despite bad luck, having taken part in this worthless funeral. Useless Adidas wanted every chance the Padishah gave him. Mongol destroyed our family's reputation. Hey, not in front of the girl. What does it matter? I said all that to the man himself. Well, he does smile, didn't even have the courage to talk back. In fact, worth a damn. It's just still managing the family estates. He said he could praise things, but he couldn't tell good gems from bad. All he ever did was buy a pile of ancient Minoan books. Who knows if that was even worth anything? All he did was think about useless things like that. Maybe that's the sort of romantic soul the poet would sing of. Romantic? Save it. Would you rather have romantic jewels? You're asking me? It's like I'll poet myself. Yeah, giant jewels is an expression of romance. The day my father was buried, the nobles of the city spoke ill of him in front of me and my mother. Mother said we were an ancient Sargonian family and that we had to maintain perfect decorum. All I could do was maintain an appropriate expression on my face. I knew what they said may have been right because he was a people pleaser through and through. Who amounted to absolutely nothing. Someone who amounted to absolutely nothing. But I still didn't want to hear them judge him as they pleased. The heroes of the Minoan tales my father told me were brave, but for shirking from their duties. They would meet all sorts of obstacles in their journey, but they were also determined for confronting the challenges they had to confront. I never really knew why. My father, he was a weak man. Why did he love these stories? Passion of his. Why did it never change him? Or how he treated people? I simply don't understand. Look, don't shoot the messenger here. Maybe some puny humans yearn for the things they don't have. Maybe. But I've always remembered how clear and steady his voice was as he told me these stories. I love these stories too. Those heroes, gentle, strong, resolute, always walking their own paths, that's how I imagine them. There must be some greater purpose or ideal. Otherwise I don't know what meaning there is in life. Hero must face bravely when it comes, and carry their own burden. Other stories always had lines like that. Those tales, Siopi, the hero who, in silence, keeping her secrets, Mysaira, heresies. I need to think of a way. As she sits out in the field, racking her brains, Titi falls to a slumber. She dreams, a dream where she is but 7 or 8. Her father was always already a tale at the time. With one cold hand, he held her, while with the other, he flipped through the tome atop his knee, slowly reciting from it. He never brought her children's books, or chose books specifically for her. He simply went with what he liked, but it didn't matter, because Titi liked those stories too. In those tales, the silent hero Siopi did not speak a word for 30 years, all to keep a secret. Kirasteira, refusing to perform for Outlanders, hangs her harp atop a laurel tree. Perhaps it is the filter of dreams at work, but her father seems to tower over her, so the sweep back of her memories now ramrod straight, his voice one of undeniable confidence. All of us have the chance to become a hero, when your duty falls upon you. You need only take it up with courage, Titi. Really? Am I? How can you be so sure? It has been so long since she last saw her father. You want to ask him these questions, but it's only a dream, and if you step into her will, in the end she could not ask the questions she was to ask. The light of the twin moons falls upon the pasture, and upon the girl. The land is painted in silver. A breeze blows, curling up the girl's ribbons, lifting the burden-piece headscarves. From the antiquated, marquee harp takes on a gentle radiance of the moonlight. A teardrop slowly falls from the corner of Titi's eyes. It rolls into the bushes, soon gone from sight. Falling asleep all that yammering, she didn't even wake me up. Feh. It seems the little girlie needs her beauty sleep too. Hey, what's with the crying? You're always all about that super stiff upper lip. Always saying you won't cry, and now you're letting me catch you in the act. You keep some evidence for later. Criminal, bottom out. How do you how to use this thing? Ah, press here. Nothing interesting about a crying girl. Granted, I'll help you out, you cryberry, baby. I'll pay back for the free meals these past few days. You want a miracle, right? Easy as proverbial pie. Some real nice weather we got today. But I heard the burn beast the man passes first, and since it's such a lovely day, I better repair the fence. What the? The burn beasts? Huh? What all the burn beasts get out? God damn you, cat. You let all the burn beasts out. Are those elite enemies? Oh, that one's elite enemy. Are they introducing one more elite enemy for us to deal with? Or it could be forces. 2 lanes, but they're connected. Good and bad, because we need to cover this lane still, the slot things. This one might actually be a harder mission to run. Let's change to...
いつも通りメンバーを率いて任務を。
わかりました。
Full power. Path is suppressants for 2. A few days have passed since their last injection. Given the shot as soon as you see them to brand an acute attack. The rest are cited medicine. It's painkiller, these improve cardiovascular functions. This is for blood pressure, and this is for regulating blood oxygen levels. Xanthos seems to be hiding his illness and may be unwilling to take medicine. Anyway, and make him carry it any way you can. Orpathy suppressant is mandatory. Rest depends on him. Alright. This is all for Xanthos. What about Lycaon? Yeah? Depression injections are the only thing that can be done at this current stage. It's that bad? It's not so bad, no need to worry. There's water and cheese pita for 3 in this bag. And I'm not going on a picnic. Bring it anyway, make it hungry. Don't worry, I also get you some good stuff. This box contains soporific incense pills, just in case. Make sure you stand up when you use it, when you put yourself to sleep. Yeah, Thopolo. You already had made the arrangements. That does upchain the schedule of the jailer shifts. Yes, Nomus's office has a duplicate key for the jail door and shackles, and I made my own duplicate. There's somebody to leave them on the table. There hasn't been a prison breakout in ages, so security isn't particularly strict. I'll find the right time, go in and get them out. Shouldn't run into any issues. There's no need to be overly nervous. I know, it's what happened afterwards that I'm thinking about. You're worried you can't distract Lydia? Or are you worried about your future? Well, I'm the one who actually is carrying out the prison break, Lydia is likely to find out about your participation. You obstruct your company's efforts to develop your Athenian office. And thus, in the Kaon are my patients, even though one of them isn't the most cooperative. When I made the decision to become a doctor, and I also made the decision that I will not leave any patient behind. There are some things that have to be done, no matter the place. It's Lydia who I'm really worried about. You need to talk to her. Worry about me. You? Don't worry about me. There's nothing left of me here. The only reason I didn't quit was that I was waiting for Lydia to fire me so I could collect my severance. Not getting it is my only regret. I'm more excited about it and then anxious about leaving this nomadic city for broader horizons. I heard you once forced to leave Athenius, Kyriathopolo. Or do you understand the feeling? Yes, I do. The situation now is much like mine back then. Things will get better for you, I promise. Just as it got better for me. We need to find a way to get out of here. We can't just sit here and wait. Yes, we need to get Liam to look at you, at your health. My health is not important. The exchange ceremony takes place this afternoon. The Guardians are allowed to take the engineering notes from the 3 Palais. They'll be able to dictate how the history is told. This must be stopped. Hold it, Xanthos. You have your empathy. Many of the Sargonian board are contracted with disease in the conflict, just like you. Yes. Many lost their homes, their livelihoods, but you found your footing after coming to Athenius. Got a new life. Why do you want to get involved in such things? Maybe it's because I have more empathy. I don't have much time left. I must spend what little I have on things that are more meaningful. And you're just another Minoan bound by the heroic dream.
I don't think about those things. Or about the saps of the heroic spirit. I have not had the heroic dream ever since I left my homeland.
That's so. Who could have imagined? The ghost found a good friend out in the borderlands. The guard change shift in 15 minutes. That's your opportunity to get out. Out the door and turn left, then take a second right turn, and go right every time you see a crossroads after that. You shouldn't see any guards if you get out within 5 minutes. You'll eventually find yourselves in the kitchen, which should be empty at this hour. Get out from there. Alright, the shackles. Come over. I'll unlock them.
Why?
Don't I leave? Oh, my situation's a little different. Not everyone in this prison is scheduled for a death sentence. Some need to be locked up until the day they die, like me. And why should I leave when I don't have to worry about room and board? Difference is there anyone terror. Why did you want to ask why I made these preparations? Could be useful right now, didn't it? All the man is like guard is. There.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know what you're planning when you get out, but I doubt there will be a place for you in the city anymore.
I don't suppose we'll meet again.
If the ghost died for his heroic dream, divine revelation has shown his future. None of us could stop it. You're not the same. You haven't received your divine revelation yet. Perhaps in the distant future. Until then, live well.
All this stone, these complete statues.
Stuck Guffles, why are they here?
Your people are lazy, but I didn't expect you to be so shockingly inefficient. And where's that Asinomos of yours? The one who should be receiving me here.
We've already discussed the ceremony with Medjehtiqedti. The space has been cleared for the ceremony, and the speakers and spotlights have been set up, and signs have been placed around the audience seats. You complete all the necessary preparations, so you noted or not.
Medjehtiqedti? He is nowhere to be seen. I'm in charge of the Sargonian mission now, and it's my needs you must attend to. I think that your preparations are entirely inadequate for a ceremony as explored as the exchange of relics between the Sargonian and Minos.
As you said, it's an abundant ceremony. We'll do everything in our power in the remaining time to make the venue as perfect as possible. However, I must also put a question for you. What is the condition of the relic that you're handing over? Which is of paramount importance to the Minoans in the first temple, the Hop of Caraseria, Lira? Heard that it suffered a serious fall a few days ago at the dock, and that your delegation intends to repair it. Are the repairs complete? And I'm curious, I don't know how your Padishan and Lydia came to such an agreement, as the agreement included an appraisal as well.
You are Persephone Palace. You have an accord with the Asinomos. This will be a massive occasion. Inform me that the priest from Lacedaemon Corinia will be in attendance as well. And present the publicity for you and your temple. Focus your full efforts on the preparations. You do not need to worry about anything else.
You're right. I look forward to the event in the afternoon.
That Sargonian sure has his nose in the air, doesn't he? I'm surprised you didn't punch him. Or had all plans in motion and you're just watching the clan make a fool of himself.
You're talking about yourself. You've been in Athenius a little too long, Corinian. The apples that the Athenian orchids are exporting to Corinia have already been packed into boxes. Why are you still here?
I'm a priest of Corinia. It's my job to attend certain important occasions. You shouldn't have been dealings. I'm here at your Asinomos' invitation.
Besides, dear Corinian, the inductions that have already been settled belong to the past. One thing is to seek opportunity for the future. Is that why you keep sniffing around like a must beast in the ditch? What favor did Lydia promise you? Is there anything you won't sell for the right price? Your dignity, your conscience, even your soul?
Everything is for sale if you can afford it.
Rather than pay so much attention to me, I suggest you spend on the people who are here. You mean the Asinomos? It's true that she and her Grammateus should be here, but neither are.
Perhaps they've been sidetracked by private matters.
It's someone else whom we're talking about. As Sargonian said, the Asinomos has invited priests from the other poleis.
Yes, from Corinia sitting in front of you.
Where's the priestess from Lacedaemon?
Think about it, a Lacedaemonian, stubborn, obstinate, serious barbarian for whom violence is the only answer to any problem. As I know, this particular Lacedaemonian was born in Athenius, but she was taken to Lacedaemon from a young age, for reasons unknown, and grew up in a temple there. She wears certain elements of Athenius, perhaps like kind of a memento, but she was brought up with an orthodox Lacedaemonian temple education. A three-timing reigning champion of Lacedaemon Pagratian, and the youngest priest in the city's history, having graduated top of her class. I'm curious, how does such a remarkable figure react if she saw an unexpected scene of chaos? The real reason why I stayed.
Good timing. Take over from me for a moment. Need someone here who can be in charge. I'd better find Titi. I cooked a little information on the Sargonian deputy. Apparently, her plan to steal the harp was only successful. I'm worried for her. If she failed, I'll spill the beans at the ceremony. We'll discuss how to present Seed after that. Problem is that I don't know where she is. She was at the hotel. She's at the Bird and Beast ranch in the outskirts. Ranch? Why? Couldn't find her. You'll witness a miracle and find that all those things you were worrying about are not a problem anyway. Don't forget what I said to you last night.
I think someone's coming, Master. Take a wrong turn? I don't think so. The person I think. We've come too far to go up now. We'll hide in that corner. When they pass, knock them out and throw them into an empty cell. Okay. Go for their mouth and let them make a sound.
How should I talk to him when I see him? Whoa! Who are you? Huh? Huh? What are you doing here? Finally got out. Let's hide here for now.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Just glad to get you safely out of there. The next part is the hard part. You think you're out. Cassandra has your documents and luggage waiting there. We'll need to be careful about avoiding dragging attention to ourselves. Let's hope it takes a while for the jailers to notice.
Cassandra.
He was already worried about you. Do you want to say goodbye to her before leaving? I can understand. But she's at the first temple right now. We're all eyes. We're on. It'll be difficult. Let me think. Moving over there. The jailers found us so quickly?
I don't think so. Sounds like the crying of the beast.
Burn beast? What are burn beasts doing in the city? The burn beast is coming straight at us!
Master!
Had the hop that the Zirconians brought was fake. You're not surprised? I'll talk to her about it later. It's you I'm looking for. You've been relying on her to handle the first temple's matters for you these past few days. I thought we already talked about this. Who's in charge is not important. She can't replace a priest. Only the priest will nod to the heroes that a temple venerates, ceremony to invite them in the ceremonial place. Only a priest can gather the spirit of the heroes during a performance. You're the only one who can do it for Kuraseir's first temple, and no one can do it in your stead. Not even me. Stop running, Palace. I know, I wasn't gonna run for my responsibility. Then I made the decision to return to Minos. She does worry, doesn't she? I have to buy her a round of drinks after everything is done. What did she do because of TD last night anyway? I forgot to ask. What's this miracle she was talking about? I understand the meaning of the idiom, suffering is the price of wisdom. I didn't feel that way when I was a priest, but now I fully understand how irritating their habit of taking miracles is. What exactly is TT doing at the Burn Beast Ranch anyway? Palace! Oh, look out! Pagana doesn't growl as Palace rides at a safe pace in the street. Then she sees the distant movement closing rapidly, becoming a herd of rampaging burn beasts. Dozens of burn beasts charge the streets with unstoppable momentum, leaving peace officers and herders in the dust, sending pedestrians and stalls flying. You wear the scarf of the burn beast ranch in the outskirts. Cassandra said TT was that? Something seems to frighten these normally docile creatures as they form a tidal wave that rushes in the opposite direction of the ranch. Burn beast at the rear of the stampede, listening on his horn. Is that a harp? Could it be Kuraseir's? Is this the miracle that Cassandra was talking about? Alright, how do we do the stage? Also, it better not be Burn Beast that throws at us. Water is the source of all things. Let us contemplate how that will all happen. Like really, that healing is like so surprisingly strong. What it is? We do this. Then we cover. Yeah. Oh, Paladulis. Charges as an enemy in the direction of his movement. When immersed, charges passes through allies until hitting terrain. Taking heavy true to having a bling of the sun. Interesting.
盛り上げてこうよ。ドクター、すぐにご決断を。
Oh, not like you can actually hit the the zero block. Ironically. Oh, we've got scary enemies. Great.
ドクター、ドクター、
任せてください。
Great.
私はまだまだ。準備、何も考えなくそれでも慰めを求めますね。
呼び
At
ま
least
した
that
か。
looks like because we would lose the
はい、
angle, right?
任せてください。
Does the Lithanian thin-tailed grass have leaves or compound leaves? No idea. There are several methods for extracting red velvet and mallow essence. Which one is most effective at retaining its soothing properties? No idea. This Boronia that you planted. All I did was help you shovel the soil. I have no idea where you planted or how. You'll be testing all these things, Lydia. The Athapolo family has venerated Flora the hero for generations, putting plant-related works such as those associated with perfumes, medicinal herbs, and plant breeding. The elders are very serious about this legacy. You'll have to participate in the traditional heir selection ceremony in a few years. You need to remember these things. Everyone knows you're the heir to the Athapolo family. Uncle Steros can't stop talking about how proud he is of his daughter. He'll declare you the Flora of Athapolo any day now. I know my father hasn't been fair towards you. He's already shown me as much kindness as possible by taking me in after my parent passed away. Besides, you know I have no interest in plants. But as father has scheduled a test for next week, you'll be punished again if you fail. I peeked into Uncle Steros' notebook. The time harvest has been disappointing. I expect he'll be going to Coronia soon, in order to find suppliers to meet the shortfall. Coronia? He didn't say anything. Watching in the garden again, Lena? I'm going on a week-long trip. Take care of yourself and Lydia while I'm away. Well, okay. There are certain things that I'm good at, just as you're good at planting frames. Help! Somebody! Anybody! This is some Scottish tradition. My dad, the Polo, had to do the selection ceremony out here in the middle of nowhere. Who finds the rarest plant is the one favored by Flora? Ridiculous! Someone's hurt. A doctor! Emergency inhibitors! Hurt your chin like that, Lydia? Being me is hard enough as it is. Put me down. Like, by throwing away that big heavy plant, no one more suited to being the heir of House Athapolu with or without it. I know, it doesn't mean anything to me now. The Flora of Athapolu cannot be infected. Mother no will never accept it. I'll probably have to leave Athenius as soon as we get back. I don't need the approval of that bastard, so cruel as to cast aside his own daughter. But the family needs an heir. Write it down, Lydia. Ordinalis. Ordinase. Cycnoclassidae. Myosotis. What do you mean? Don't tell me about it, Lena. I don't want to know. Listen to me. Common plant across Terra, but it's only known to grow around marshes. It has never been found in Minos. Remind me of you. You just like the family tradition, and you have no interest in plants or herbs. Just unlike Athapolu as can be. But you're observant, and you're a good communicator. Don't make a good heir. It's your place. I don't want it. Let's make a bet, shall we? Just like when we were little. Take care of this rare plant for me. Others have no issue with my condition, then I'll never make you come with me to that pouring garden ever again. What if father shows disgust at my wounds? You must claim to have found this big heavy plant. Wait, Lydia. No one will bully you anymore. But even my father, once you become the heir. With you, the Athapolo family will be in good hands. Yeah. Lydia, why did you ask me to come to this public garden? I don't think there's any need for us to reminisce about old times. There's something to say it. I have a lot of waiting for me to do. The ceremony is about to begin. Aside verifying the guest list, make sure the ceremony goes smoothly, You must announce that Xanathos and Kayan have been found guilty of treason for intentional theft and destruction of a Minoan national treasure. Now satisfied returning from perfumer to doctor. Are you making another career change to a defense attorney? This is a critical juncture for the relationship between the two nations. We cannot allow an ill-planned impetuous theft to destroy everything. You ward and destroy Minos. Are you working for the interests of the people of Athenius, or to protect your own position as Astronomos? Cliched moral dilemma. Of course I want to protect all my position as Astronomos. Why do you think Rota unmanaged to establish an office in Athenius in such a short time? You buried in ancient tomes, the chaotic council, the convoluted voting process. You've waited an entire year. You followed the traditional process. Kirasaira's first temple and following the old ways? What a joke! How could the place be ready for today's exchange ceremony if the Argonian girl hadn't intervened and pushed the final phase through with modern effective project management? You judge everything with your scales. Think that the weights you are using are real people? You believe that everything must give way to people then? I'll do everything I can to find a solution, or things get to a point of no return. My colleagues and friends will work together with me, no matter how treacherous the path. As for your question, I'm a doctor, Lydia. It's the basis of everything I do. The ground beneath them trembles. Sound of howling approaches. Dozens of bird beasts jump across fences and benches, stepping into the public garden. The herd steps upon the spacious grass, running towards the tall building in the distance, seemingly quite sure of the destination. In the frenzied stampede, a young bird beast is drawn to something to the side. These solemn human figures reflected in its wet, curious eyes, as they quickly lose the gist of them, catching up with the herd and leaving only drifting flower petals behind. The scent of flowers surrounds the two Polus. With their keen sense of smell, honed by rigorous training from a young age, allows them to easily identify the damaged flowers, without the true thoughts of their counterparts. Neither of us could change the other mind in this way since we were little. But there's a question I always wanted to ask you. What makes you so great, Lena Athapolo? Lydia? You approached the girl that all the Athapolos disliked, took her to your favorite garden, and taught her knowledge about plants that she had no interest in. All of it on your own. Gave her the plant that determined the family's heir. Thought the family was in good hands and left Athenius. Again, all of it on your own. You never cared about what I was good at. It never occurred to you that I stayed with the Athapolo family, out of any sense of responsibility or for the heir's position. I didn't dislike the garden, Lena. But you chose not to keep it. You chose to take back the family after it fell in hard times, turning it into a public facility. That's our fundamental difference. You hate the name Athapolo as much as I do, but you're always looking backwards, even trying to get it back, while I never look back. I know you asked me to come here for the sake of the two prisoners, or you're trying to delay me, or maybe you have some other plan in mind. After I became the heir to the family, it took me another 2 years to cast the mantle aside. Only now do I have the chance to do what I really want to. As you said, though no one believed me during that time, I played along with your game for 10 minutes. It's my final gift to you. I you nothing now, Lena. I see. Gray-haired Volpo gazed at the Lena's departing figure. She had imagined their reunion before Lena returned to Athenius. Afterwards, she had imagined their parting. Never before had she been so acutely conscious that they were going to part ways forever. The one before her, no longer her foster sister who took care of her. Lena, who gently but insistently instilled botanical knowledge in her. Lena is a Rhodes Island operator now. She has her own dreams and aspirations, her own home that she'll go back to, her own family that loves and supports her. None of it has anything to do with Lydia. Suddenly, a thought without any basis whatsoever comes to Lydia's mind. Even if Lena remains in Athenius, and continues to work on an orpathic treatment system, and continues to have dealings with the Astronomos' office, this will be the last time she sees Lena ever again. Lena? We should be safe from the burden beast here. Where's Master Thanatos? I think I saw him head towards the first temple. Goodbye to Cassandra, probably. We'll find a way to meet up with him, don't worry. Why are there stampeding bird beasts in the street? Maybe the Astronomos is a Grammateus. Need to be finding what's happening. Oh, they're already peace office heading that way. Take care of it. This stuff's not my business anymore. I resigned. Rescue Master Xanthos and me from prison. It's unnecessary. You want to say that you got on your own, right? Well, it doesn't matter. I was planning to quit anyway. Exactly is your plan, Lycaon? What are you talking about? Please, you never passed your classical drama courses and shows. You had the exact same expression on your face when you submitted your withdrawal from preschool after contracting your puberty. It was the day before the debate contest, when you were practicing archery as usual. You were a much better archer than I was, and I was pissed and intentionally fired a shot into the distance with your bow. Action happened when you were looking for the arrow. I carried you down the mountain and ran to Xanthos. He fired us the best orpathy doctor available, but you got infected in the end. And so we missed our 7th debate contest that would have broken our 3-3 tie. Was this really the right time to talk about this? Since when do the Minoans need the right time to debate?
From the halls of Theros Temple, on the streets with drunkards and gamblers, everywhere is fair game. I thought you would only be down for a day or two. You'll be back in the competition in a couple of years, but you just ran away. You never decided the winner all these years. By the time you gave me back this last debate, Lycaon, what's the topic? Let's say, whether an infected can become a hero. Academos! Appropriate! Why? It's a topic you're intimately familiar with. Orpathic saps the heroic spirit, that conventional wisdom that we all take for granted. When a child questions it, he or she is quickly put down by the elders who cite various heroic legends. There are no Minoans heroes with Orpathy in the legends, no depictions of origin crystals in the temple statues. Therefore you, a student who aspired to become a hero, gave up on becoming a priest, where the rules had a chance to become an obstacle. Every deed is a representative of your position on this topic. Father tried to provoke me. We both know there's no chance I'll lose this debate. I thought about starting over, and Master Xanthos encouraged me. I realized that someone who knows he has no future cannot commit himself to anything. Regular suppressant injections, regular lifestyle, and the newest Rhodes Island treatment may make the patient live longer. I'm not satisfied with just living. It seems to be the only thing I can do. I feel nothing but shame about it. The worst thing about Orpathy is not the physical torment, but the inevitable deadline that sets for all dreams and aspirations. If Orpathy doesn't sap the heroic spirit, even if you could become a priest after becoming infected, even if the door to becoming a hero used to be open once, that door is closed now. You understand? I see. In that case, I win this last debate. Who said the debate's over? What? You demonstrate your position with your actions. I shall do the same, Lycaon. I will make you a hero of Minos. Have you any idea what you're saying? There's no other way to get you to admit defeat, is there? Xanthos could encourage you, or the deeds of the infected could move you, but deep down you would not admit that being infected or not had nothing to do with one's heroic spirit. The case, the simplest way is to make a hero out of you. I ever get my job, however you go now, I'll follow. I do everything to make you keep on living, make you meet more people, be a part of important things. What is it? What is this? Some newfangled punishment? What do you get out of it? Wait, no, I was never the most motivated guy. You have to be the guy who always punches out exactly on time and he never breaks a sweat when he could help it. I was way too far away from my life and I don't want to become like them, no matter how glorious it might seem. I'll make a hero out of you. A true hero. One who everybody recognizes. As for what's in for me, I get to win our last debate. That's all I want. You're out of your mind. Thanks for the compliment. I'll take that as a yes. Oh, but you're late stage, aren't you? Afraid there's a big disadvantage for me. Is it true that you have difficulty seizing and you get dizzy easily? What are you talking about? I'm just mildly infected. I don't have those kinds of symptoms. Oh, mildly infected? You keep going to Rhodes Island Clinic. Apollo had to pay you a home visit, and you rammed the hotel kitchen because you couldn't see the stop sign clearly. You're all wrong. It's Master Xanthos whose condition is serious. Xanthos? You never had a plan, Academos. Master Xanthos broke out of prison with me because he wanted to do something that was worthwhile to him, while he still could. Even if the price is his life. You shouldn't have come here, Xanthos. People are gathering at the temple. You might be able to avoid the crowd when you came, but it's going to be much harder to leave. Go, now. Came to say goodbye. I don't think we'll meet again. Whether the fellow is face to face or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you're at peace. Go back to your homeland, Xanthos. Go and see that old river. Even if it has dried up, the melted snow always flows down from the mountains. Maybe another water source nourishes your homeland now. I know. The priestesses of Endymion watches over all our souls. You always give us false hope. Remember the day you first came to Athenius? It was a rainy night, and you walked into my temple with Ethicos' bloody trident. You were downtrodden and lost. You told me about your promise with him when he went to war. And you imagined yourself ferrying him to the temple on the other side of the city on the Delphi Canal. It was a flame of hope, faint and weak, but burning nonetheless. It is not a false hope that I instilled. It is a real hope burning inside your heart. It was real. It still is. Only that I hoped you would nourish it with life, but it grew into something else you would ruminate over it. Going back to your homeland, you might remember the past that was even longer ago, and the European be soothed by the voice of the past and the never-changing winds. What about the Sargonians? I know you think about the exchange ceremony, but Revelation has already made arrangements. When the harp belongs to Minos sings its song again, we will once again be united, and Chris the hero shall drive up the Outlanders. Divine Revelation again. There's always a question that I want to ask. What is Divine Revelation? How does it get people to willingly go to their deaths? It's the power of faith and belief. It's the accumulation of 1,000 years of dreaming about heroes that makes Minoans Minoan. We do not have gods. Since I have the word that Outlanders use, our gods are our heroes. Each and every one of them. Our hero Karasehira was once an ordinary woman. It was the guidance of divine revelation that led her to sing the songs of heroes who unite the suffering Minoans and the path that leads us to where we are today. Divine revelation represents your deepest desires. Believe in it and it will guide your path and make you a hero.
Oh, sorry, that's Cassandra.
What is divine revelation? I'm willing to that.
The power of faith and belief is the combination of the thought and the Malone's one on. We have gods in the sense of the word that Outlanders use. Our gods are our heroes, each and every one of them. Our hero Cassandra was once an ordinary woman. Against the divine revelation that led her to the songs of the heroes and unite the suffering Minoans and the path led us to where we are today. Divine revelation represents your deepest desires. Believe in it and it will guide your path and make you a hero. There you go. That we read that. I thought we read that.
Does that mean that Ithacos longed for death?
10 years ago, Ithacos came to the temple and asked me if its dream of a river running blood was divine revelation. I wanted to say no and tell him not to go, but I couldn't do it. Divine revelation poured forth from my tongue, but I could not stop it or alter it, because it was not my place to deny someone else their most earnest desire. As for Ithacos, the blood and tears shed in the construction of the Dark City and Athenas run deep in his bloodline. It was never in his mind even when he served the temple together. He thought a way out for his soul, a place beyond Athenias that he could build and protect, but his death was the inevitable price for this wish.
Perhaps you're telling the truth, but I have a hard time accepting it.
I know. Accepting rages in your blood, which pale words cannot soothe. Yes, they can truly console you, but I wish you could. It's been 5 years since you came to Athenias. 5 years since we met. You spend most of your time at the river. You never come to the temple, and we rarely see each other except in front of Ithacos' grave.
Never needed the guidance of a priest.
I was always watching you. You were Ithacos' friend. The last trace that his life left behind. And some small comfort if you lived well. There was one little bit of selfishness that I allowed myself, about my duties as a priestess. I watched you acclimate to Athenias' rivers, watched you take an apprentice, and watched the two of you go out your days together. I count as an honest, serious boy. My heart at ease that he was taking care of you. Empty words cannot comfort you. What about these details of life? Have you not found comfort in it, even for an instant? Was Athenias everything you thought it would be? There must have been something that was better than you expected, wasn't there?
Maybe.
Think back onto it. And think back to your past. Think about whether you've forgotten anything that was more important. You need to live well, and if only for Ithacos' sake. I hear something aside. Look. I wasn't here, Xanthos. Leave quickly, avoid the crowds. Temple's so big. How did I get to the audience theater from here? Me and Priest along the Inti was going first, or was it going away for a moment? Is he coming back? They do. What's that sound? Moo? Huh? Celery, onion, eggplant, wait for me! Single bird beast responded to me the whole way from the ranch to say, what's going on? Did something frighten you? Moo. Tomato! Were you waiting for me at the rear of the herd? If the extra care I gave you was worth it. Just give me a moment to catch my breath. Oh, Tomato! Tomato! I'm back! Wait for me! Moo. There are a lot of people in the city. Strangers around like this. Besides, it's rude to run and make noise in Karasehira's temple. Moo. That's right, good one. The burn beast. They stopped. All she did was gently put her fingers on the burn beast's head. Even Cauliflower, who's normally the grumpiest. They say that even burn beast could understand the music that Karasehira played on her harp. I always thought it was just a legend, convinced myself it must be. I never thought I would actually meet someone who could talk to burn beast for real. Dude, who are you? You talk to burn beast. Can you teach me? Talk? All I need to do is open your mouth. You can do it, can't you? No, what I mean is not the burn beasts understand what you're saying. They don't. At least I don't think they do. The girl lifts the finger that was on the cauliflower's forehead. The burn beast merely lowers its shoulders and stops its hooves, preparing to charge. The girl puts the finger back. Oh, you still have strength left. Well, impressive. Are you the herder?
Give me another minute, she'll settle down when she's out of energy. The rest of the herd will come down once the leader does. He just overpowered Cauliflower with a single finger. Weasley? It usually takes 4 or 5 strong guys to keep her down. Not even that's not a guarantee. Even that's not a guarantee. Gotta fix our seat. Jeez. Falling over. Ugh. Name's Cauliflower. Nice name. Suits you well. The tile beneath Cauliflower's feet is cracking. Alright, that should do it. The girl lets go, as Cauliflower's knees buckle as she lies down on the ground. The girl does it to the rest of the Cauliflower's herd. One by one, calming all the bird beasts in no time. That's the last one, huh? What's that on your horn? You for your assistance are distinguished Quest Siniska, honored priestess of Lacedaemon. As for the harp you're holding, please give to me. It's the harp of Garciera belonging to the first temple, which we have been waiting for. Titi, I found you at last! You followed the stampede to burn piece of the temple. What happened at the ranch? I just fell asleep at the ranch last night. I heard a huge commotion before Mia woke me up, and I saw that the harp was gone. I saw the burn beast from down the hill, so I followed them and ended up here. The burn beast that brought the harp back to the square. Yes, it's a miracle that it's the miracle that we've been waiting for. The true harp of Caracera. And now the only thing missing for the ceremony is the play. Which isn't so hard. I memorized the Caracera roles and all the plays. With a set on a program, we can find the people to play the rest of the roles. I'll take a bite of our food, actually. Nom 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 nom. That, I'd like to select the play for the ceremony. In my capacity as a supervisor of the first temple's completion. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? What's the play you have in mind? Caracera and the Outlander. You mean the play that was banned for political reasons and afterwards remained unperformed even after the ban was lifted? Because no one wanted to play the role of the Outlander? Yes, it used to be the most popular classical play used in traditional ceremonies. I will play the role as the Outlander. You don't need to do this. We all know how kind-hearted you are. No, I want to do it. I thought long and hard about last night, and realized that this was my responsibility as a Sargonian, here and now.
完全勝利ねえ、せっかくだから打ち上げ行こうよ
It's boss time. Why is it just like a... I was expecting here, that's just that. Also, the fact that there's these staircases makes it feel like the boss is probably appearing on this bottom, right? Wait, there's 2 leader enemies? Oh boy, this is gonna be probably annoying.
おはようございます
For just 5 operators? Why did I mess on Discord? PB. Such beauty! The warm winds welcome the gentle waters of Delphi through the mountains. Upon ruin and rubble we have built our temple. Now the second flame burns bright in the fragrance of flowers and incense. Songs of legends and heroes have given us courage to gather here this beautiful day. Remember how greedy outlanders invaded our land and enslaved us and silenced the song of all. But our faith held strong. The outlanders could not break our will or chain our free souls. We, the people of Minos, formed in union, our faith and will victorious. Now we drive the last outlander from our soil. As she recites the lines, Val seems to see the old first temple and the mountain rim gardens through Caracera's own eyes. Once the people who have lost their hearth and home gathered before Caracera, just as the citizens of Athenius gather before Palace now, sitting and standing. They're all holding their breaths, waiting for the most important moment. The moment that confronts the hearts of all Minoans and shows them that the long night and the nightmare have passed, and the meaningful future that the divine revelations and heroic stories spoke of lies before them. The last outlander is here. Her heart beating wildly, Gigi steps on the stage, slowly but firmly. This is what she has chosen, her play and her role. There are words that she must say, things that she must do. I repent for all that was done by us, our fathers and their fathers before them. We've trodden upon soil that was never ours, whether by choice or under the guise of compulsion, out of greed and baseness, out of fear and cowardice. The hands that should have nurtured families tore the families of others apart. The spears that should have protected their own nation were pointed at innocence. Let's pay for all that we have done. Dagger, my lady. Caracera picks up the executional dagger. The weapon has accompanied Caracera's ever since she hung her harp on the laurel tree. Years of fighting have taken their toll in the form of chipping across the blade, but the tip remains sharp enough to take a life. That Lunda relaxes as Caracera prepares to make her move. As dramatic music begins to play, Alice, playing Caracera, hesitates a little. He suddenly recalls the soldier who gave the blade to Caracera. His face was covered, his figure unfamiliar, and his motions somewhat halting. Was he one of the actors that she picked for the play? Titi begins to feel unsure. The stage of the theater is wide and empty. The audience seems so far away, but Titi can hear their clamor. Are they excited about the play? Killer! Make the invaders pay! Or was it this for the Sargonian standing before them in the theater? Looks up at the dagger in Palace's hand, that the blade, which should have been made of rubber, like a metallic gleam in the sun. All must end here. Only then can we retrieve the harp from the laurel tree, and find wine and return to the mountains and land that nourished us. The play must go on, she must believe. Believe in our friend, in the heroic spirit of the Monoans. Titi closes her eyes. Despicable! Disgrace! No pride, Minoans. You have no honor. You no heroic spirit. The audience falls silent. Only part to let a tall figure through, walking toward the stage with dignity and resolve. He walks on stage and kicks the Agamemnon soldier standing in his way to one side. Swapping the dagger to make a murder look like an accident. Since when did Minoans learn such underhanded methods? No, that is what I wanted to see. A surprise, something unexpected. Of course, it would have been interesting too if you hadn't held yourself back. Athenius' business would have been handled by the citizens of Athenius. We should trust Pallas, even if this man didn't make an appearance. Please excuse my impetuousness. Astynomos! What in Parish's name is going on? It is an insult to have a Sargonian play such a denigrating role. And what did the man mean when he talked about the dagger? As an emissary of Sargon, I cannot allow. Kindly collect yourself, Kyrios Bignui. It was Kyriomachus, Taya's own decision to play the role. It is hardly becoming of an emissary to shout things like this during such an important occasion, but the dust has yet to settle. Xanthos, we never left Athenius. Xanthos remembers the day when he raised his oar, the Sargonian cat tied to the tree. But then he heard the horn of victory coming from the foothills, and the joyful Liberi brought news of the truce. The friend Sargonian stumbled and fell as he fled. Xanthos' comrades held him back and prevented him from killing the prisoner. Slowly but surely, resentment began to build within his heart. Life and vitality were gone from the soil of his homeland, but the marks that the Sargonians left behind linger. Their banners, their landmines, the dam they built, which killed the river, became an indelible scar upon the land. He saw many Sargonians make a hurried retreat towards the border on his way to Athenius. He rejoined the Minoans who threw rocks and spat at them, because it was not enough. In Athenius, he rode his ferry on the Delphi Canal day after day. He watched over the ebb and flow of the canal, but he could not keep the river of his own heart in check. Rage railed in his heart, seeking an opening. Now, the opportunity that he has waited for so long has finally come. He clutches his oar. I, with a criminal thrown into the death cell awaiting trial, will await an eternity for this moment. No matter what a punishment awaits me for all these reasons. I will stand before the Sargonians and my own people with nothing to hide, and ask my question of you! The audience is hushed. Even the haughty Sargonian deputy falls silent. I lost my home and my dearest friend in the war. I followed in his tracks and saw countless of our own at death's door along the way. The dreams we once had were trampled underfoot by the invaders, never to be rebuilt. Why?
I ask the invaders, did you set foot on this land that did not belong to you? And what makes you think you can shamelessly come to Athenia just a few years after the truce, acting like nothing ever happened?
He looks up at the two people in the middle of the stage. Like when a woman opens her mouth, but closes it without saying anything. Alice lowers the dagger.
Good people, I am surprised how quickly you forget. A century of colonization of oppression leave nothing behind in your hearts. Sargonian destroyed our homes and cities, destroyed our culture, extinguished our language. Is the memory not enough for you to be on guard against the Sargonians? How could you cast the past aside? How dare you continue to deal with them? Culture? Exchange? Find words! They're not just taking the technical data from the construction of the three poleas, but the blood and sweat we shed when we built them. Taking away evidence of their crimes, rewriting history, creating an illusion of Sargonian friendship to wipe away the memory. All of you are accomplices and accessories!
Galantos looks towards the audience. The Sargonian deputy is furious, while the Asinomos of Athenius is utterly impassive, as though she fully expected him to be here. Sandra is looking at him with a worried expression a short distance away, while his apprentice, the Kaon, is watching from the shadows in a distant corner alongside his own old classmate. The people on the stage look stunned. He does not know how much of it is an act, and how much of it is his own imagination. Lying beneath the feet of the soldier whom he kicked aside, looking equally surprised.
Yes, the war is over. Seems like we could forget all the hurt and pain, and begin a new life. We dug out the divine revelations, dramas and legends from old paper piles, temples and altars, and thought we were continuing the legacy of the heroes. Will the life of leisure really bring inner peace, and pale words really comfort the departed? It's the only conspiracy, scheming, and selfish desires. Where is the spirit of Minos? Where is the true heroic spirit?
All is silent. Then the Sargonian woman steps forward. I can see the frustration and yearning in your eyes. You want to cross swords with the Sargonians face to face. This is your heroic spirit. Here's your chance. Come. As a Sargonian, I owe you this battle. Oh. Immediately to the battle. Let's see if we can do this with 5 characters.
出発しましょうか。
あなたたちの終幕に挽歌を。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。来るよ、敵。やるしかない。手伝うね。今助けるね。
I need his part for the quest.
位置につきました。
Keep everybody on the same field. We're definitely not dealing with the water over there.
覚悟はここの敵。そんなに怖くない。
Actually, we probably should move the wake up one. That's fine.
任せて。私の実力見せてあげる。
Let's see how much damage you can
呼びま
pull
した
off.
呼びましたか。失礼します。
ドクター、歌うね。
Xanthos the Avenger. Come what may, he will stand before the Sargonians and his own people, wanting to hide and ask his question of them here and now. Yo, he is
ド
sprinting!
クター、それでも慰めを求めますね。覚悟はできてる。覚悟。
失礼します。
Absolutely fucking a G's.
悟はできてる。こっちこっち。
Ah, he does a lot of damage. Okay, we gotta wait this then. This is possible. This is very possible. We just need to time this well. Where's the other boss? Ah, it's probably gonna summon them. This should be possible. It's just gonna be really painful.
さあ始めましょう。今宵のマスカレードを。私たちの勝利に参加を。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。
予想通りですね。行きましょう。
Everybody up one.
誤差ありません。
ドクター、今助けるね。
And we're gonna need to use Namuta, probably, yeah? As a backup.
覚悟はできてる。
Or actually, right
こ
here.
っちこっち。
Damage is superficial.
呼びましたか。たやすいことです。
ドクター、土はあなたをどこまでも追い詰める。手伝うね。手伝うね。焦っちゃダメだよ。私は
任せてください。
Damage is superficial.
覚悟をやってみる。
Ithikos innumerable. They have left nearby. Dodges field attack when from non-immersive units. Ah, so that's why we have the upper layer. Alright. We're gonna need to...
落ち込んでる場合？何がダメだったか考えないと。
Like, we can obviously clear this if we use our full team. But like, we're trying to see if we can do this. So we're gonna do a bit of a weird one here.
気をつけて。
We're actually gonna be here.
あなたたちの終幕にバンカを。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
予想通りですね。行きましょう。
I think nothing of the literally everything, you know?
誤差ありません。
ドクター、歌うね。失敗できない。
We need people to actually be on the immerse tiles. The downside.
はい。
任せて。
呼びましたか。失礼します。
手伝うね。ドクター、焦っちゃダメだよ。覚悟はできてる。よ。
Gosh. come with a round 2, boy. Oh!
準備何も考えこの黄昏の楽園に私は君臨し続ける
Okay, so this boss isn't actually killable. Got it. Okay, got it.
大丈夫
It probably dies when
ずっとそばにいるから
main boss dies. Just an extra enemy to deal with. So really, we should just aim down.
始めるよあなたたちの終幕に挽歌を
Well, actually, we don't really need to aim down anyways, but
迷っている暇がありませんわよ
let's just keep doing this way.
予想通りですね
The
行き
main
ましょう
thing is that we need these waters to be good to go. Now, pretty
こ
good
っち
instead.
こっち手伝うねさきちゃんもみんなも私が守るから失敗できない
位置につきました
Here cometh another one.
私はここだよ手伝うね焦っちゃダメだよ
はい
ドクターと私ドクターすぐにご決
I
断
really need that water to be filled. I'm not gonna lie.
ドクターと私それでも慰めを求めますね手伝うね
Ahem.
ドクター
たやすいことです
準備できた何も考えなきゃ
たやすいことです
ドクター人形がかりそめの命を宿すこっちこっち
Lay out here. Okay,
私は
let's go see how
私が
it actually takes damage then. Three times fast damage dodges. Yeah, that's obvious one. Then gain greatly increased HP and that attack deals physical splash damage, imagination, and ruin becomes disabled. When unblocked, then no longer gets that, it just has a really high. Yeah, so we just need to deal with it quickly. So yeah. We really need to phase him early, is what we're getting at. So we can let him
出
pass.
発しましょうか
あなたたちの終幕
For
に
that, we also like kind of need the
迷っている暇はありませんわよ
water to be filled.
邪魔ですわこっちこっち ドクター歌うね。
Playing the wrong water, huh?
やるしかない。私はここだよ。
位置につきました。
もっと盛り上げてこうよ。ドクター焦っちゃダメだよ。
Oh.
準備
任せてください。はいはい。
He do a lot of damage.
ドクタ
Sure.
ーとは父があなたをどこまでも追い詰める。手伝うね。ドクター
失礼します。
Ah. You are very annoying that you cannot be attacked in that state.
大丈夫、私ずっとそばにいるから。
Yeah, so we have to phase the boss and kill the second boss before. Okay, this is gonna be really scuffed. This is very much possible if we can focus all the damage on the on the second boss immediately.
始めるよ。
There's gonna be like a tad bit of a trick to that, huh?
私たちの勝利に参加を。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
For this, we're gonna really need to make use of the fever mechanic.
お、敵発見。こっちこっち。
位置につきました。
人形がかりそめの命を宿す。手伝うね。今助けるね。私はここだよ。
呼びましたか。たやすいことです。
私はここだよ。この黄昏の楽園に私は君臨し続ける。
Yami's gonna take a snack.
失敗できない。
You deal a lot of damage. Still.
ドクター信じてるから手伝うね。焦っちゃダメだよ。
はい、任せてください。
人形がかりそめの命を宿す。 手伝うね。私の実力見せてあげる。
Yeah. Yeah, that's awkward. Yeah, that's super awkward. Yeah, that's mega awkward.
呼びましたか。
The boss kinda gets more priority over the other boss
急ぎましょう。
because it's closer.
誰一人見捨てたりはしません。
We're trying to like phase the boss on the first lap, let him out of range so we can focus the attack forward.
それじゃ行くよ。
But we might need to step back a bit again. Because our attention is being way too focused on the top area. Or not on the bottom area.
来るよ敵。
誤差ありません。
手伝うね。焦っちゃダメだよ。こっちこっち。
And then just start generating.
呼びましたか。失礼します。
焦っちゃダメだよ。
Let that one pass. It's about to get very scuffed anyways in a moment.
Yarushika. さきちゃんもみんなもまだまだ。
はい。
覚悟。
任せてください。
ドクター、人形がかりそめの命を宿す。ドクター、
任せてください。
Literally trying to out heal the thing that we shouldn't be out healing. Very funny.
はい。
覚悟は何も考えなければ。
Oh, if we waited an extra second, we could have probably gotten that one. That's fine.
失礼します。
Not as fine. Boss is walking the rest of the way. Oh! Oh! we got him! Oh, what a mood.
任せて。何も考えなければ。手伝うね。
たやすいことです。
やってみる。
What was the last one? No, like actually, because last enemy. It feels like Oh, it's right here. It's sucking water. Fun. We're gonna need to.
覚悟はできてる
It's like actually just stuck there. Which is odd. This is like not even sucking the water, question mark? It is in fact incredibly useless and delays the entire thing for no specific reason. Thanks, game. Oh, I probably got him.
失敗って
失礼します
Oof.
It's been a long time since I last felt hot blood flowing in my veins. Not since I left the battlefield and left my homeland, have I?
His vision begins to blur from the loss of blood. Everything seems covered in a white glow and he instinctively closes his eyes. He hears the song of a harp, but he does not know whence it comes. Forces his eyes open and sees himself in an unfamiliar space, seemingly floating in midair, and people passing in front of his eyes without acknowledging him. It is as though he's in a dream.
I will never work with the Sargonians. Beat me, torture me, kill me if you want. Don't get out one word out of me about the gorillas.
Oh, so there are gorillas.
Like that.
Why are you so angry?
I thought no one liked logic. The story of the heroes, I'll say. Are you trying to butter me up? I'm not talking.
No need to be so on edge. I just wanted to have a conversation. I don't like interrogating people either. But I'll be out of command if I don't spend enough time in here. Nothing I can do.
What are you doing, Mashaya? You're so stupid you can't do something as simple as interrogate a prisoner.
I'm on it, sir.
The trash is so noble.
Prisoner watches as interrogator jumps up from the ground nervously, while his superior leaves after casually hurling a few words of abuse. Both seem to be used to such a situation. It is as though the officer cusses and abuses the guard on a daily basis. The guard's complexion is young and pale. He is thin and mild-mannered, very different from the villagers' impression of the Sargonians. The prisoner warns himself not to let his guard down. The Sargonians are cunning. Perhaps the two of them conspire to put on an act. Well, I have to act like I'm interrogating you. Could you say something? Anything? Thing?
Litany of curses for you.
Go on for days. Talk about something else. Nicer. That can help us forget about our struggles and helplessness. Tell me some known heroic stories. I know some of your legends from ancient books that I collected, but they're not easy to find in Sargon. You already told this story a couple of days ago. I remember. Anything else? Think. Aren't we just putting on a show for a superior? Why is he taking such careful notes? Why does Sargonian love Minoan legends so much? There's something not right with this guy's head. Only told 100 or so. It's me more stories and legends of the land of heroes. Trying to provoke me? Not falling for that. Fragments you heard from the elders as a child are fine. It doesn't need to be complete or popular. The kind of story that would make a little Sargonian girl dream about Minos. There must be more, right? But, well, this is what he wants. Make one up. Like this idiot Sargonian could tell. Idiotus. Alright, let me tell about Siokbi, a silent hero. It is the strangest experience the ex-prisoner has ever had. No one believed the story if he told it, and decided to take it with him to his grave. He gets out of here.
Bloody bother. Only got him off my back for the day. I was so good at picking up stories. Become a bard if I ever get out. If I ever get out. Crack in the door. But Lithios forget to lock the door. It has been a long time since he last saw the stars. Almost feels like he is dreaming as he breathes the air of freedom again. Yet, be free? Like this? Useless trash. You've been in the Minoan cell every single day and you haven't gotten one scrap of intel about the gorillas.
Sorry, sir. Been taking records, but he contradicts himself every day. I'm afraid nothing he can says can be trusted.
I knew you couldn't get anything done. Incompetent fool! I'll interrogate him tomorrow if you watch and learn how things are done. While you watch and learn how things are done in the Lord Amiya's army.
Yes, sir. The fugitive hears the garden disappear, talking in the distance. He hastens to movement through the bushes. The movement seems to have drawn the attention of the Sargonians.
How did the prisoner get out? After him, Mashaya, you worthless shit! You are dead if you don't catch him!
Hearing the sound made by the skinny guard's ill-fitting armor sets the fugitive's heart at ease. He knows a single Sargonian could never catch him on this Minoan land. He takes one final look back as he escapes the Sargonian camp. The fugitive sees the frail guard stumble and fall. The guard's luxurious armor, probably an heirloom, weighs him down so much that he struggles to get himself off the ground. Or perhaps he just wanted an excuse not to get up. Did he really forget to lock the door, or did he finally find an opportunity to leave a crack? The prisoner does not know. The only thing that the prisoner knows is that he will never forget the time he spent at the Sargonian camp and the ridiculous-looking Sargonian.
What is this?
My father. It's my father. Xanthos turns around in surprise, and you see the Sargonian woman standing in the same vision as he. There's surprise in her face, yes, but also nostalgia and poignance. I know he came to meet us in the Lord Amiya's army, but he was sent back to Sargon for his incompetence. He would have received a heavier punishment, but what little glory of the House of Mashire had left him protect him one last time. He never really achieved anything. And I wasn't surprised that he would mess up after he was conscripted. He didn't like to talk about his time in Minos, and I never asked. I didn't know this is where those stories of the Minoan heroes told me came from.
He's very different from my image of a Sargonian.
Yes, he was always weak and soft, never talking back even when insulted his face. I always wondered why he loved heroic stories so much, when he was the furthest thing from a hero. Oh, no wonder. No wonder he told me the story of Suopi the silent hero so many times. The hero kept a secret for 30 years.
Planted the seed of heroes in your heart.
I have high hopes for you, Medjehtiqedti. Nasutu Mashaya. It is an honor. You understand why I appointed someone like you to lead the mission, someone so young and inexperienced. You must have your reasons. You're much smarter than your father was. The House of Mashaya was a noble house with a rich tradition, and I was on good terms with your elders. It pained me to see the family fall on hard times under your father, who was frail and idle. There arranged a cushy post for him in the Lord Amiya's army in Minos, safely away from the front lines, and he almost got himself into a court-martial. When Minos came up again after all these years, you were the first person I thought of. Young Medjehtiqedti is much sharper than her father, I thought. I'm sure she will have no trouble bringing a harp to Minos and bringing back a few blueprints that belonged to Sargon to begin with. You'll do a fine job and do your family proud, won't you? Yes, Exalted Padishah. I love the legend of Minos, and I've wanted to see the true heroism with my own eyes since I was little. I'll make sure the Minoan mission goes perfectly. The Padishah said a bunch of flowery words to me before I left. I never understood why he made me the head of this mission. I guess it's because it's easy to get rid of me if something goes wrong. And I had no idea those blueprints contained such detailed records. Frankly, I don't really care about doing the Mashaya's name proud. It came because I wanted to see this land that I've always been fascinated by with my own eyes, to chase the legends that I've only heard about. Or perhaps I want to find some answers about my father. What is this land of heroes that father talked about really like? And what is the heroic spirit really like? I want to learn, to find out. That's why I came to Minos.
Have you found the answer?
Yes. What about you?
I
was once like you, Xanthos.
Alice? You too.
I've seen with my own eyes how our people died shielding their comrades from the Sargonians, and heard the screaming of the wounded being amputated in village huts. It flowed in your heart and mine, in the hearts of every Minoan.
Even now, my heart.
I know. But have you ever stopped to think why we love to drink? Besides the sweet fragrance of wine and the joy of the harvest that it represents, the inspiration and joy that brings us. Besides all that, it's also because it makes us forget, if only for a while. Many things trouble us and make us hurt. We can't forget them completely, because to do so would be a betrayal. We drown ourselves in drink, staking a moment's forgetfulness. Then, I had to leave Minos.
You're Palace, aren't you? Melix told me you'd often drink here.
Yes, I am. What of it?
You're Minoan, right? You've been in the Lacedaemon competitions. Do you know Diciopolis, the Blood Knight? Did you ever fight him?
No, but I've heard of him. Minoan infected who participates in the Cashmere's mages, I think. Well, actually, the competitions in those two places are not quite the same thing.
But they're both clashes of physical ability and skill, aren't they?
Well,
I knew it! Principles of strength the same everywhere. The Blood Knight must be strong because of his Minoan upbringing. I wanted to be the Blood Knight, but he's retired now. Still, it's an honor to be another Minoan master. Can I have an autograph? Anywhere's fine. How about my t-shirt? Oh, thank you so much. So, do Minoans have a special way of training? Or do you love drinking? Is it a part of your training? Generating blood circulation with alcohol and increasing explosiveness? Critics also say you can fall asleep anywhere. This must be a way to save energy. You only fully utilize your physical ability when necessary. I see! This is why Blood Knight was so explosive.
that is my personal habits. I don't know how the Blood Knight trains, but I doubt.
I get it. Just fantasizing about things. Get carried away. I hope it didn't cause any offense.
It's alright. You really love Diciopolis, don't you?
Yeah, I lost all hope after learning that I have oropathy. The Blood Knight gave me the will to live again. I watched recordings of his bouts so many times, I even started training myself. I'll be joining an infected nightclub someday. It was the one who blazed the trail for the infected in Cashmerean night sports, paving the way for the Radiant Knight's return to the tournaments. It was about what the Radiant Knight was one for the ages. I was there for it, and I cried when they took the podium together. I wasn't sure why I cried. Maybe I was because I saw a flicker of hope for the future. Guess he's the kind of hero that Minoans talk about.
He's infected. The conventional Minoan wisdom.
Infected heroes have some kind of special title in Minos?
No, but he's a hero, yes. No one can deny it. Traditions don't stay unchanged forever, Santos. The stories of the heroes define and shape who we are. Yet, because heroes arise from among us, we in turn possess the power to define them and to reshape what it means to be a hero. I learned that after I left Minos. Goddess of Victory is back! And you destroyed the Sargon cavalry unit that tried to stick across the border? I told you not to call me that when we're in the village. Embarrassing. Title you that we gave to Palace. Really, that's the Victory is our Goddess of Victory, as the Palace said when she left. Use or loan title however you want, but it scares the Sargonians. As long as we still have our Goddess of Victory, you'll keep the Sargonians away. Yeah, although Sargonian raiders still come every now and then, since you signed that non-aggression pact with Sargon's border tribes on behalf of the villages in the area. The raids have been getting fewer and fewer after we won a few victories. It's all thanks to the reputation of the Goddess of Victory. Besides, inheriting Palace's title makes me feel like I can't give up, which helps me pull through in tough battles. It doesn't scare our enemies. It doesn't just scare our enemies, it also inspires our own. Yeah, that's what heroes are for. This village of Akrati brings back so many memories.
Very much like my homeland.
All the villages of Minos are alike. The soil nurtured us. And it's not just because of the same soil that we're a single nation, because we know the same stories. Only we, upon seeing the olive branch, remember how the Dipides ran from Athenius and spread the news of our victory over the Sargonians to the cities. It was carrying the olive branch of Athenius, and so it became the symbol of victory and hope to us. Though it truly belongs to us, something that outlanders and invaders cannot take away. As long as we keep living, we'll carry on these stories, and change traditions so that legends of Minos' heroes may continue. The spirit of Minos may continue. Minos is wherever we are. Strange scene that unfolded before the eyes of the citizens of Athenius and the guests from Sargon and other city-states. It is an exhilarating battle, but when the oar-wielding Minoan warrior's blood falls upon the strings of the harp in the hand of the Cuirassier statue, the ancient harp begins to make a sound, like an old machine starting up after a long slumber. Gears slowly beginning to turn. As the harp begins to sing, the trio on stage slows down, entering a trance-like state, sometimes angry, sometimes sad, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping. When the Minoan challenger is finally overcome by exhaustion and slumped down by the statue's pedestal, the two on stage finally break out of the trance. They look around themselves in confusion before running toward the challenger, reaching out to him to try and help him up, but getting no response from him. The shouting, the cheering, and angry yelling have all ceased, as present begin to realize that they have witnessed a miracle. The harp that stopped singing after the Sargonians invaded has returned to where it belonged, and declared, the tradition continues, and a new chapter is written in the stories of the heroes.
Harp's music echoes in the sky above the square. Lanthos looks up. Autumn's sun is painfully bright. For some reason it seems to bring back dim memories, back to the day he said goodbye to Ethikos. You believe that gorillas can defeat the Sargonians, even though we've been losing for a century.
I haven't received divine revelations. I can't tell the future, even leave with you. I will promise what I can. Protect our village, our houses, our farms and flower beds. Perhaps we can go to Athenius, where you came from, once you're victorious. I'll still be a ferryman, ferrying you to your workplace at the temple on the other side of the city. The sun shines upon the Delphi Canal. I've been imagining the scene ever since you described it to me. Listening, Ethikos?
Yes, is in for a cold winter this year, brother.
Yes, but the spring will be all the warmer for it.
Finally remembers what he said to Ethikos. He remembers the warm smile on Ethikos' face at the answer. The pain and anger of losing a dear friend has clouded his memory and caused him to forget what was most important. Things will get better. When spring comes and war is over, when life gets back on track, the wounds of the earth will heal, and the snowmelt from the peaks of Heria will continue to flow, bring flowers and reeds home.
今回は失敗しなかった。
Is that the, any special thing to that medal that we just got in? Oh no, it's just this one it is. ME7 with the star rating, all the do this hits terrain at least once when charging all the rest. Okay. Let's finish reading the story. We want to do stationary security service on stream, but we'll just do stationary security service off stream. Medications present that need to be administered on a regular basis, fresh from Rhodes Island office. Here, the Asinomus office is lifting detention order on Xanthos and his apprentice, and does not intend to press charges against you for helping them escape. Yes, I think Lady Lydia guessed our plan and intentionally made things easy for me. That's the reason she wouldn't pursue the matter. Any of you still intend to leave Athenius? Yes, I will only give my old classmates ideas. He needs to see more places, meet more people, do more things. Yes. Really, to be so honestly, Kaon, I wouldn't have had the operators keep an eye on you if you were like this when you were my patient. Sorry for the trouble I caused. Looks like Xanthos is actually the first to implement considerable influence on you. How about you wave the white flag and admit that Orbrathy doesn't sap the reward spread at all? Dreams. And talk about a hard head. It go. We missed the ferry. Xanthos' substitute is not as flexible with late passengers. It won't wait for you. Let's gotcha. Let's go, Lycaon. Well, thank you for the medicine. You're at Topolo. May we meet again. Say, stay off the land. Just worked on it. Well, I suppose two young men won't be nearly as destructive as a whole herd of burdened beasts. The flowers and grass they ruined haven't been cleaned up yet. To put up the blue Boronia. Don't cry, Lydia. Bad kids ruin your house like they ruined my own old home. No home to go back to. What will we do? Don't worry, I'll never leave you behind. Even the house is gone, even if we're separated. I know. Look for this garden if you're far away from home and don't know the way back. Garden? Yeah, I'll plant blue Boronia here so that you'll know you're home when you see it. And if you find the way first, work it the same way, won't you? Alright, that's a promise, Lena. Public Garden's lawn, once full of flowers and herbs, is now filled only with the burdened beast footprints. Even if it has temporarily lost its beauty, however, the blue petals remain in the soil. And blue Boronias. You think of the past too, don't you? Thank you, Lydia. I'm home. I brought this year's apples, Cassandra. The potion set aside for the temple's offering has been sent to the cellar. I made this for you and the others at the temple to share. Thank you. It's very kind of you to do it every year. A good harvest are all thanks to the help of everyone in Athenius, but I do help so much of the coordinating the temple. You seem to be good in me today. And to us, nothing matters more than the harvest, and a good harvest brings happiness. It matters to us more than everybody's happiness. Harvest is an important part of it. And you, if I leave now, the pomegranate will be ripe for harvest soon, and the branch is waiting to be trimmed.
apples and bright sun. What a lovely day. The ceremony at the first temple was successfully concluded, and the fair man that you were caring for has found hope. All's well, isn't it, Yerda? Yurea? All's well, isn't it, Yerda? Yurea? Why do you look so sudden? You're the one I'm worried about. Me? Why? I'm thinking about what you said when you came back to Athenius. You said you saw the beginnings of Minos in your dreams, like Chrysaera in her first temple. But thought about a lot about Minos' past and future, but your own goals and direction. But this is why you came back. Events of recent days seem to corroborate my interpretation of the divine revelation. It is not a beautiful future of smells and flowers. The unease lingers in my heart. Divine revelations is simply a direction of that the spirit of his heroes has shown us. It is not an inevitable future. We learned with the fan preschool. It's true for ordinary revelations, but for example, I want the harp to return. The peculiar manner of its return makes it seem so inevitable and unchangeable. Get it from a different perspective. The final goal was to return the harp. The manner of its return was wondrous. Perhaps it's the same from my revelation. Or perhaps your interpretation is not the final goal, only one of the trials during the process, and the goal lies elsewhere. Hope you are right. And besides, recent events have demonstrated that it was right for me to come back. He needs me, and I need it. But you don't want to take over the first temple, but the fact that the bulk of your work is done. It's because you believe your Arpathi will be an obstacle to priesthood. But Xanthos has told me about the vision you saw in the temple square, that you didn't worry anymore. Visions can be changed. You were right. I can initiate a vote of the council. No, I didn't propose rebuilding the first temple to become its priestess. I want to unite our spirit, not just the Athenians, but other city-states in Minoans too. I heard Lacedaemon and Crania has changed a lot. I want to see them for myself. Also, you did come to say goodbye. Not quite yet. I want to see the temple project to the end, and I'm missing the competition party that Kanti is already planning. Carefree as always.
Thank you for the kind invitation. It was quite an excited play. Athenius is about to depart along its planned route, and it's time for us to depart as well. I hope you will excuse the unpredictable events that occurred. I did not plan for every possible contingency. On this, there's something I'm curious about. The Freeman openly accused you of making a secret deal with the Sargonians on the temple square, and you were summoned to the council yesterday for an emergency hearing. You are back in your office safe and sound. Did you have a trump card up your sleeve, or is there more to this matter than meets the eye?
The eye is our first idiot. I had simply made certain arrangements for the follow-up to this matter. I also heard the explanation and satisfied that I remain competent to govern. As for the details, I regret that I am unable to share them as yet. They will reveal themselves in due time. All he doesn't to know is that you remain the Asimnomos of Athenius, with sweeping authority over major matters of administration and governance.
Glad to hear it. And now, you have a formal proposal to make. Really both of you understand the dramatic changes that are happening in Minos right now.
It is the case in Athenius, and it is the case in Lacedaemon,
where a new arena is being built, one that will host the competitors from far and wide. Perhaps the word tradition is not quite easy to your ears, Asimnomos, but don't you think now was the time for us to revive old traditions? From just happening across the land, how about the three poleis side aside their rivalries into the old State Federation and revive an ancient festival? The scattered villages and minor poleis shall surely answer the call, and the nation will grow stronger. See this perfect opportunity to restore Minos' glory and to spread the sacred flame across the land. What do you think?
That's why you've been sitting around Athenius, investigating us.
The old merchant's habits die hard. Can't go to the market without doing research. Apologize if I caused any offense.
Good at causing accents. I'm afraid I can't give you an answer right now.
That's no problem. Try to be prudent.
What about you, Priestess Nisa of Lacedaemon? I cannot make decisions for Lacedaemon by myself. There was one thing of which I'm sure. Lacedaemon never turned down a challenge.
Take you across the river, then you should go directly back to Sargon.
Man, I feel like a prisoner being deported. Just kidding.
I understand your friendship towards Minos, but you are still Sargonian, nonetheless, and I have a hard time abiding Sargonian feet upon the soil of Minos.
I understand. I've been thinking whether there's anything else I can do for Minos, for the mistakes of my forefathers, whether I should leave the engineering notes of the three poleis and bring only the blueprints back. After all, the Padishah only told me to bring back blueprints. And I thought it was enough. It's just a half-hearted compromise. An excuse to run away from my responsibilities and lessen the feeling of guilt. I should bring them back and display them in my museum. The Sargonians can see it and know that their history books are flying.
Your Padishah won't be happy about it.
Who cares? My family wasn't particularly good at making the Padishahs happy. Besides, I met with your Asimnomos, that shrewd Volpo, yesterday. I learned that she already made preparations in advance. He had scholars compile and photocopy all the documents and even wrote a paper on it, published in the Columbian Journal once the exchange was complete, and I brought the documents back. And if you asked me to write a forward, From the perspective of a Sargonian, providing endorsement for the paper, and she wanted to leverage the connections I built while studying Columbia to invite experts to study these invaluable historical records. She said she would name me an honorary Minoan for this.
I admire your courage.
Just doing what a father couldn't. Besides, I enjoyed my time in Athenius. Went to see the priestess of Endymion temple yesterday, and she said the vision I saw on the stage was a divine revelation. I was surprised because the book said Minoan divine revelations only happened in dreams.
Divine revelations can occur in the form of dreams, visions, or voices. Dreams are the most frequent form they take, as they are an important way for us to interact with the spirits of the heroes and the departed.
The priestess said. I told her about the vision I had on the stage and the dream I had at the Burn Peace Ranch. She gave me a very detailed analysis. Finally, she told me, in that solemn and mysterious tone, I may not believe it now, Gideon Messiah, but I believe your revelation is a sign that you'll one day become a Padishah. How did she get that? She wasn't messing with me, was she? I'm an honorary Minoan now. I'll actually believe what the priestess of Endymion tells me.
You're free to believe. Divine revelations are simply a form of guidance. Believe in it, and it will bring you strength. Perhaps a lot of tragedies could have been avoided if a Padishah like you ruled over the Sargonian border.
I think I understand now. Then, I'll take it as a sign of the responsibility I may have to bear in the future. I'll do my best. The public announcement. Is it a referendum?
Yes. Going back to Athenius after I take you across the river. The citizens of Athenius will vote on whether to banish me from the city for my recent actions.
But you did it for Minos.
For this other reason, I must face judgment for my actions. It is the responsibility I must bear. It's time. Let's go, Gideon Messiah.
The ethicals again in division,
As well as the river of my homeland.
was this the red of blood, as it was in your dreams?
No. White and gentle, as I remembered it. And pristine, but carrying the sand and mud that nourishes the soil of and life.
A beautiful revelation. You'll be able to take up poems again, no matter where you go.
Yes.
Whatever the results of the referendum, whether he stays in or leaves Athenius, Anselus will accept it with grace. He walks towards the square. 3 months later.
Now look at this letter from a Lateran scholar. A stunning revelation. The study of history is a continuous process of seeking the truth by eliminating misconceptions. I'm impressed by the courage that your nation has demonstrated. And thus this editorial in a Colombian newspaper, Sargon shows integrity through proper recognition of history. I've been calling in favors every single day to repair the damage you've done, since that special exhibit that you held after getting back from Minos. I hope you understand that such maverick methods only work once. Anything like this happens again, you better think about what you'll do once you're removed as the curator of the Vajavadabad Museum.
Mr. Will, and the Padishahs.
It is their indifference. My will is the Padishah's will.
I thought we had a consensus before we left Minos. The success of the exchange ceremony and the mission of friendship with Minos is all thanks to your leadership. In return, it will be your responsibility to explain things to Padishah. However much or little you say is entirely up to you, as long as the Padishah's happy.
The exchange ceremony was complete under my leadership to begin with. Besides, I would like to know that you would be so audacious as to think you're in the clear just because everything is over for you this time. There won't be a next time. Besides, and don't you dare say I didn't warn you. That has had a significant impact far and wide. My connections have told me that City of Gold has sent a herald to Minnat Hamait. You will watch your words of behavior from now on.
Who the heck are you? I see that news of my mission precedes me.
Such noble elegance and dignity. You must be the herald of the Shahanshah. Your presence on is this humble museum. You come to see the exhibits?
If you want to see the new Sportsman Minoan exhibit, I can.
You stay put. I will guard the exalted herald.
The exhibit can wait. I came to communicate the Shahanshah's will.
It just does not work. That's so funny.
His Majesty has heard of the mission from Minnat Hamait to Minos, and he is most interested.
Came to escort me? It's my greatest honor.
There is like, so with this update, as you already know that we can do the pause the play thing now. One big thing is that they're actually there's news that they're updating the internals of the engine and prepping for the, and like there's not prepping, but like there's
record. There's the tags for PC client stuff. So like there's, well, it's not 100% chance, but there is a chance that we're getting the PC client at the same time that the CN got their PC client, which was the CN New Year event. My family is one of the most honored houses in this land. It was always my greatest dream to serve the Shahan shot in City of Gold. I knew that one day I would. It's not you, I see, Effendi. And Nicholas, your mouth before it is making too much noise. Medjehtiqedti Nasutu Mashaya. His Majesty awaits your presence in the City of Gold. The King and Kings might hear of your time in Minos. In your own words. You should make your preparations quickly. The Shahan is eager to hear from you. Do not keep him waiting. Of course! Why'd you pull Amy? That's like that's a generational fumble if we ever seen one. Ikoteimasu. Not cool there, Pico laughed at.
The doctor, is it? Lena said I would find you here. Give me an order if you need me to do something. Just don't put me together with...
Oh yeah, also, Yichiro's racist.
Better for everyone that way.
ちょうどコーヒー入れてるんだ。ドクターも飲む？
The fun part is that this fucking chainsaw, that's a fucking paddle. that's a paddle. He's thrown through a boat person. He's literally your character. Greg Jones. Yeah, man, he's racist just like you. You're gonna have to read the story. He's not as racist anymore. But you know, sometimes war creates a bit of racism in a person. No, he's not ignorant. He's not ignorant.
Not bad. The airflow here feels refreshing.
And it's not the kind of racism as like, oh, we're better than kind of racism. It's the racism that's born from somebody close to him that died. No, not sarcasm. Everybody's racist to the sarcasm. That's a normal thing. That's a very normal thing.
Doctor, 私
But yeah, we did do 20 pulls, but we didn't get the character.
見なかった。
We also didn't get perfume, which was really funny. But we leave it at that. Unless we feel like doing a 30th pull, but like we don't have the. I really wanna like. I guess it will depend what packs they give out on the. Actually, usually the wiki has stuff related to the packs. Why is Spria there? Because she can be. It doesn't have to be a reason for the second character, rate of character to be there. Where is events? Blah 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 blah. Especially the Joy of a Reunion rerun shouldn't have anything. See if they have the CN Special Ship Pack, Guard Ship Pack, Colonel Head Update Pack, Advanced Special Training Pack, Training Pack, Comprehensive Skill Training Pack. It doesn't seem like there's any like pulse related stuff. I'll probably be like on the half banner. Yeah. Yeah, no, we should probably save our pulls. By the time we reach the CN New Year event, we're probably gonna have like maybe 50, 60, 70, probably like 80 pulls worth of Orendum. 80, 90, 100, 110 if you include a couple of other things that we get because head hunting permits and whatnot. 3 from this event, probably 2 or 3 from the next event, probably 2 or 3 from the actual event. And then the plus 10 for the, actual events, just pulling it. So that makes 130. So you essentially have like 140 pulls-ish, probably. Still not enough for 200 to like buy Dusk, but we're not really caring about Dusk too much. Oh, and yes, we did do the boss stage. With 5 characters. Your move, metagamer. Using a full team, full squad of meta characters.
The name's Ro. Nice to meet ya.
Now that you have 2 whole Minosaups, yeah. You can use Palace, right? Everyone's favorite character, Palace. Look, Shine. Did you know? Where is she? Technically, she's from Minos. What else do we have? Alright, hey, you got a thing for Flametail now? Psycho truly is the goat all the time. So we did hope that if we could get through it quickly, we could do stationary security service, but we're just gonna do this off stream. But yes, we did farm this one. As we can say to you, you can auto these once you complete it once. So you can, not miss out on the data supplement sticks and instrument rewards. You can also auto it on emergency mode for the same cost. And get it faster. And use less of the auto item. And the only reason you just have to keep repeating this is just to do these seasonal missions that give you items that you can use to upgrade characters that you seem to have trouble upgrading, like Sakiko. Upgrade your Sakiko. Always upgrade your Sakiko. Very important character. Is there anything else that we need to... Alright, also, do your trials for a navigator, dummy. Literally a single pull. Too bad Google Play is, like, as much as Google Play was quote-unquote stable, it's still technically an emulator. It's still technically emulating the mobile game. But like at this point, you really should just... Either you're gonna have to wait it out for the PC client, which is most likely the middle of July, or you're gonna have to You have to use like an actual emulator for a while. And Teletia outfit. By the way, this is animated. Flashbang.
The sisters refused my visit again. They still find me disagreeable. I've never claimed Rose Riverside's canoes to be a harmonious family. As we can perceive the rhythmic pulse of each other's hearts pumping blood, the trust between us needn't rely on sentiment.
And this is regular Blaze. And then here is Blazehauser. God. Old lady. What, you don't want to see her icon right there, her little chibi right there holding shit? It's kind of nice a green to it too, actually. Okay. Is Blue Archive done updating now? I think it was like done updating like a while ago. We could show you. Hold on. I don't think Blaze has a Paradox sim, right? He's still too new for that. Actually, still too new for that. Already unlocked that one. Yeah, we can do this when with going to this one. Only 3 other operators as members, easy. Three other operators as members.
I don't mind escorting this many people at once.
And let's get Blaze in here.
There's something I want to try. Send me out on a mission, Doctor.
Double check if there's like any other conditions to add. Thanks for rating deployed on Intellicha, 3 other operators. Okay. No like restrictions. That seems like much better module. It is literally just the better module.
The flames in
We
the
went over
fire
this like
are
earlier in
jumping
the
for joy.
stream.
Don't get me wrong. I don't
Like
the
it's
smell
just
of the battlefield.
out like through everything that you can talk about that module. It's just the better module.
Oh, you have an indecisive side too.
Got the situation down.
Oh, that
crystal
green is
clear.
nice looking. Oh gosh,
You know, daybreak?
that is a nice
Blood turning
color.
the horizon red. My blood is boiling. 時間は待ってくれませんわ。やるしかない。
Oh yeah, and here's the S2.
Rush forth from your heart.
My blood is daybreak? That's my boiling blood turning the horizon red.
Oh no, 2 more enemies.
If you need to fall back into death. Can you feel your blood racing? Do you find this scene beautiful? If you're satisfied with the battle's outcome, then I haven't come here for naught.
There's another thing they updated. What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh, we can look at the images now. God, this is the first one. The biggest one too. Ugh. You can save that to the gallery. You can see all the images here. Oh, the cool Rosamontes. Okay, enough of that.
ごきげんよう、ドクター。今晩、マスカレードを
Was
開
there
きますが、
anything else that we need to
ご
cover
都合がよろ
before
しけ
we
れば、
finish off stream?
ぜひお越しになって。
Oh yeah, we have our loose sleeve.
特等席をご用意しておりますわ。
That's our loose sleeve. Perfect. This is our loose sleeve. What? You make a loose sleeve, you go to... Just add that to profile. Go to something like what I add? That's IS6. Add an outfit, you can add a character. Add some decoration. Maybe a bit of flower. Little picture on the side. You know, if you want to. On the side. So anything inside, add that there in the corner. We can resize it by 10. Make it bigger. No, that's thicker. This one's nicer. Who knows? Who knows what this is for? I'd make a different order. Secret. That's a loose sleeve. Oh no. It's too good. It's like too good. What else can you do here? Nothing else here, seems like. Oh, you can show your birthday now! You can show your birthday? When did they do that? I don't get to know our birthday every day. What? That's neat. Yeah, Yas, where's your loose life? Oh wait, how much? 266. You almost have as many outfits as we do. Let's sing something. Yeah. So you have 95 outfits, and we have 125. People keep buying outfits. Like literally every other streamer too keeps buying outfits. Why does everyone keep buying outfits? You better your funds, she is. What other thing did Intellectual require for her? Oh, just defeat enemies. Okay, that'll happen off stream. Look at that that mastery spread. M1 and 3-3. Do you need nasty as module like just level 1 at some point? I don't think anyone else is around. Maybe we'll upgrade the Varkaris if we feel like it. Actually, let's 300% physical damage and recover 5% max HP. Any HP gain exceeding the team's activity compared to barrier. Really tanky. Also, by the way, the fact that it recovers 5% max HP on attack, you know what that means? Benefits from attack speed. Okay. We'll just turn on our model just so we can leave. Goodbye, so give us a moment to get our phone. Yeah. Disable this, disable this. And this. Okay. Okay. So that's what we'll probably end off here for now. We'll do a stationary security service off stream because, well, it's boring, but also it's not really as important for us anyways. So whatever. It's an H. That's why we leave it on the screen usually. Someone else speaking really just disrupts our train of thought. But either way, technically today we will be doing a Blue Archive stream. We will be doing the next part of the story. And we'll also do the polls on stream. But for now, swap this over. Up. But for now, we will see you all in probably like 12 hours, like 16, who knows. We'll see you later in the day, in the evening, for our Blue Archive stream. But for now, so see y'all later. Bye. Bye everyone. Have a great rest of the day and or night. We will see you all then.